Chapter 322. The primordial qi ocean was where the primordial qi of a world gathered. If Su Qin's mortal body could enter the yuan qi ocean, the benefits it would bring would far surpass the fire elemental divine pellets and demonic pellets. It would be enough to push the great sun art to grand completion in a short time. After all, the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts diagrams was different from the cultivation of other godly techniques. There was a saying that all world divine scriptures had bottlenecks and shackles. Even the Buddha's palm was no exception. Su Qin needed to comprehend it continuously. However, the diagram of the 12 divine beasts was different. It only needed resources as vast as mountains and seas. As long as the corresponding martial arts resources were sufficient, Su Qin could completely ascend to the heavens and advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, this didn't mean that the Buddha's palm was inferior to the 12 divine beasts diagrams, but that the two had different methods of cultivation. Moreover, the resources needed to cultivate the 12 divine beasts portraits were simply endless. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were earth immortals, might not be able to cultivate the first portrait of the great sun to the small success level, let alone the great success level. Su Qin also relied on the Sinan system to be able to continuously obtain various fire elemental divine pills and demonic pills. Only then was he able to barely complete the initial success of the Great Sun diagram before becoming an earth immortal. However, when Su Qin tried to guide his body with his primordial spirit to merge with the primordial qi si, he realized that it was impossible. The primordial spirit was the primordial spirit, while the physical body was the physical body. There was a huge difference in nature between the two. The Sea of Vitality was located in the depths of the void, and was separated from the mortal world by layers of void. On the other hand, the Yuan spirit was an illusory spiritual object. If one could sense the location of the Yuan Qi ocean, they would be able to cross the layers of void and fuse with it. But his physical body, if he wanted to enter the Sea of Vitality with his physical body, the first thing he had to do was to break through the void. Breaking the void could only be done by supreme experts of the void-shattering realm. As for Earth Immortals, even if they were peak Earth Immortals at the Divine Ruin stage, they could only slightly touch the power of space. As for breaking space, they were still far from being able to do so. Shatter the void. Su Qin got up slightly and temporarily gave up the idea of entering the Yuan Qi Sea with his body. Right now, he was only at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. He was still quite a distance away from the land immortal of the Divine Ruin stage, let alone the land immortal. Moreover, if an land immortal wanted to become a supreme elite, it would be completely different from a myth realm martial artist wanting to become a land immortal. If a myth realm expert wanted to become an earth immortal, he only needed to condense his domain and transform his primordial spirit. As for the condensed domain, it was formed by the endless compression of the world's energy that the legends had grasped. As for the transformation of the primordial spirit, it similarly allowed the divine sense to transform continuously. Although the two methods were extremely difficult and had blocked countless martial artists, at the very least, there were traces to follow and they knew what to do. However, if an earth immortal wanted to enter the void-shattering realm and become a supreme expert, he would need to comprehend the power of space and finally break through space. What was space? Space was everywhere. Even mortals were constantly in contact with space, just like sunlight and rain. But the more it was like this, the more difficult it was to comprehend space because one didn't know where to start. Space was right in front of him, but he couldn't touch it. What could he use to comprehend it? Even comprehending space was so difficult, let alone breaking it. This was also the reason why there were only a few supreme experts during the peak of the previous vitality tide. Even during the peak of the vital qi tide, when the world was conducive to cultivation, the vital qi was abundant, and the spiritual vigor was everywhere. It could continuously give birth to earth immortals, but there were still very few supreme experts. Forget it. There's no hurry now. Su Qin calmed down and thought silently in his heart. Breaking through the void to become a supreme expert was too far away for the current Su Qin. Besides, even those supreme experts who already had the ability to break through the layers of the void might not really dare to enter the vital qi sea with their physical bodies. After all, in addition to being filled with endless vital qi spiritual vigor, the vital qi sea also had vital qi life. The so-called vital qi life was a life that was born from the vital qi after being nurtured for countless years. When Su Qin's primordial spirit merged into the vital qi sea, He had once seen the vital chi life from afar. However, the vital chi life should not be too interested in spiritual power like the primordial spirit. Therefore, Su Qin's primordial spirit successfully reached the depths of the vital chi sea. However, just because the vital chi life was not interested in spiritual power did not mean that it was not interested in other things. If any supreme expert were to enter the Yuan Qi Sea with their physical body, they would be immediately sensed by the Yuan Qi life forms just by relying on the qi and blood energy emitted by their physical body. In this case, even if it was a supreme expert, they would be in danger of being torn apart in an instant. It must be known that the vital qi life was born from the endless vital qi spiritual vigor. Even if it was far inferior to a supreme divine beast like the three-legged golden crow, the feeling it gave Su Qin was similar to the dozens of drops of demon god's blood that he obtained from signing in the cave world. Su Qin speculated that even if the vital qi life was not as good as the demon gods of the cave world, it was probably very close. With the strength of the vital qi life, it was entirely possible to suppress the supreme experts. After all, in the last era of vitality, when the cave world was about to be defeated, a certain demon god only opened his eyes and severely injured countless powerhouses, including several supreme experts. I'm almost familiar with the power after the breakthrough, and I've also stabilized my realm. Next, it's time to solve the matter of Raytheon. Su Qin's eyes were deep, and he took a step forward, disappearing from the black majestic hall and standing in the sky above Chang'an City. Raytheon. Su Qin opened the eye of truth, and in an instant, the world became illusory, and countless auras, strong or weak, far or near, appeared. After stepping into the earth immortal realm, the eye of truth had also undergone a great transformation. Even if he was hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could still lock onto Raytheon's aura. After all, Su Qin had seen many Raytheon's disciples before. After these Raytheon's disciples returned to Raytheon, they naturally became the coordinates for Su Qin to lock onto Raytheon. At the same time, outside Thunder God Island, countless powerhouses from overseas were gathered. After Su Qin killed Lei Xuanzi, he once said in public that he would personally go to Raytheon. Once this news spread out, it would certainly make Raytheon's people panic. But for the forces outside Raytheon, it was a golden age of martial arts that had not been seen in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. God knows how many martial artists gathered outside Thunder God Island, wanting to see Su Qin in action with their own eyes. After all, Su Qin's prestige was too great. Not only was he an earth immortal that had not been seen in thousands of years, but he also killed Lei Xuanzi, who was also an earth immortal. He could be said to be invincible in the world. Raytheon was not weak either. It had been passed down since the last vitality tide, and it had been prosperous for thousands of years. Invincible in the world versus prosperous for thousands of years. Everyone wanted to know the result of this battle. Even the other major sects such as the witchcraft Taoist sect, and other major sects that were on par with Raytheon, had also come near Thunder God Island. Why are there so many people here? A young martial artist stood on an island that was a few miles in size, looking at the legends flying in the air and landing nearby. He could not help but mutter a few words. He had only hurried over because he heard from his sect master that a great event that had not been seen in thousands of years would happen on Thunder God Island. The Tangguotian people are going to attack Raytheon. Even if they are far away, there will be people who will rush over to observe the Celestials' means. A middle-aged man with a cold expression next to him whispered. The Tangguotian people. The young martial artist's pupils shrank slightly. He naturally knew about Su Qin. Now in the overseas martial arts world, Su Qin was definitely one of the most untouchable existences. I wonder if Raytheon can block the invincible power of the Tangguotian people. A martial artist full of wrinkles sighed softly and looked at Thunder God Island from afar. At this moment, although Thunder God Island looked calm on the surface, if one looked carefully, they would find that there were faint fluctuations of heaven and earth great formations operating on Thunder God Island. Obviously, in order to block Su Qin, Raytheon had definitely used all the great formations and all his trump cards. He should be able to block it, right? If Raytheon doesn't come out, no matter how powerful the Tangguotian people are, I'm afraid they can't do anything to Raytheon. After all, Raytheon has a supreme treasure suppressing it. Once the supreme treasure starts to awaken, who in the world can stop it? A white-clothed man with eyes that shone with wisdom said slowly, "For Raytheon witchcraft and Tao One sect which had been passed down since the previous era of vitality, what was the most important trump card? A half-step Earth Immortal? Or an Earth Immortal? None of them. A half-step Earth Immortal could only protect Raytheon. As for an Earth Immortal, although he could lead Raytheon overseas, he could only maintain it for 1,000 years at most. After all, even if he was an Earth Immortal, Shoyuan was only 1,000 years old. Raytheon, on the other hand, had been passed down for more than 10,000 years. For such a long time, Raytheon relied on the deterrence of the Supreme Treasure. Only a Supreme Treasure left behind by a Supreme Expert that had existed since ancient times could protect the Thunder God sect and allow it to prosper until now. There was a day when the Earth Immortal Shoyuan would die of old age, but there was no Supreme Treasure. Perhaps there would be a day when the Supreme Treasure would decay, but it would definitely take tens of thousands of years. Supreme Treasure. When the other martial artists heard this, their expressions froze. For tens of thousands of years, more than 10 Earth Immortals had come out of the overseas inheritance. Among them, a few thousand years ago, there was an Earth Immortal who personally attacked Raytheon. However, in the end, the ancestors of Raytheon woke up together and jointly performed Raytheon's secret art, Thousand Lightning Attraction, to summon a sea of lightning. In the end, they poured the sea of lightning into the Supreme Treasure and activated the Supreme Treasure's power, which finally scared off the Earth Immortal. At that time, the Supreme Treasure's aura was so vast that it almost covered heaven and earth. The Earth Immortal who attacked Raytheon turned around and left without hesitation. If Raytheon really awakens the Supreme Treasure, it's indeed very likely that he'll be able to stop the Tangguo Tian. Most of the martial artists nodded slightly, obviously agreeing. Even if Su Qin killed an Earth Immortal like Lei Xuanzi, the Supreme Treasure was left behind by a Supreme Expert. Even if it was passively awakened, the power it unleashed would still surpass that of an ordinary Earth Immortal. However, even if Raytheon activates the Supreme Treasure, he'll only be able to protect himself at most. The Tangguo Tian should have no problem escaping unscathed. The man whose eyes flashed with wisdom continued. That's right. Although the Supreme Treasure is powerful, Raytheon doesn't even have a single Earth Immortal now. Even if he forcefully awakens the Supreme Treasure, how much power can he unleash? However, if that's the case, not only will we be able to see the Tangguo Tian in action, but we'll also be able to see the power of the Supreme Treasure. This trip will definitely not be in vain. Many martial artists discussed in low voices, full of excitement. This was also the reason why they had traveled thousands of miles and came from all over the sea. Earth Immortals were hard to come by in 1,000 years, let alone a Supreme Treasure. If we can comprehend something from the Supreme Treasure's power, I'm afraid it'll benefit us for life. A martial artist with a young face said with longing. Comprehend. Raytheon has held the Supreme Treasure for more than 10,000 years, but he hasn't comprehended anything. You can comprehend it just by looking. A trace of disdain appeared on the face of a mythical martial artist, but then this trace of disdain turned into fanaticism. We're here for the Tangguo Tian. If we're valued by the Tangguo Tian, even if we're taken in as a servant, we'll benefit for life. The martial artist who spoke was a 5th heavenly layer mythical martial artist. In the past, he was strong enough to dominate the overseas martial arts world, but now he said that he was willing to be a servant. However, the other martial artists next to him were not surprised at all. Instead, their eyes lit up. Although the Supreme Treasure's power was great, it was too incredible. How could martial artists like them, who were not even Earth Immortals, be able to comprehend it? But Su Qin was different. If they could really become a servant of an Earth Immortal, it would definitely be a great opportunity. The things that an Earth Immortal spilled from his fingers were enough for them to accumulate for a lifetime. Moreover, this was just a servant. If the Tang Empire's celestial being suddenly had the interest to accept a disciple, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the many martial artists present. Even becoming a servant of an Earth Immortal would bring great benefits, let alone becoming a disciple. Thinking of this, all the martial artists present had a burning gaze. They could not wait for Su Qin to appear now so that they could show off in front of Su Qin. Time passed slowly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as countless overseas martial artists were looking forward to it, the sky suddenly began to darken, followed by a drizzle. It's raining. Some martial artists looked up at the sky. The overseas martial arts world was spread all over the ocean, so it was normal for it to rain. Suddenly, many martial artists present began to circulate their internal energy. Often, before the raindrops fell on their bodies, they were evaporated by their powerful internal energy. No, it's not raining. It's the Tangguitian. A level 6 divine realm martial artist seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked in a certain direction solemnly. The rest of the experts did the same, and they all looked in the same direction. They saw dark clouds gradually pressing over, darkening half of the sky. Under the dark clouds there was a violent storm. In the storm a fine white line slowly appeared. Looking carefully, this white line was a huge wave hundreds of miles long. This huge wave seemed to have the power of the sky as it came crashing down. That is, everyone seemed to have discovered something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were stunned. They saw a tall and slender man standing on the huge wave hundreds of miles long. He was like a dragon god controlling the stormy ocean, crossing the sea and the sky. He had his hands behind his back, and his aura was unfathomable like a bottomless abyss. There seemed to be a sun burning in the depths of his eyes, as if a real sun was shining in the sky. Chapter 323. On the Raytheon Island, many Raytheon disciples were terrified. Even countless rogue cultivators overseas knew that Su Qin was coming in person, let alone Raytheon disciples. It's not enough for the Tangguitian to kill our Earth immortals. Do they really want to kill us all? A black-robed patriarch of Raytheon, who had just woken up, growled in a low voice. In his opinion, Raytheon had lost an Earth immortal, which was a heavy enough loss. However, Su Qin was still relentless. However, this patriarch of Raytheon did not want to. It was Raytheon who provoked Su Qin again and again. In the end, Lei Xuanzi even attacked Chang'an City. If Su Qin did not have invincible strength, the empire of Tang would be destroyed. Alright. There's no need to say these words. One of the oldest age Raytheon patriarchs shook his head slightly and looked at Raytheon's sect leader. Is the 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array ready? Patriarch, the 9-layered killing array is ready. Raytheon's sect leader immediately replied. That's good. The oldest age Raytheon patriarch's face relaxed slightly. Raytheon's 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array was a peerless killing array that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was personally created by the 2 Earth immortals of Raytheon's past generations. In the end, it was nurtured by countless Raytheon's disciples for thousands of years. It was barely formed today. Once the 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array was fully activated, it would connect the thunderclouds of heaven and earth. It was enough to burst out the power of an Earth immortal for a short period of time. Of course, even for Raytheon, if he wanted to activate the 9-layered killing array, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. After today, even if Raytheon blocks Su Qin, he would have to fall into a trough for thousands of years to recover. If Su Qin had not given Raytheon too much pressure, none of the patriarchs would have been willing to activate the 9-layered Thunder Dao killing array. Once the 9-fold Thunder Dao killing array was activated, it was equivalent to Raytheon going backwards by several thousand years. Who could bear such a consequence? With the protection of the 9-fold Thunder Dao killing formation and the suppression of the supreme treasure, I, Raytheon, should be able to fight against the Tangguitian. The old age Raytheon muttered to himself. As a great sect with the longest history overseas, Raytheon was far from being comparable to the Wanjian school, a sect that had taken over a magpie's nest. Before any Earth immortal died of old age, he or she would leave behind his or her strongest means. Over time, Raytheon's foundation had been accumulating and stacking. Now that it had burst out in an instant, one could imagine how earth-shattering it would be. Maybe the Tangguitian people were just casually saying that. They didn't really intend to deal with me, Raytheon. Raytheon's sect master still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Just casually saying that? The old age Raytheon shook his head slightly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up into the distance. The Tangguitian people are here. Before he could finish his words, a roar suddenly sounded from the entire Thunder God Island. The entire island was constantly trembling and shattering, as if it was bearing an unimaginable force. The Tangguitian people? Are those the Tangguitian people? Many Raytheon disciples quickly discovered that Su Qin was riding a tsunami of hundreds of miles in the distance. He was like a dragon god crossing the sea and the sky. That's terrifying. It's too terrifying. Is the Tangguotian people still human? The Raytheon disciples trembled in their hearts. If it were not for the power of the great formation shrouding Thunder God Island, they would have fled by now. Who would not be shocked in the face of such a peerless divine power that was comparable to the heavens and the earth? Who would not be afraid? In fact, it was not only the Raytheon disciples who were frightened. The many martial artists who came from all corners of the sea to witness the scene of an Earth Immortal's attack were also so frightened that their minds went blank. From their point of view, Su Qin was riding the sea and the sky. Behind him, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning were dancing. Huge waves were like walls, and the storm was like a dragon, spreading hundreds of miles. Such power had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. Only the immortals, Buddhas, and gods and demons in the myths and legends could do that. Legend has it that the domain of a great success Earth Immortal can cover 100 miles with a thought. Within this 100 miles, the Earth Immortal will be like a real god, omnipotent, able to summon the wind and rain, and controlling thunder and lightning with ease. Although the Tangguotian people created this scene with the help of the Great Success Domain, the Great Success Domain can only cover 100 miles at most. The tsunami in front of us is obviously more than 100 miles in size. Such means is unimaginable. A half-step Earth Immortal Patriarch of the Tao One Sect sighed softly and said slowly, "That's right. The means of the Tangguotian people have surpassed the means of ordinary Earth Immortals. It's no wonder that Lei Xuanzi fell in his hands." The Patriarch of Witchcraft next to him also sighed. Even the two Witch Kings of Witchcraft could barely do this after hundreds of years of hard work, and near the end of the Shoyuan's lifespan. The celestial beings of the Tang Empire are truly amazing and formidable. The Patriarch of Witchcraft's tone was full of mixed feelings. Although he did not know how much Shoan Su Qin had left, he could see that there was still a long time before Su Qin's qi and blood declined, just based on the current monstrous qi and blood that Su Qin had displayed. In other words, Su Qin still had enough Shoan. Just this point alone made him much more powerful than the two mage kings from the Gate of Witchcraft. The power that the two Witch Kings of Witchcraft could barely master until the end of the Shoyuan's lifespan, Su Qin could already use it as he wished. The width of this storm has reached hundreds of miles. Could it be that the Tangguotian people have already entered the true realm of the Earth Immortals? The half-step Earth Immortal Patriarch of Tao One Sect suddenly thought of something and a trace of shock appeared on his face. A true realm Earth Immortal had never appeared since the end of the last vitality tide. Over the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, more than a dozen Earth Immortals had come out. However, they were all hovering around the spirit-severing stage. At most, they could only reach the peak of the spirit-severing stage in their later years. As for the true realm, which was above the spirit-severing stage, it was impossible. This was because in the silent era of the vitality tide, the spirit-severing stage Earth Immortal was already the limit. As for the true realm and even the divine ruin stage, what could they use to cultivate? Rumble. While countless martial artists were still in shock, the terrifying giant wave that had spread for hundreds of miles finally arrived. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had come crashing down. The giant wave covered the sky and covered the world. Even if the giant wave covered the Thunder God Island, the surrounding martial artists still had the illusion that everything was shattering and the world was collapsing. Under the domain of the Earth Immortal that covered hundreds of miles and was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, even a peak myth or a half-step Earth Immortal would feel as small as a speck of dust. Something's not right. Thunder God Island. A peak myth martial artist suddenly looked at the Thunder God Island. Under the impact of such a terrifying giant wave, even if the Thunder God Island was hundreds of miles in size and would not be sunk by the first tsunami, the edge of the island would definitely collapse immediately. In the end, it would directly implicate the entire Thunder God Island. However, under everyone's incredulous gaze, under the impact of the giant wave that covered the sky, a layer of misty light suddenly rose from the Thunder God Island. This layer of misty light instantly shrouded every corner of the Thunder God Island. No matter how the giant wave hit, it could only shatter this layer of misty light at most. But then, a second and third layer of misty light condensed, as if there was no end to it. Oh! Suqin stood high in the sky, quietly overlooking the Thunder God Island that blocked the giant wave, with a thoughtful look on his face. The giant tsunami wave that covered hundreds of miles was created by his realm of great accomplishment combined with the state of mind of an Earth immortal. Its power was equivalent to the full blow of an expert like Lei Xuanzi, who had just entered the Earth immortal stage. Originally, in Suqin's view, even if this blow could not destroy Raytheon, it could still cause trouble for him. After all, the blow of an Earth immortal was more than just earth-shattering. But now, it seemed that Raytheon was indeed worthy of being passed down for thousands of years. His foundation was indeed unfathomable, and he could even block this blow. Interesting. Suqin narrowed his eyes and looked down at the Thunder God Island. In Suqin's field of vision, there were countless auras all over the Thunder God Island. Most of these auras were below the 7th heaven legend level. In addition to the auras, Suqin also faintly felt the aura of a killing array. It was similar to the fire elemental killing array set up by Eastern Sea True Monarch on Immortal Abode Island. However, the killing array on the Thunder God Island was obviously not related to fire elemental, but more like a Thunder Dao killing array. Is this a killing array set up by an Earth immortal? Suqin had a thoughtful look on his face. How could an ordinary killing array block the blow of an Earth immortal? It was most likely a means left behind by an Earth immortal. And it was not an ordinary Earth immortal. After all, regardless of the Heaven and Earth Great Array, even if it was a killing array, its power would continue to decline with the passage of time. Tang Guotian. Just as Suqin was about to attack again and completely shatter the killing array on the Thunder God Island, the figure of an old man emerged. He bowed to Suqin from afar and said, Lei Dufa of Raytheon pays his respects to the heavenly being. Half-step Earth immortal? Suqin glanced at the old man named Lei Dufa, and his expression did not change. When Suqin observed the Thunder God Island with the eye of truth, he discovered that there was a half-step Earth immortal overseeing the Raytheon Island. In Suqin's eyes, the traces of time on this half-step Earth immortal were much older than the lightning ancestor. I, Raytheon, was blind to have offended the heavenly being. I hope the heavenly being can forgive me, Raytheon, Lei Dufa said in a low voice. Forgive you? Suqin laughed and a trace of sarcasm flashed across his face. If I wasn't an Earth immortal and didn't have the strength I have now, would you, Raytheon, let me go? Speaking of this, a trace of coldness appeared on Suqin's face. He said word by word, Today, I'd like to see what a great sect that has been passed down for thousands of years has. He can endure. After Suqin finished speaking, he took a step forward. All of a sudden, the essence chi of heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle from afar only felt that the world suddenly became illusory. All that was left was the godlike figure raising his right hand and pressing down on the Thunder God Island. Chapter 324. Rumble. Thunder God Island trembled violently and countless heaven and earth arrays collapsed under Suqin's pressure. Unexpectedly, Suqin intended to completely sink the entire Thunder God Island with just one palm. Not good. Lei Dufa's scalp tingled when he saw this scene. He never thought that Suqin would be so decisive to attack Thunder God Island without hesitation. Killing array rise. Lei Dufa hurriedly retreated to Thunder God Island and integrated his primordial spirit into the 9-layered killing array. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, 9 layers of misty light curtains soared into the sky, sheltering the entire Thunder God Island. Suqin's palm only caused the outermost layer of the killing array to shake for a while, but it soon returned to normal. In an instant, the aura of the 9-layered thunder killing array began to spread. Even the many martial artists who were watching the battle from afar felt that the entire Thunder God Island had turned into a sea of thunder and lightning, filled with endless thunder and lightning power. Is this the real foundation of a great sect? Countless martial artists swallowed their saliva. At this moment, the aura from Thunder God Island was almost overwhelming, as if a thunder immortal was going all out. 9-layered killing array. Raytheon has been accumulating for thousands of years. Apart from that supreme treasure, I'm afraid that this 9-layered killing array is the most powerful one. The patriarch of witchcraft muttered to himself. Even though he knew about Raytheon's 9-layered killing array, He was still inexplicably shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Raytheon's 9-layered killing array was a thunder-killing array that communicated with the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Tangguotan, if you stop now, I Raytheon am willing to seal the mountain for 100 years. On Thunder God Island, Lei Dufa was slightly relieved when he saw Su Qin's palm was blocked. He immediately shouted loudly. Although the 9-layered killing array could stop Su Qin for a while, it couldn't stop Su Qin for a lifetime. As the 9-layered killing array was operating, its consumption was like a mountain and a sea. Therefore, Lei Dufa was willing to seal the mountain for 100 years, hoping that Su Qin would stop. Although for any of the major sects 100 years was just a period of seclusion, it should be known that now was the era of vitality recovery. The Thunder God cult chose to seal themselves off for 100 years at this time, which meant that they intended to give up most of the opportunities in the vitality recovery. Seal the mountain for 100 years? It's better for me to completely destroy your sect. How could Su Qin let Raytheon's eyes? He opened the eyes of truth and constantly observed the 9-layered killing array that was slowly operating the 9-layered killing array. With Su Qin's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Thunder God sect wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. Even if he didn't do anything, after a few months at most, the 9-fold killing array would fall into silence because the Thunder God sect couldn't provide enough resources. It's just that, how precious was Su Qin's time? How could he waste a few months here? Kill! Su Qin took a step forward, raised his right hand, and reached into the depths of the void. A strange long blade shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon was pulled out by him. It was the demon god's blade. This demon god's blade, which he signed in from the cave world, was suspected to have come from the hands of a certain demon god in the depths of the world. It was extremely sharp. Even though Su Qin has already stepped into the earth immortal realm, when he held this demon god's blade, he still felt that he had yet to exert the full power of this blade. Rip! The world suddenly turned dark, and a space gap flashed by, slashing fiercely on the 9-layered killing array that shrouded Thunder God Island. Gotcha! The 9-layered killing array, which was constantly vibrating and almost integrated with the thunder of heaven and earth, was directly broken open with a gap of tens of meters long. Now, Su Qin's eyes were calm, as if he had already expected it, and once again slashed down with the demon god's blade. How did the Tangguotian people know the weakness of the 9-layered killing array? Lei Dufa, who was on Thunder God Island, widened his eyes in disbelief. The 9-layered killing array was painstakingly arranged by the 2 Earth Immortals who came out of Thunder God Island. In addition, it was continuously tempered by Raytheon's disciples for thousands of years, and some time ago, Lei Xuanzi returned and used his own magical power as an Earth Immortal to support it. Even Lei Dufa himself barely knew where the weakness of the 9-layered killing array was, but he couldn't lock it. After all, once the 9-layered killing array was operated, its weakness was not fixed, but it constantly changed with the activation of the killing array. Lei Dufa didn't expect that Su Qin's casual slash would be able to accurately hit the constantly changing weakness of the 9-layered killing array. How is this possible? Coincidence? It must be just a coincidence. Lei Dufa kept comforting himself in his heart, but at the same time, he was constantly activating the 9-layered killing array. However, the next moment, another streak of blade light that seemed like a spatial fissure slashed across, viciously slashing at the weak point of the 9-fold killing formation. Immediately, the fissure that was several dozen meters long suddenly expanded, becoming several hundred meters long. Not good. The 9-layered killing array is beginning to become unstable. The faces of Raytheon's ancestors changed. With Su Qin's second slash, the power of the first slash suddenly began to burst out, almost shaking the foundation of the entire 9-layered killing array. Change the array. Lei Dufa's eyes were red, and he shouted crazily. Many Raytheon's disciples were pale. They originally thought that under the protection of the 9-layered killing array, they could not necessarily block Su Qin, but at least it should not be a problem to protect them for a short period of time. But the result was only 2 slashes. Su Qin only slashed twice, and it had already shaken the 9-layered killing array that the 2 Earth Immortals of Raytheon had painstakingly arranged for thousands of years. It was incredible. Just when countless Raytheon's disciples were in a panic. The third slash. Outside Thunder God Island, Su Qin's calm and cold voice was heard. accompanied by a loud crack. Another terrifying slash came from above the sky and fell fiercely on the weakness of the 9-layered killing array. Suddenly, the power of the previous 2 slashes and the third slash merged in an instant, and the crack continued to expand, almost completely collapsing. Does the Tangguotian really know the weakness of the killing array? Lei Dufa's hands and feet were cold, as if he had fallen into an abyss. If the first time was a coincidence, how could it be a coincidence that Su Qin could still slash at the weakness of the killing array for the second and third time? I can't sit still and wait for death. Thoughts flashed through Lei Dufa's mind one after another, and a determined look appeared on his face. He must not let Su Qin slash the fourth slash. Otherwise, the entire 9-layered killing array would completely collapse under the combined power of the 4 slashes. Without the protection of the 9-layered killing array, the entire Thunder God Island was just a speck of dust that could be wiped away by Su Qin, an expert who surpassed ordinary Earth immortals. All of you attack together. Use the secret technique, Thousand Thunder Attraction, to summon a 1,000-meter sea of thunder, and then block the Tangguotian with the 9-layered killing array. Lei Dufa looked at the other Raytheon's patriarchs and said in a deep voice, Su Qin was too strong. The 9-layered killing array that Raytheon was so proud of could not withstand a few slashes and was about to collapse. Under such circumstances, there was only one way to continue to stall Su Qin, and that was to exchange their lives for it. The patriarchs of Raytheon were just peak myths, and the gap between them and Earth immortals was like a chasm. However, if these patriarchs desperately used the secret technique Thousand Thunder Attraction to summon a 1,000-meter sea of thunder, and then integrated it into the 9-layered killing array, it would certainly make the 9-layered killing array burst out with even more power. Of course, in this way, the 9-layered killing array would probably be completely destroyed after this battle. Moreover, once the patriarchs attacked, not to mention whether or not they could survive the 1,000-meter sea of thunder, they would definitely face Su Qin's counterattack. But no matter what the price was, as long as they could block Su Qin, even if it was just for a moment, it would all be worth it. Otherwise, if they continued to let Su Qin attack, not to mention after today, the entire Raytheon would not live past today. Yes, the patriarchs of Raytheon looked at each other, and their faces showed the determination to die. They were all patriarchs who had been sleeping for the past thousands of years using self-sealing secret techniques. They should have fallen in the past long ago. Wasn't the reason why they had lingered on until now just for this moment? Fearful heavenly might, lead by God. The patriarchs of Raytheon took a deep breath and took a step forward together. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and countless thunderbolts fell and poured into the broken 9-layered killing array. Buzz! Suddenly, the 9-layered killing array seemed to have been injected with a new vitality, and the terrifying power of the killing array began to gather again. It's meaningless. Su Qin immediately noticed the changes in the 9-layered killing array, and looked at the patriarchs of Raytheon who had begun to summon the 1,000-meter sea of thunderbolts. Die! Su Qin raised his right hand and slowly pointed at the patriarchs of Raytheon. Whoosh! An invisible finger force penetrated the 9-layered killing array, and penetrated the patriarchs of Raytheon. Even if the 9-layered killing array blocked the power of Su Qin's 9-layered killing array, the patriarchs of Raytheon were only pinnacle myths. How could they block this finger? Boom! The bodies of the patriarchs of Raytheon exploded at the same time, and their primordial spirits also collapsed quickly. They did not even have time to wail before their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. It's too tragic. Outside Thunder God Island, countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were suddenly terrified when they saw this scene. Su Qin's finger had directly turned 90% of Raytheon's patriarchs into nothingness. This was an unprecedented blow to Raytheon. After this battle, even if Raytheon survived, it would inevitably fall into an unstoppable decline. This was because the fall of a large number of patriarchs had caused a gap in Raytheon. At that time, even if Su Qin did not intervene, Raytheon would be completely devoured by the other sections. Without the patriarchs, unless Raytheon could ensure that every generation had a pinnacle myth at the primordial spirit level, it would only become weaker and weaker. After Su Qin killed the patriarchs of Raytheon with one finger, he once again attacked the 9-layered killing array that rose up again. A moment later, the 9-layered killing array began to collapse again. No matter how strong the killing array was, It still needed a powerhouse of the corresponding level to preside over it in order to unleash its greatest power. It was the same for the 9-layered killing array. If there was an Earth Immortal presiding over this 9-layer killing array, Su Qin would naturally be a bit wary. Even if the Eye of Truth could see through all Qi and discover the flaws of the killing array, but if there was an Earth Immortal presiding over the array, he could change everything in the killing array at will. Even if Su Qin found the flaws, it would still be impossible to break it as easily as now. Raytheon is finished. Many overseas martial artists who were watching the battle saw the 9-layered killing array collapse and had the same thought in their minds. However, at this moment, Su Qin, who was suppressing everything, seemed to have sensed something. He slowly stopped and looked toward the depths of Thunder God Island, just when countless overseas martial artists were guessing why Su Qin did not continue to attack. Dong! A low and deep sound of a bell echoed from the deepest part of the Lightning God Island. This low bell sound was extremely ancient, as if it had sounded from thousands of years ago and echoed in everyone's ears. Is this Raytheon's treasure? The Daoyi sect's patriarch's face changed and he stared intently at the depths of Thunder God Island. In his eyes he saw a bronze bell phantom emerge. Around the bell phantom, the void faintly began to distort and tremble, as if it could not bear the bell phantom. Ha 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 ha. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Compared to the shock of the other overseas martial artists who were watching the battle, Su Qin seemed to have expected this. The grand sun in the depths of his eyes suddenly began to burn fiercely, spurting out and burning everything. Chapter 325. Ultimate Treasure. In the deepest part of Raytheon, the shadow of an ancient bell vibrated and emitted an earth-shattering aura. All the overseas martial artists who saw the shadow of the bell were shocked. Thunder God Bell. This is the ultimate treasure, Thunder God Bell. Raytheon's Christian name is derived from the name of the ultimate treasure, Thunder God Bell. The Patriarch of Witchcraft looked up and murmured. Under the aura of the ultimate treasure, even Su Qin, who was as powerful as the heavens, was temporarily suppressed. It was as if nothing in the world could compare to the brilliance of the ultimate treasure. It's said that the ultimate treasure made by an ultimate expert will have the power of the void-breaking realm if fully awakened. Even if the Thunder God Bell isn't the ultimate expert's ultimate treasure, it's still made by an ultimate expert. Even after thousands of years, it still contains a wisp of the ultimate expert's aura. Even if it's just a wisp of aura, it's enough to crush everything. The Patriarch of Daoyi sect also stared at the shadow of the bell in the deepest part of Raytheon. Although the Daoyi sect also had an ultimate treasure that was not much weaker than the Thunder God Bell, most of the time, the ultimate treasure was in a dormant state, unlike the Thunder God Bell that was slowly awakening. At the same time, compared to the patriarchs of the other sects who could barely keep calm and keep observing the Thunder God Bell, the overseas martial artists who were watching the battle had already been scared out of their wits. Many of them even turned around and ran, fearing that they would be affected. Raytheon's ultimate treasure has appeared. The Tangguitian must have retreated temporarily. The Patriarch of Witchcraft thought quickly. The ultimate treasure was too terrifying. Even if the Thunder God Bell was casually made by an ultimate expert and didn't have the power of a void-breaking realm expert like his ultimate treasure, no Earth Immortal would choose to fight against the Thunder God Bell. However, the next moment, under the shocked gaze of the Patriarch of Witchcraft, two beating suns appeared in Su Qin's eyes and spread infinitely in the void. In the end, they turned into two pillars of fire and collided with the ultimate treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Grand Sun Golden Eyes. Rumble heaven and earth collapsed, and the sun and moon reversed. Whether it was the Patriarch of the Daoyi sect or the other foreign martial artists, they all felt their vision suddenly turn dark. It was only after a while that they slowly recovered. What happened? The minds of countless endless sea islands cultivators went blank. Only a few cultivators paled as they suddenly realized something and quickly looked up into the sky. Su Qin was already standing in the void, but his eyes, which were originally like the sun, had clearly dimmed. As for the deepest part of Raytheon, the phantom of the big bell was beginning to collapse. What happened? Could it be that Raytheon's most precious treasure was shattered by the Tangguitian? Aren't supreme treasures supposed to be immortal? How could it be broken so easily? Many foreign martial artists were in disbelief. But soon, someone noticed that under the phantom of the big bell in the deepest part of Raytheon, an ancient bell half the height of a man was slowly floating. And the other half-step earth immortal of Raytheon, Lei Dufa, was sitting cross-legged under the ancient bell, looking at Su Qin standing in the void in shock. The supreme treasure was not broken. The phantom of the ancient bell just now was just a manifestation of the natural aura of the Thunder God Bell. The real body of the Thunder God Bell is that ancient bell half the height of a man. A legend immediately realized what had happened and quickly said, "But even if it's not the supreme treasure that was broken." The Tangguitian forced the Thunder God Bell to reveal its true body with one blow. It's not an exaggeration to say that his strength is heavenly. Another legend was full of amazement. As soon as these words came out, the other foreign martial artists were also shocked when they heard this. Although the phantom of the big bell was not the true body of the supreme treasure, it was a manifestation of part of the supreme treasure's power. It was simply incredible that Su Qin could break the phantom of the big bell. He actually blocked the golden sun pupil? Su Qin didn't care about the shock of the foreign martial artists. At this moment, he rubbed his eyebrows slightly and looked again at the ancient bell in the deepest part of Raytheon. Just now, when the Thunder God Bell burst out with a vast power, Su Qin opened the golden sun pupil and wanted to directly suppress the supreme treasure in the deepest part of Raytheon with the power of this fire element offensive divine ability. But unfortunately, the power of the golden sun pupil was terrifying. But after colliding with the power of the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell, it quickly melted. I'm still too weak. Even if the golden sun pupil isn't one of the supreme divine abilities of the three-legged golden crow, it's still one of the best among the fire element divine abilities. If my power was 1/10,000th or 100,000th of the three-legged golden crow, I would be able to burn the entire world into ashes, let alone a supreme treasure. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell, blocked his attack not because the golden sun pupil divine ability was weak, but because Su Qin's power wasn't enough to exert the true power of the golden sun pupil divine ability. So, I'd like to see where the limit of my power lies. Su Qin's blood boiled and his battle intent surged. The golden sun pupil divine ability was only one of his many trump cards. Although it wasn't the weakest, it was still a far cry from the most powerful ones. Just as Su Qin was about to take a step forward, sitting cross-legged under the Thunder God Bell, Raytheon's half-step Earth immortal ancestral patriarch, Lei Dufa, shouted again. Tangguitian, the attack just now must have consumed a lot of your energy. If you're willing to back off now, Raytheon's promise still stands. Lei Dufa stared at Su Qin and said word by word. Su Qin used the Great Sun Golden Pupil to attack the Thunder God Bell. Its power was as magnificent as the sky, and it almost shook the treasure. Lei Dufa, who was using the power of his origin spirit to activate the Thunder God Bell, was shocked. However, in Lei Dufa's opinion, Su Qin must have used all his strength to launch the attack just now. He even used a secret technique to increase his power, so he wouldn't be able to launch a second attack in a short time. No need, Su Qin said calmly. He lifted his right foot and put it down gently. His body then disappeared into the void. Then, Su Qin appeared on the Thunder God Island. Boom! It was like a stone falling into the water. Even though Su Qin had destroyed the Supreme Treasure's phantom with the Golden Sun Pupil divine ability, the entire Thunder God Island was still within the range of the Supreme Treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Su Qin's appearance on the Thunder God Island was equivalent to competing with the Supreme Treasure for control of the island. Dong! Another terrifying sound of the bell was heard. It was as if the ancient Thunder God had hammered the ancient bell. The sound waves that were visible to the naked eye swept across the deepest part of the Thunder God Island and forced Su Qin to take a few steps back. Not only that, the terrifying sound of the bell continued to spread in all directions. Everywhere it went, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Many martial artists exploded under the terrifying sound of the bell. The Supreme Treasure is too terrifying. The faces of the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace and the other patriarchs turned pale. They hurriedly circulated their genuine vitality to resist the sound of the bell. They were dozens of miles away and Su Qin had suffered 99% of the power. However, The remaining sound of the bell still caused such a great destruction. While countless martial artists from overseas were immersed in the terror of the bell, Su Qin did not retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward and crossed the distance of several miles. Rumble! Su Qin's action seemed to have completely angered the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. The terrifying sound of the bell rang one after another. It was as if hundreds of millions of thunderbolts were exploding in one's ears at the same time. Heaven and earth returned to chaos. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Su Qin was not afraid at all. This time he did not even retreat. He kept moving toward the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. During this period, as the sound of the bell continued to intensify, Su Qin's physical body also began to crack as if it could not bear it. The Thunder God Bell was a supreme treasure after all. Even if it was not refined by a supreme master, it still had a trace of the supreme master's aura to suppress it. Just this trace of aura was enough to make ordinary earth immortals fear. Su Qin could hold on for so long because his physical body was the Golden Crow divine body, which was far superior to the Dharma body. Moreover, the power of the Golden Crow's origin kept circulating and resisting most of the power of the bell. Even so, Su Qin's physical body began to crack. Divine power, flesh and blood rebirth. With a thought, Su Qin's cracked physical body began to recover in an instant. An extremely vast vitality emerged from the depths of Su Qin's body and constantly repaired his damaged physical body. At the same time, outside the Thunder God Island, countless martial artists from overseas who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Is the Tang Guotian going to fight the supreme treasure head-on? A peak-level myth opened his eyes wide in disbelief. If Su Qin's attack with the golden pupil of the Great Sun was merely to test the power of the Thunder God Bell, then now Su Qin was approaching the Thunder God Bell alone, which was equivalent to using his flesh and blood to fight against the Thunder God Bell. How was this possible? The recovery of the Tang Guotian's physical body is unbelievably fast. The ancestral patriarch of the Medicine God Valley sect seemed to have discovered something. During the battle between Lei Xuanzi and Su Qin in Chang'an City, Lei Xuanzi almost cut Su Qin in half with the thunderblade in his hand. At that time, Su Qin also recovered quickly in a short time. However, everyone thought that it was just a special feature of the incarnation. After all, the incarnation had no substance and was formed by the primordial spirit. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it was normal for it to recover quickly. However, as the Thunder God Bell continued to ring, the Tang Guotian's physical body began to crack rapidly. However, the cracks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was shocking. The physical body was completely different from the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was essentially a spiritual and illusory thing. As long as the primordial spirit had enough energy, it could easily transform into anything. However, the physical body was fixed. The stronger the physical body, the harder it was to recover. But what about Su Qin? If the Medicine God Valley sect patriarch hadn't seen the cracks on Su Qin's body with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that Su Qin was injured at all. Meanwhile, Su Qin had already reached within 10 meters of the Thunder God Bell. This area was filled with the power of the ultimate treasure. It trapped Su Qin like a quagmire and tried to refine Su Qin with the power of the ultimate treasure. If it weren't for the support of the Golden Crow divine body, which was superior to the supreme treasure and the divine power of flesh rebirth, even a peak stage earth immortal like Lord Donghai would have been seriously injured, let alone Su Qin, who was just a peak stage spirit severing stage earth immortal. After all, no matter how powerful a peak stage earth immortal was, he was not an overlord, and the ultimate treasure was made by an overlord. However, even if Su Qin could get within 10 meters of the Thunder God Bell, it was still extremely difficult. As the bell continued to ring, Su Qin's physical body could not keep up with the speed of recovery. Celestial of the Tang Empire, why are you doing this? If you retreat, I, Raytheon, won't be able to do anything to you even if I have a ultimate treasure. Lei Dufa was sitting cross-legged under the Thunder God Bell. Even though he had the protection of a supreme treasure, at this moment, when he saw Su Qin walking over step by step under the pressure of the supreme treasure, he was still shocked. Really? I'm already close. Su Qin's body let out a faint light. He looked at Lei Dufa, who was sitting cross-legged under the Thunder God Bell, and cracked a smile. Close? Lei Dufa was taken aback and was unable to react for a while. The Thunder God Bell was a ultimate treasure. Even if Su Qin was close enough, what could he do? Tang Guotian. Lei Dufa calmed himself down and said coldly, if you had just left, you could have escaped unscathed. Although the Thunder God cult had a supreme treasure, even if the supreme treasure really awakened, it would only protect the Thunder God cult and would not actively pursue them. But now, since you dare to enter the range of the ultimate treasure, then stay here forever. Lei Dufa took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood on the Thunder God Bell. All of a sudden, the Thunder God Bell's aura skyrocketed and almost covered the entire world, covering Su Qin. This attack was the ultimate treasure's power. Lei Dufa only guided it slightly. What Su Qin really needed to face was the Thunder God Bell, the ultimate treasure. You don't understand what I mean. Su Qin shook his head slightly and sighed. If I'm close to the ultimate treasure, it means that I've already seen the strongest side of the ultimate treasure. After Su Qin finished speaking, he took another step and appeared directly in front of the Thunder God Bell. Then he stretched out a slender and powerful hand and gently pressed it on the Thunder God Bell under Lei Dufa's incredulous gaze, and the countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle. Dong! Another bell sound rang out, but compared to the previous Thunder God's bell sound, this time the bell sound was obviously a bit muffled, as if it came from the outside to the inside. What did you do? Lei Dufa, who was originally confident, seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically. He looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. And I'll keep writing today. Chapter 326. The Thunder God Bell was very powerful. Far more powerful than most of the Dharma treasures Su Qin had ever seen. Under the vibration of the bell, everything in the world began to revert to chaos. It was extremely terrifying. However, no matter how powerful the Thunder God Bell was, it was only a sound wave type Dharma treasure. If it was 10 miles away, it would naturally look down on everything. But once Su Qin got close to it, this Dharma treasure would be mostly useless. This was also the reason why Su Qin kept getting closer to it even if his body was injured. Dharma treasures of the sound wave type Dharma treasures were not like swords and sabers. They could be used in close combat or long-distance fights. The Thunder God Bell must be kept at a certain distance from the enemy. For example, at this moment, Su Qin's right hand pressed on the Thunder God Bell's body. The continuous vibration of the bell suddenly stopped as Su Qin forcibly contained it in the bell. What have you done? Lei Dufa's face changed drastically. Raytheon had refined the Thunder God Bell for thousands of years. Although he did not completely control the Thunder God Bell, he was not far from it. But now Lei Dufa's primordial spirit had merged with the Dharma treasure, and he felt that his connection with the Thunder God Bell was infinitely weakened. Su Qin's eyes were calm and he did not answer. The Thunder God Bell was a Dharma treasure that contained the mark left by the immortal experts. Other than Raytheon, if anyone wanted to control the Thunder God Bell, the first thing they had to do was to erase the mark left by the immortal experts. But it was too difficult. Perhaps for someone like Lord Donghai who stood at the peak of the Earth immortal level, he might be able to erase the mark after a few hundred years. After all, the Thunder God Bell was not the life treasure of the immortal experts. The mark left by the immortal experts was extremely limited. As for other Earth immortals, it was obviously unrealistic to erase the mark left by the immortal experts in a short time. However, what Su Qin was doing now was not erasing the mark, but interfering with Lei Dufa's control of the Thunder God Bell. If Lei Crossing Dharma was an Earth immortal, his primordial spirit could fuse with the ocean of primordial qi. With just a thought, he could mobilize the power of the ocean of primordial qi to operate the divine Thunder Bell. Naturally, Su Qin wouldn't be able to interfere with his control of the divine Thunder Bell. But now Lei Dufa was just a half-step Earth immortal. He was suppressed by Su Qin in terms of realm and his control over the Thunder God Bell was not impeccable. How could he stop Su Qin? What did the Tang Guotian people do? He actually placed his right hand on the supreme treasure? This is incredible. The constant ringing of Raytheon's bell has slowed down. Is it because of the Tang Guotian? Countless foreign martial artists watching the battle were also dumbfounded. The ancestors rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. Is this the power of his physical body? The patriarch of witchcraft's heart was in turmoil. What was a supreme treasure? It was not an exaggeration to say that a Dharma treasure refined by an immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if the Thunder God Bell was not the natal supreme treasure of an immortal expert, it was still not something that an earth immortal could shake with his physical body. It seems that the physical body of the Tangguotian people is more powerful than we thought. Otherwise, even a peak earth immortal would be severely injured when his physical body gets close to a supreme treasure. How could he be like the Tangguotian people, advancing instead of retreating and suppressing the supreme treasure? The patriarch of witchcraft's expression kept changing. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed. The witchcraft people were good at physical bodies. Generations of witch kings had the body of a grand witch, which was much stronger than the Dharma body of an ordinary earth immortal. However, even a witch king with the body of a grand witch would not dare to get close to a supreme treasure so easily. For a sound wave supreme treasure like the Thunder God Bell, closing the distance would reduce the suppression of the bell sound, but correspondingly, one would have to bear more pressure from the supreme treasure. An earth immortal with a slightly weaker physical body would definitely not dare to do so. Only Su Qin, who had a strong physical body and the divine ability of flesh rebirth, dared to put himself in such a situation. Break! Su Qin pressed his right hand on the Thunder God Bell and clenched his left hand into a fist. The terrifying qi and blood of the Golden Crow divine body kept collapsing, and then he slammed his fist on the Thunder God Bell. Dong! Another terrifying bell sound spread. Lei Dufa, who was sitting cross-legged under the Thunder God Bell, felt as if his physical body was about to explode. If it were not for his primordial spirit that had merged with the Thunder God Bell and resonated with the aura of his physical body, the bell sound alone would have been enough to completely shatter his physical body into nothingness. Ah! Lei Dufa suddenly roared in a low voice. Under the vibration of the bell sound, even the primordial spirit that had merged with the Thunder God Bell was shaken. Tangguotian people, you force me to do this. Let's perish together. Lei Dufa felt that his connection with the Thunder God Bell was weakening and realized that if he continued to drag on, he would not even have the strength to resist. A ruthless look immediately appeared on his face. The next moment, Lei Dufa's body suddenly exploded and a large amount of blood essence poured into the Thunder God Bell. With the support of all the essence blood in his body, the vague connection between the Thunder Crossing spell and the Thunder God Bell suddenly became very clear. In a flash, countless visible Tao inscriptions appeared on the Thunder God Bell. These Tao inscriptions were extremely ancient and carried the energy of the mighty thunder of heaven and earth. Those Taoist patterns condensed into a solid form and transformed into pitch-black lightning. Each of the black thunderbolts crushed the void and seemed to have infinite weight, causing the dimension to explode. The 5 elements destructive divine thunder. It was even more powerful than the legendary divine thunder of the 9 heavens. This was one of the strongest killer moves contained in the Thunder God Bell. It could condense the divine origin magnet thunder in the world and destroy everything. Even if an earth immortal possessed a trace of it, he would have a headache. If he didn't get rid of it in time, he might even have to abandon his body. Crack! Countless black thunderbolts spread along the Thunder God Bell towards Su Qin's body. Tangguotian people, go to hell! Lei Dufa began to activate the Thunder God Bell recklessly with a crazy look on his face. The Thunder God Bell was a treasure that even an earth immortal might not be able to activate. If Lei Dufa did not rely on Raytheon's thousands of years of refinement, how could he activate the treasure? However, this time, Lei Dufa's physical body had exploded, and his Yuan Shan had been burned by the destructive metamagnet divine lightning. Once the lightning God Bell fell into silence, Lei Dufa wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash from the metamagnet divine lightning. It's meaningless. If you were an earth immortal, I would be a bit scared. But you're just a half-step earth immortal. Even if you activate 10 treasures, how could you hurt me, let alone one? Su Qin's eyes were calm. Vaguely, another sun appeared and slowly burned. In the next moment, Su Qin's aura changed and streaks of terrifying lightning energy flowed out. At this moment, Su Qin had already activated the 5 Thunder God Fist. Lightning flashed all over his body, as if he had transformed into real lightning, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, after Su Qin devoured the thunderwood and Lei Xuanzi's thunderblade, the 5 thunder god fist had reached the limit. Su Qin seemed to have turned into a real god of thunder. Every thunderbolt that appears on the Tanguotian's body is close to Lei Xuanzi's ultimate attack. But now, there are more than 1,000 thunderbolts on the Tanguotian's body. Does this mean that it's equivalent to 1,000 Lei Xuanzis? The ancestral patriarch of the Snow God Palace was shocked. The other ancestral patriarchs of the exalted sex were also shocked. Although they knew that Su Qin was very strong and could shake a supreme treasure with his body, they now realized that they had underestimated Su Qin. What did it mean to have 1,000 Lei Xuanzi? It was equivalent to 1,000 Earth Immortals. This force was enough to dominate overseas. Even in the last Essence Chi Tide era, it was enough to suppress a region. Of course, the few ancestral patriarchs who were barely conscious also knew that each thunderbolt on Su Qin's body was only close to Lei Xuanzi's. Even so, all the thunderbolts added up were equivalent to dozens of Lei Xuanzi's. This number of Earth Immortals was still shocking. Rumble. As Su Qin fully operated the 5 Thunder God Fist, all the lightning in the world was under his control. When the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Divine Thunder on the Thunder God Bell spread to Su Qin's body, they were all swallowed up. In the end, Su Qin's aura soared again, and the sun in his eyes burned fiercely again. It was almost as strong as the sun in the sky, and the terrifying power of the flame burned everything. And just when Su Qin's aura reached its peak, under the endless flames, a 3-legged divine bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. The terrifying power of the flame increased by another level, completely enveloping the Thunder God Bell that was blooming with thunder. Buzz! It was as if the sun had fallen. An unprecedented scene appeared on the Thunder God Island. The 3-legged divine bird spread its wings and flew, opening its mouth and raising its head. Countless flames spewed out, and the Thunder God Bell, which had been suppressed by the endless flames, suddenly burst out. 99 faint purple thunderbolts exploded, constantly colliding with the endless power of the flame and melting it. This was the thunder crossing technique, which directly burned the primordial spirit to stimulate the power of the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Otherwise, when Su Qin fully activated the power of the Great Sun Picture, the Thunder God Bell would have been suppressed. The chi of heaven and earth continued to evaporate, and even the void began to distort. Countless overseas martial artists who were watching the battle only felt that everything in front of them had become blurry. The terrifying aura spread wildly in all directions, and a small number of martial artists who could not evacuate in time were directly turned into powder. As the aftermath spread, many peak mythical level martial artists who were watching the battle suddenly realized something. Whether it was divine consciousness domain or even primordial spirit, they could not get close to the Thunder God Island. What's going on? What's the situation now? Between the Tanguotian and the Supreme Treasure, the Thunder God Bell, who won in the end? Many overseas martial artists who were watching the battle were obviously nervous. What happened just now was obviously the outcome of the battle between Su Qin and the Thunder God Bell. The outcome of this battle would be related to the current situation in the world. If Su Qin won, the major sects would completely submit to Su Qin, and even the witchcraft would be no exception. After all, the supreme treasure was useless to Su Qin. How could the witchcraft resist Su Qin? However, if Su Qin lost, it meant that there was still a chance for things to turn around, and the major sects would still be able to look down on the world again one day. The power of the supreme treasure overshadows the world. The Tanguotian is just an earth immortal. How can he compete with the power of the supreme treasure? Some patriarchs even had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, and some of them even hoped that Su Qin and the supreme treasure would perish together. Time passed slowly. Just as countless warriors from overseas were staring at the Thunder God Island, a voice suddenly rang out. The chi of heaven and earth that had been constantly exploding finally calmed down, and the distorted illusion also returned to its original state, revealing everything on the Thunder God Island. Su Qin's left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was slightly raised. A palm-sized ancient bell floated above his palm in an extremely obedient manner. He was just standing there, and the vast world seemed to be under his feet. In the vast world only I am invincible. Chapter 327. The Tangguotian has suppressed Raytheon's ultimate treasure. A pinnacle myth stared blankly at Su Qin, who was standing in the air, and the ancient bell suspended in his right palm. Although this ancient bell was only the size of a palm and was completely different from the previous Thunder God bell, the ancient and boundless aura it exuded was no different from the ultimate treasure Thunder God bell. How can the Tangguotian be so strong? A high-sex grand ancestor muttered to himself. Even though they had made all kinds of guesses before, they only dared to predict that the Tangguotian would be able to retreat from the ultimate treasure's power unscathed. As for suppressing the ultimate treasure, they had never thought of it. What was an ultimate treasure? Although it was a treasure left behind by a void-shattering ultimate powerhouse that contained the ultimate powerhouse's aura and imprint, it was still not something an ordinary Earth immortal could deal with, even if it was not as good as the ultimate treasure that the ultimate powerhouse had painstakingly refined. But now? Su Qin had suppressed Raytheon's ultimate treasure Thunder God bell with his monstrous strength. It was simply shocking. Since the end of the last vitality tide, such a thing had never happened in the past 10,000 years. In the 10,000 years of overseas inheritance, there was no lack of Earth immortals who fought their way to the mountain gates of the great sections. But without exception, they were all frightened away by the ultimate treasure's aura. Who could suppress the ultimate treasure like Su Qin? The Tangguotian is no longer the strongest in the world. The witchcraft's grand ancestor sighed softly. He looked at the godlike figure standing on Thunder God Island with an inexplicable shock on his face. Grand Ancestor, why do you say that the Tangguotian is not the strongest in the world? A witchcraft disciple next to him was puzzled. The Tangguotian should be invincible now, right? The strongest in the world is the one who humiliated the Tangguotian. The patriarch of witchcraft glanced at his disciple, took a deep breath and continued, since ancient times, no one can compare to the Tangguotian. The patriarch of witchcraft said. The expressions of the other patriarchs changed. Since ancient times 10,000 years had passed. No one could compare to the Tangguotian. The patriarch of witchcraft thought too highly of Su Qin. One had to understand that it was easy to become unrivaled in the present age. One only needed to be like Su Qin and beat many great sects into submission. However, it was almost impossible to become the strongest for 10,000 years. There was no first place in literature. There was no second place in martial arts. Since they were both Earth immortals, who could say with certainty that they would be able to defeat the other party without fighting in person? More than a dozen Earth immortals had emerged from overseas for 10,000 years. All of these Earth immortals were truly amazing. If they were not restricted by the environment where the heaven and Earth's essence chi was still, they might have the hope of becoming the strongest. Who would dare to claim to be invincible in the face of such world-shaking powerhouses born in different eras? Even if Su Qin's strength really surpassed these dozen Earth immortals, as long as they did not fight and clearly defeated the other party, he could not be called invincible. However, at this moment, the patriarch of witchcraft truly believed from the bottom of his heart that Su Qin was really invincible in the past 10,000 years. Because in the past 10,000 years, no Earth immortal had ever been able to suppress a supreme treasure. Now that Su Qin had done it, it meant that Su Qin was the strongest. He was not invincible in the past 10,000 years. Who was invincible in the past 10,000 years? Many patriarchs also looked up at Su Qin with complicated emotions in their eyes. Some were fear, some were curiosity, some were panic, and so on. However, without exception, there was awe in the depths of everyone's eyes. Whoosh! Su Qin's figure slowly descended and stepped on the Thunder God Island. Is this the supreme treasure? Su Qin stared at the ancient bell suspended in his palm with a slightly solemn expression. In order to suppress this supreme treasure, Su Qin had almost activated the picture of the great sun to the extreme and almost transformed into the shadow of the supreme divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, and also consumed a lot of chi and blood power of the golden crow divine body. However, as the Thunder God bell was suppressed, Su Qin's body started to recover quickly. The golden crow body seemed to have transformed into a real sun, crazily absorbing all the light and heat from all directions. Endless fire element yuan qi crazily surged over. For a moment, many overseas martial artists who were watching the battle from afar felt like the sun in the sky had dimmed. The Golden Crow divine body was a kind of physique that was naturally condensed with the help of the Golden Crow's origin after the picture of the Great Sun was completed. It was a kind of supreme physique that could rapidly transform into the real Golden Crow divine body, as the picture of the Great Sun continued to advance. No matter how much energy was consumed, as long as it was under the Great Sun, it could quickly recover. Raytheon did not unleash the true power of the supreme treasure, otherwise, it would not have been so easily suppressed by me. Su Qin carefully looked at the floating ancient bell in his palm, and thought silently in his heart. Now, even if he just casually looked at the Thunder God bell a few times, Su Qin could feel the monstrous power contained in the bell. If this power was controlled by an earth immortal, it would be more than 10 times or 100 times stronger than Lei Dufa. As for the primordial spirit that belonged to Lei Dufa in the depths of the ancient bell, naturally, it had already collided with Su Qin and disappeared. What a pity! I can only suppress this supreme treasure. As for the real use of it, I need to remove the imprint inside. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. A supreme treasure refined by a supreme expert, even if it was just a casual refinement, would leave behind a trace of imprint. Without the permission of the imprint, it was almost impossible for an outsider to control this supreme treasure. Raytheon also relied on the last vitality recovery era to bear the legacy of his predecessors, and was given the supreme treasure Thunder God Bell by a supreme expert, which was passed down to this day. The same was true for the Taoist sect and the witchcraft. Other Earth immortals, even those at the peak of the Divine Ruins realm, would need hundreds of years to slowly remove the imprint inside the supreme treasure, but I am different. As long as I can awaken a few more fire-type supernatural powers, I can forcibly refine the imprint inside the supreme treasure. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. After all, the supreme expert who left behind this Thunder God Bell had probably died of old age long ago. How could the imprint he casually left behind withstand the refinement of fire-type supernatural powers one after another? Of course, looking at the world, even including the last vitality recovery era, only Su Qin had the confidence to do so. After all, using supernatural powers to refine the imprint was very extravagant, even for the supreme experts. Only Su Qin, who had the sign-in system, could obtain one incredible supernatural power after another. Just as Su Qin put away the supreme treasure Thunder God Bell, and was preparing to study it in the future, the ancestral patriarch of the Taoist sect turned into a stream of light and quickly came in front of Su Qin. He bowed deeply and said, "The 36th sect master of the witchcraft, congratulations on obtaining a supreme treasure that is invincible since ancient times." The ancestral patriarch of the witchcraft used to be the 36th sect master of the Taoist sect. His cultivation had also reached the level of a half-step earth immortal, but at this time, he bowed respectfully in front of Su Qin like a respectful servant. If Su Qin could suppress Raytheon's supreme treasure, he could also suppress witchcraft's supreme treasure. If the Suman sect disrespected Su Qin in any way because of the supreme treasure in their sect, Raytheon's fate was a good example, with the ancestral patriarch of the witchcraft leading the way. Soon, the second, third, and fourth ancestral patriarchs flew over and bowed respectfully to Su Qin. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme treasure that is invincible since ancient times. Countless other overseas martial artists did not dare to get too close to Su Qin. They could only stay where they were and bow to Su Qin from afar. Their roars shook the heavens and earth. For a moment, the overseas martial artists knelt on the ground in the sky and on the ground, as if they were worshipping an immortal god. These overseas martial artists knew very well in their hearts that regardless of whether they were willing or not, after today, the days of the great sects looking down on all living beings would probably never return. The Tanguatian people would surpass the people of the great sects and become the masters of the world. Su Qin, who was worshipped by countless overseas martial artists, did not show any abnormalities. He waved his hand and said, "All of you leave." No matter when, Su Qin knew that only his own strength was fundamental. If he had not suppressed the supreme treasure and destroyed Raytheon, it would be good enough if these overseas martial artists did not hit him when he was down. How could they possibly worship him? All of you leave as well. The land of the great battle is the territory of the Empire of Tang. You and the great sects can enter, but you must abide by the laws of the Empire of Tang. Su Qin's gaze swept across and looked at the ancestral patriarchs of the great sections. As you command. When the ancestral patriarch of witchcraft heard this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly continued to bow. The meaning of Su Qin's words was obviously that he would not prevent the disciples of the great sects from entering the land of the great battle. In this way, even if the vast majority of the great opportunities that appeared in the land of great battle fell into Su Qin's hands, the great sects and great sects would still be able to drink some soup. It was better than nothing. Perhaps in the future, if they are valued by Su Qin and receive his rewards, it is possible for them to soar to the sky. Since you all know, all of you can leave, Su Qin said faintly. He did not mind these disciples of the great sects entering the Empire of Tang. After all, if the Empire of Tang wants to quickly adapt to the recovery of the vitality tide, the most effective way is these great sections. Only by thoroughly integrating many of the great sects into the Empire of Tang, and becoming a part of the Empire of Tang can the Empire of Tang grow stronger at the fastest speed. Yes. The ancestral patriarchs looked at each other and immediately left Thunder God Island. It was not until everyone left Thunder God Island that Su Qin looked at the depths of Thunder God Island. Raytheon has been passed down for thousands of years. Whether it is the foundation or other things, it is far better than Wanjian school. In this way, I think the Dao accumulation it has accumulated should be enough. A look of anticipation appeared on Su Qin's face. From the beginning to the end, Su Qin did not forget that he came in person this time not only to settle the score with Raytheon, but also because of Raytheon's treasure land. Even Wanjian school, a sect with a heritage of more than 4,000 years, brought Su Qin such a harvest, let alone Raytheon. Let's put all the sign-in opportunities for this period of time here. Su Qin thought quickly in his heart while walking towards the depths of Raytheon. Chapter 328. Thunder God Island was huge. As the territory of Raytheon, a great sect that had been passed down for thousands of years, Thunder God Island was 500 miles in size. In addition, the island was covered with countless heaven and earth arrays, including killing arrays, maze arrays, illusion arrays, and so on. If an ordinary legend accidentally fell into these arrays, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Unfortunately, the countless heaven and earth arrays on Thunder God Island were destroyed by the aftermath of Su Qin's suppression of the Thunder God Bell. Even if there were a small number of heaven and earth arrays on Thunder God Island, how could they deal with Su Qin? Along the way, Su Qin did not find any Raytheon disciples. As early as when Su Qin broke the 9-layered killing array, most of Raytheon's disciples fled, while the remaining few Raytheon's disciples also fled when they saw Su Qin suppress the supreme treasure, the Thunder God Bell. Even those disciples who were extremely loyal to Raytheon did not have the thought of revenge. Su Qin was too strong. He broke Raytheon's 9-layered killing array with just a wave of his hand. Even if Raytheon's previous celestial beings were resurrected, they would not be Su Qin's opponent, let alone them. The only thing these Raytheon's disciples could do was to escape to other places and survive to protect Raytheon's inheritance. Su Qin was of course clear about this. As long as he wanted, he could spend some time to kill all Raytheon's disciples. Even if these disciples fled to the ends of the earth, it would be difficult for them to escape the lock of the eyes of truth. The world was vast and there were countless creatures, but there was only one aura. Su Qin had observed all the auras on Thunder God Island with the eyes of truth long before he attacked Raytheon. With the ability of the eyes of truth, as long as Su Qin had seen a certain aura, he could lock onto it from a distance. But Su Qin was too lazy to do so. First, it was because of disdain. Even if these Raytheon disciples managed to escape, so what? Raytheon had flourished for tens of thousands of years, but wasn't he still trampled by Su Qin? Now, relying on these disciples of Raytheon who were not even peak mythical creatures, how could they threaten Su Qin? Secondly, Raytheon had been destroyed. Even if Su Qin didn't do anything, there would be countless large sects from overseas that would take the initiative to hunt down these disciples who had escaped to curry favor with Su Qin. This is Raytheon's most important location? Su Qin suddenly stopped and looked ahead. At this moment, Su Qin was in a vast white jade square. And in the center of the square stood a statue of a god that was hundreds of meters tall. This statue just standing there, exuded an ancient and boundless aura. The moment Su Qin saw the statue, it was as if he saw a vast sea of thunder, with pale golden thunderbolts surging in the depths of the thunder. This should be the ultimate powerhouse that Raytheon worships? Su Qin touched his chin, and his mind quickly recovered. In the last vitality recovery era, Raytheon should be related to a certain ultimate powerhouse, and the Thunder God Bell was given by that ultimate powerhouse. However, Su Qin speculated that Raytheon should not have a deep relationship with that ultimate powerhouse. Otherwise, the ultimate powerhouse would not have given him the Thunder God Bell, but his life treasure. Strictly speaking, when one's martial arts enters the Earth God Immortal realm, he can no longer be considered a martial artist. His primordial spirit is integrated into the Sea of Vitality, and his body is replenished by the power of the Sea of Vitality. His lifespan is more than 1,000 years, and he has stepped into a higher level of life. Su Qin looked at the statue in the distance, and his mind was in turmoil. As for the ultimate powerhouse, Su Qin shook his head slightly and fell into deep thought. In Su Qin's view, the ultimate powerhouse of the void-shattering realm was no different from the gods in myths and legends. Shattering the void and opening up the world, if this was not an immortal god, then what was? Just as Su Qin was looking at the statue of the ultimate powerhouse, the result of the battle on Thunder God Island spread in all directions like a hurricane. Countless martial artists who heard the news were shocked, and their hearts were cold from inside out. Raytheon has been passed down for thousands of years. No matter how strong the Tangguitian people are, how can they so easily trample on a sect of this level? The pinnacle myths who did not have time to rush to Thunder God Island to watch the battle trembled. Could it be fake? Another myth realm martial artist doubted, because Su Qin's annihilation of the Thunder God sect was too incredible. Since the end of the last world essence Chi Tide, the Thunder God sect had been standing at the top of the endless sea islands. It was unknown how many disasters they had encountered, but they had survived them all. How could they possibly fall in Su Qin's hands? Fake? How could it be fake? The Tangguitian people broke the 9-layered killing array on Thunder God Island with just a wave of their hand, and in the end, they even resisted Raytheon's treasure with their flesh. Countless people saw it with their own eyes. How could it be fake? Immediately, a myth stood up and sneered. If you don't believe me, you can go to the other great sects and ask them if they dare to be disrespectful to the Tangguitian people. For a time, the entire overseas martial arts world was in an uproar. Su Qin had trampled on Raytheon, and especially suppressed Raytheon's treasure. The strength he showed could be said to be domineering, shaking heaven and earth. From now on, who in the world would dare to be enemies with Su Qin? I'm afraid that only the legendary Immortal sect has an existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tangguitian people. An old martial artist sighed and said slowly, Immortal sect. The other martial artist's pupils shrank. About the Immortal sect, although it was a secret in the overseas martial arts world, it was not unknown. Before the end of the last vitality tide, the powerhouses had escaped into the Immortal sect with their respective inheritances. Now thousands of years had passed, and the vitality chi in the mortal world was still, and even the Earth Immortals had not appeared for thousands of years. But within the Immortal sect, it was likely that the flourishing period of the last vitality tide was still maintained. Not to say that there were powerhouses, but the number of Earth Immortals was definitely far more than the mortal world. The empire of Tang, Chong and City. Third brother has trampled on Raytheon again? The Emperor of Tang sat on the dragon throne, his eyes wide in disbelief. When Su Qin left Chong and City, he did not tell the Emperor of Tang and the others. Therefore, in the eyes of the Emperor of Tang, Su Qin was still cultivating in seclusion. But now, there was suddenly news that Raytheon had been trampled by Su Qin, and the shock in the Emperor of Tang's heart was imaginable. That's right. The old man Fei Yu stood next to him, and a look of shock also appeared on his face. Originally, Su Qin's killing of Lei Xuanzi, an Earth Immortal, had already shocked the world. Something like this had never happened before. After all, since the end of the last vitality tide, it was difficult for an Earth Immortal to appear in 1,000 years. In the same era, there had never been two Earth Immortals, let alone two Earth Immortals fighting each other. But now, even the high and mighty Raytheon, who had been passed down for thousands of years, was trampled on by Su Qin. It was simply shocking. One must know that Raytheon had a lot of heritage, and even had a supreme treasure to suppress it. If an Earth immortal wanted to trample on Raytheon, he would have to face the supreme treasure head-on. But how was this possible? The supreme treasure was even left behind by a powerhouse. Even in the last Vitality Tide era, it could still dominate a place. How could an Earth immortal be able to do anything to it? Third Brother's means are getting more and more unimaginable. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a while, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. Su Qin trampled on Raytheon, which was equivalent to crushing the last bit of confidence of the major sections. Originally, Su Qin's killing of Lei Xuanzi was extremely revered by a major sect like the Witchcraft, but they still had a way out. At worst, they could just retreat to the sect. Anyway, with the supreme treasure suppressing it, at least for hundreds of years, the Earth Immortals would not be able to break in. But now, Su Qin had trampled on Raytheon and suppressed Raytheon's supreme treasure. A major sect like the Witchcraft would inevitably tremble, fearing that Su Qin's next target would be them. How could they dare to disobey the Empire of Tang? The Empire of Tang's major sects submitting to the Empire of Tang would also be of great benefit to the development of the Empire of Tang. Although the major sects were not countries, they had thousands of years of heritage and had witnessed the rise and fall of many dynasties. If they could borrow the power of these major sects, it would be enough to raise the Empire of Tang to a new level in a short period of time. Come, summon all the ministers to the Taiji Palace. The Empire of Tang paced back and forth in the Longevity Hall. Finally, he looked at the eunuch and said, "I have something to announce." Just as the Empire of Tang was preparing for its grand plan. In the extreme north of the overseas martial arts world, there was a lack of vitality here. Even though the vitality of heaven and earth had begun to recover, it did not spread to this place for a while. At this moment, an indomitable stone gate suddenly appeared, as if it had manifested from the depths of the void and slowly appeared in the mortal world. The next moment, the stone gate shook and a gap opened out of thin air. 5 figures walked out of it. There were men and women, old and young among these 5 figures. Their aura flowed and was faintly connected to the vast and endless sea of vitality. And just as these 5 people walked out of the gap, a terrifying spatial storm was brewing behind them. One after another, spatial fragments that could tear the void apart constantly collided with the 5 people. However, all the spatial storms and spatial fragments within 10 meters of the 5 people seemed to be suppressed by some kind of force and quickly dissipated. I didn't expect the void passage connecting our immortal sect and the mortal world to be so terrifying. I don't know how many spatial fragments are hidden. If it weren't for this token left by a supreme expert, I'm afraid we would have been smashed to pieces long ago. A tall burly man had a trace of lingering fear on his face. Even if he had already stepped into the earth immortal realm and his primordial spirit was connected to the sea of vitality, the power of his every move was like that of heaven and earth. But in front of the omnipresent power of space, he was as weak as a speck of dust. You're wrong. At this moment, another weak-looking young man in a scholar's robe shook his head and said, "If we didn't have the token with our strength, it wouldn't be as simple as smashing to pieces if we wanted to pass through the void passage. At the very least, our bodies and souls would be destroyed." As soon as these words came out, the burly man who spoke at the beginning was silent. It was obvious that he agreed with what the weak-looking young man said. The power of space was the power of the strong. It was omnipresent and could crush everything. Not to mention them, even the Earth Immortals at the peak of the Divine Ruins realm couldn't resist the power of space. Chapter 329. As expected, the vitality in the human world is recovering. At this moment, a young man narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance as he spoke in a low voice. That's right. The rest of them looked at each other and were all shocked. A few decades ago, their elders had sensed the vitality in the human world through a secret treasure and speculated that vitality was recovering. Therefore, they did not hesitate to use the token left behind by the strongest cultivators 10,000 years ago to let them come to the human world to see if the vitality in the human world was really recovering. This is a truly complete great world. Although our small world is full of vitality and spiritual vigor, it still can't compare to the human world after 10,000 years. A woman who was as cold as ice, wearing a veil, said with a soft sigh. In terms of vitality and spiritual vigor, even after 10,000 years, the small world of immortals was still far superior to the mortal realm. Vitality and spiritual vigor were important to the cultivation of land immortals, but it was not the only thing. Land immortals needed to comprehend the heaven and earth, and in this aspect the small world of immortals could not be compared to the mortal realm. Even though the vitality in the human world was still and the laws had withered, it was still a complete great world. Alright, let's cut the crap. Since we've confirmed that the vitality in the human world is recovering, let's go back to the sacred land and inform the human world of everything that has happened. The brawny man in the beginning looked at the cold woman in the veil and asked, Tyene Fairy, what do you think? This time, the 5 of them relied on the token in the hands of Tyene Fairy to safely pass through the void passage and come to the human world. Therefore, if they wanted to go back now, they still had to rely on the token in the hands of Tyene Fairy. Otherwise, without the token, even if they were from the immortal sect, they would not be able to pass through the void passage. After all, the void passage was filled with the power of space and could crush everything. No. Tyene Fairy's mind moved, and a fist-sized token appeared in front of them and spun. This Tyene token was left behind by the strongest cultivator of the Tyene sacred land. It contains a certain degree of space power, enough to offset the power of space outside. But when it was protecting us through the void passage just now, it consumed more than half of the space power inside. The remaining space power is not enough to send us back to the immortal sect. Tyene Fairy shook her head. What? Then what should we do? Could it be that we can't go back? The other 7 people's expressions changed slightly. They bore the risk of being crushed by the power of space and crossed the void passage to check if the vitality of the human world had begun to recover. Once they brought the news back to the Holy Land, they would definitely be rewarded. However, this was on the premise that they had to return to the immortal sect. If he couldn't return to the immortal sect, the so-called reward would naturally disappear. Don't worry. Tyene Fairy glanced at everyone and said, the power of space is everywhere. You only need to place this Tyene token for a period of time, and the power of space inside will naturally be replenished. I see. They heaved a sigh of relief. Wait for a while. The young-looking man frowned slightly, but then he relaxed and said, everyone, are you interested in finding a great opportunity with me? As soon as he said this, including the ice-cold Tyene Fairy, the other 4 all looked at the young man. To be able to be called a great opportunity by the young man, it would at least involve a peak earth immortal in the Divine Ruins realm. And such an existence even in the immortal sect was a supreme giant. Only the sacred lords of the various holy lands had a chance of meeting such an existence. What kind of great opportunity is it? The tall man couldn't help but ask. Do you know about the War God Temple? The young man smiled mysteriously and whispered, War God Temple? The other 4 people's pupils suddenly shrank. War God Temple? If I remember correctly, the master of the War God Temple was an ultimate expert. He spent a lot of money to build the War God Temple. The space inside is vast, and legend has it that the ultimate expert's treasure is hidden inside. Tyene Fairy pondered for a while and said. When the other 3 heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. This was the ultimate expert's treasure. How rare was it? In the immortal sect, which one of them wasn't the foundation of the various holy lands? It was impossible for disciples like them to even touch it, let alone obtain it. That's right, it's the War God Temple. The young man nodded slightly and replied. But this War God Temple is guarded by a demonic dragon. This demonic dragon is a demon at the peak of the Divine Ruins. It has a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline and is guarding the War God Temple. Even if we find the War God Temple, we can't defeat the demonic dragon and force our way in. Tyene Fairy's voice was still cold as she said faintly. In the previous Vitality Tide era, there were Earth Immortals who wanted to attack the War God Temple, but all of them were chased out by the demonic dragon inside. The master of the War God Temple had once set a rule that only those in the myth realm could enter the War God Temple. As for the ultimate experts, if the ultimate experts forced their way into the War God Temple, it would directly cause the space in the War God Temple to collapse. This was also the rule set by the master of the War God Temple. Although the ultimate experts had mastered the power of space, with the vastness of the space contained in the War God Temple, Once it began to collapse, even if the ultimate experts didn't die, they would definitely be lost in the space storm. It was precisely because of this that no ultimate expert had entered the War God Temple during the previous Vitality Tide era. After all, for the ultimate experts, they could get any treasure they wanted. Why would they take the risk of getting lost and force their way into the War God Temple? A smile appeared on the young man's face as he said, "If it was during the previous Vitality Tide era, I naturally wouldn't mention the War God Temple. But now that more than 10,000 years have passed, even if the demonic dragon in the War God Temple really has the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, the Shoyun is probably about to be exhausted, right?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, the rest of the dead people's faces suddenly lit up. Indeed, although the Shoyun of the demon clan was far superior to the human clan, it was not really endless. "I have a secret technique that can sense where the War God Temple is, but I need the cooperation of others," the young man said with a smile. "However, we haven't entered the mortal world for more than 10,000 years. If we randomly search for the War God Temple, wouldn't it be a little inappropriate?" Tyene Fairy was still a little hesitant. Although the War God Temple was a great opportunity, their most important task at this time was to bring the news of the recovery of the Vitality Tide back to the Immortal Sect. "Fairy, don't worry. It won't take too long. As for the mortal world..." A disdainful look appeared on the young man's face. "The Vitality Chi has been dormant for such a long time. Even if the Vitality Chi has begun to recover, how many experts can it give birth to? Even if they have the complete inheritance of the ultimate expert, under the dormant Vitality Chi, they can only barely enter the Earth God Immortal realm." As the young man spoke, a strong sense of arrogance appeared in his words. They were all disciples of the Immortal Sect, and cultivated the cultivation methods left behind by the ultimate expert. How could they be interested in the mortal world where the Vitality Chi was dormant? "That's true." Tyene Fairy pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. She was not worried about the young man having any other thoughts. The Tyene token was a decree left behind by the ultimate expert of the Tyene Holy Land. Only Tyene could activate it now. Unless the young man did not plan to return to the Immortal Sect, he would definitely not deceive her. Just as the disciples of the Immortal Sect's Holy Land were looking for the War God Temple, in the depths of the Thunder God Island, Suqin carefully walked around the entire Thunder God Island. Once again, he returned to the center of the square in front of the 100-feet-tall statue. Although the Thunder God Island is a few hundred miles in size, there are only 380 places suitable for signing in. Suqin sat cross-legged under the statue and thought to himself silently. Even though the Thunder God Island had existed for tens of thousands of years, not every place could have Dao connotation. The location of Dao connotation was not as simple as a place that had existed for a long time. Otherwise, if a random stone had existed for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't it be fine for Suqin to sign in directly in front of the stone? Why would he have to go through so much trouble to find a place to sign in? Dao connotation was invisible and intangible. It was even more illusory than the power of space. Not every place could bear Dao connotation, and even accumulate Dao connotation continuously. I wonder what kind of surprise these 380 check-ins will bring me. Suqin's face was filled with anticipation. Let's start signing in now. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. He raised his head and looked at the 100-feet-tall statue in front of him. According to Suqin's estimation, this statue should have accumulated a large amount of Dao connotation. It was very likely that it was the place with the densest Dao connotation among the 380 places on the island. Therefore, he was prepared to sign in here first. Thinking of this, Suqin calmed down and finally said in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Ancient Thunder Pool." A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Suqin's ears. "Ancient Thunder Pool?" Suqin's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what the Ancient Thunder Pool was for, the word ancient gave Suqin a heavy sense of pressure. This kind of pressure was something that even a supreme treasure like the Thunder God Clock didn't have. Thinking of this, Suqin's mind quickly merged with the system space and found a pool of a few meters in size in a corner. To be precise, although this pool was shaped like a pool, it wasn't filled with clear water. It was filled with extremely dense and completely liquefied lightning. This is the ancient thunder pool? Su Qin only looked at it with his mind and felt a faint sense of numbness. He looked at it carefully and saw that every drop of water in the pool was condensed by pale golden lightning. And the further he looked, the deeper he looked, the darker the color of the lightning water. Blue, purple, black. There was no clear boundary, but it was clearly evolving, revealing an extremely terrifying sense of destruction. After a long time, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. This primordial lightning pool is truly incredible. Su Qin only looked at it for a while, and felt that his 5 Thunder God fist had reached another level. An inexplicable look of amazement appeared on his face. Chapter 330. The ancient thunder pool was terrifying. Although it was only a few meters in size, the rippling pool water was actually compressed to the extreme of liquefied lightning. How incredible was that? Lightning was not a physical object. Even if it was the most ordinary heavenly lightning, ordinary lightning Tao land immortals might not be able to compress it into liquefied form. Moreover, the liquefied lightning in the ancient thunder pool was at least at the level of the 9 heavens divine thunder. Not bad. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He was obviously very satisfied. Although the ancient thunder pool was not a divine treasure, it was definitely more precious than ordinary divine treasures. The rippling pool water in the ancient thunder pool alone contained an unknown amount of lightning energy. If a lightning Tao land immortal obtained it, with the help of the pool water, he would be able to reach the peak of the divine ruin realm in a few hundred years. In addition, the material of the ancient thunder pool itself was also extremely mysterious. It was faintly covered with inexplicable patterns, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had been imprinted in it. In fact, compared to the thunder pool water, Su Qin valued the thunder pool itself more. After all, to be able to carry so many liquefied thunder pools at the same time, even the life treasure of an utmost master would not be able to do so. If I have time during this period, I can use the liquefied lightning in the ancient thunder pool to cultivate the 5 Thunder Divine Fist. Su Qin made up his mind. As early as a few decades ago, Su Qin had already cultivated the 5 Thunder Divine Fist to greater mastery. His body was bathed in lightning and tempered with the terrifying power of lightning. However, after obtaining the Thunder Calamity Wood and many other lightning Tao treasures, the 5 Thunder Divine Fist continued to improve and surpass the limit. Until now, even Su Qin himself did not know what level the 5 Thunder Divine Fist had reached. The only thing Su Qin knew was that even the legendary 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, that only lightning Tao land immortals could master, could not hurt him at all. This did not mean that Su Qin was far beyond lightning Tao land immortals, but his body had been tempered by a large amount of lightning Tao land immortals and had a certain degree of immunity to lightning Tao land immortals. However, the most important thing now is to take a step further and enter the true realm. Su Qin's expression suddenly became serious as he thought quickly. The Earth Immortal Realm was divided into 3 levels: Spirit Severing, Origin Returning, and the Final Ruins of God. Although the gap between each level was not as wide as the gap between Myth Realm and Earth Immortal Realm, it was still not easy to cross it. Su Qin was able to easily suppress Lei Xuanzi, not only because he had a powerful trump card, but also because Su Qin was superior to Lei Xuanzi in terms of cultivation level. When Lei Xuanzi attacked Chang'an City, he had just entered the Earth God Immortal Realm and stepped on the threshold of the Separating God Realm. Su Qin was already at the peak of the Separating God Realm at that time. There was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of strength and realm. If I want to enter the true realm, the first thing I have to do is to combine all my strength into one. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. When he was walking around the Thunder God Island just now, he naturally browsed through the countless ancient books collected by the Thunder God sect. In addition to recording the various cultivation methods passed down by Raytheon, these ancient books were more about the comprehension of martial arts cultivation passed down from the last Vitality Tide era. In the heyday of the last Vitality Tide, there were countless experts. Although the Earth Immortals dominated a region, there were also many of them. There were also supreme experts who could break through the void and were comparable to the immortal gods. The ancient books passed down from this prosperous era of martial arts naturally made Su Qin feel a lot of emotions. Origin returning. What is origin returning? All the strength in one place, the strength of the primordial spirit, the strength of qi and blood, and even the strength of the domain. Su Qin's thoughts turned as he kept pondering. Although it was simple to say that one could enter the true realm by combining all the strength in one place, it was still extremely difficult to do it. Putting aside the strength of the domain, just the strength of the primordial spirit and the strength of the body were two completely different forces. Wanting to combine these two forces was no different from fusing fire with fire. Of course, the strength of the true realm was not really fusing. Instead, it was using different forces to complement each other and exert a stronger combat strength. Let's give it a try first. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes. In his body, the strength of the primordial spirit began to gather. At the same time, the strength of qi and blood emerged from the depths of his body. The two forces slowly merged under Su Qin's control. However, in the next moment, the moment the strength of the primordial spirit came into contact with the strength of qi and blood, it suddenly began to evaporate violently. It was like water meeting fire and quickly boiling. This won't do. It's impossible to combine the primordial spirit in qi and blood. After many attempts, Su Qin opened his eyes and frowned. Just as he had guessed at the beginning, qi and blood were completely different from the primordial spirit. They were even completely opposite forces. Normally, they coexisted in Su Qin's body and did not interfere with each other. Naturally, nothing would happen. But now, Su Qin wanted to forcefully combine them and found a problem. Even though the two came from the same source, they instinctively repelled each other. If Su Qin forcefully did this, the result would be that the two forces would continue to dissipate and evaporate. In the end, it would even cause Su Qin's strength to regress. There must be another way. Su Qin clearly did not panic at all. Instead, he was thinking calmly. Since there were martial artists who could enter the true realm during the previous vitality tide, he could naturally do it too. The reason why this happened must be because he had neglected some details. If it's just combining the strength of qi and blood and the primordial spirit, it's naturally difficult and almost impossible. But what if I add the power of the domain? In a flash, Su Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. The domain did not belong to the primordial spirit, nor did it belong to the body's qi and blood. It was a brand new power, especially the domain of an earth immortal. It could easily cover a distance of 100 miles. Within the domain, Su Qin was omnipotent and could easily control all the power of heaven and earth. If I let the power of the domain mediate the rejection of the strength of qi and blood and primordial spirit, it's equivalent to combining these three forces at the same time. The more Su Qin thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Other than the power of the domain, Su Qin really could not think of any other way to forcefully combine the primordial spirit and qi and blood. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Su Qin was completely immersed in the process of primordial spirit. The lifespan of an earth immortal was more than 1,000 years, and Su Qin was even the Shouyuan for 2,000 years. This was under the premise that he did not consume the immortal fruit, the peach of immortality. A mere year was just a flash for Su Qin. And just as Su Qin was trying to break through the bottleneck and enter the true realm, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, 5 figures suddenly appeared. These 5 figures were flying in the air and were vaguely connected to the vast sea of vitality in the depths of the void. They were the 5 people who came out of the immortal sect. This is it. I used the Sacred Land's secret method to track them. The last location where the War God Temple appeared was here. Among the 5, the young man looked at the void with a trace of fanaticism on his face. Chapter 331. Kunlun Mountain. 5 Earth Immortals from the Immortal Sect were standing in the void. Their aura was profound, like a vast ocean that shrouded in all directions. Such a movement naturally alarmed many martial artists who were entrenched on Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was a famous mountain in the world. After the recovery of the vitality tide, it gathered the vitality spiritual vigor within a radius of hundreds of miles. It attracted many martial artists in the world to cultivate in seclusion. Even the Empire of Tang sent an army to be stationed here. Therefore, when the 5 Earth Immortals appeared on the top of the mountain without any concealment, they immediately attracted the attention of others. Almost in an instant, dozens of figures rose into the sky and flew toward the top of the mountain. 5 unfamiliar faces, presumably from overseas sections. However, Kunlun Mountain is an important place of the Empire of Tang. Any overseas martial artist who wants to enter Kunlun Mountain must get permission from the Empire of Tang. I wonder if the 5 of you." A thin-faced old man cupped his hands politely to the 5 people. The thin-faced old man was a legendary martial artist born in the local martial arts world of the Empire of Tang. He was at the 2nd heavenly layer and had a very high status among the martial artists of Kunlun Mountain. It had been a year since Su Qin destroyed Raytheon. In this year, many martial artists of the Empire of Tang had gradually accepted the overseas major sections. Due to the deterrence of Su Qin, no one from the major sects dared to cause trouble in the Empire of Tang. It was because of this that the thin-faced old man did not immediately attack the 5 people. Instead, he asked them about their intentions. Otherwise, they would have been encircled and suppressed if they broke into Kunlun Mountain without permission, especially at the most important peak of Kunlun Mountain. The Empire of Tang? What's that? Why do we need the permission of the Empire of Tang to come here? The brawny man among the 5 said carelessly, "Your Excellency, don't talk nonsense." The skinny old man's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. He stared coldly at the burly man. Now the Empire of Tang ruled the entire land of war. With Su Qin a celestial being, even the rebellious sects overseas had to behave themselves and act according to the rules set by Su Qin. However, not only did the 5 people in front of him break into Kunlun Mountain without permission, but they also showed disrespect to the Empire of Tang in their words. "Are you ordering me around?" The burly man narrowed his eyes and looked at the skinny old man. In an instant, the thin old man took a few steps back and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. Too weak. If it was in the past, an ant like you would have long since been annihilated. However, I'm in a good mood now, so why aren't you scramming? The burly man looked at the rest of the crowd. His voice was like thunder, deafening even the deaf. A terrifying aura spread out and directly sent many of the Kunlun Mountain martial artists who had rushed over flying. "From today onwards, this mountain range will belong to me. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy." The burly man casually stretched out his right hand and gently slammed it into the distance. In an instant, the world's vitality boiled, the earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the boulders and vegetation were all crushed into powder. The entire Kunlun Mountain was shaking. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, countless martial artists quickly left Kunlun Mountain in fear. At that moment, they felt as if the world had collapsed and their bodies were trembling. Who is that person? How can he have such strength? The thin old man's face was pale without a trace of blood. He and several other legends hurriedly retreated to the outside of Kunlun Mountain and looked in the direction of the mountain peak in shock. The burly man was too strong. With just a glance, he was able to severely injure a 2nd heavenly layer legend like the thin old man. Moreover, he was still holding back. After that, he gently pressed down and directly shook the entire Kunlun Mountain. Such means even those pinnacle legends couldn't do it, right? Kunlun Mountain was a famous mountain in the world. The mountain range was majestic and towering. Even a group of pinnacle legends would find it difficult to shake it. But that burly man not only shook it, but also seemed to be holding back. Celestial being. That burly man is also a celestial being. The old man with a thin face took a deep breath and said word by word. A few years ago, he was fortunate enough to go to Chang and City and witness the battle where Su Qin killed Lei Xuanzi with his own eyes. At this time, the aura that the burly man revealed when he attacked was somewhat similar to Lei Xuanzi a few years ago. It was also vast and magnificent. It was also like heaven and earth. Celestial being? The other myth realm martial artists suddenly opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe it. What kind of existence was a celestial being? Even overseas where martial arts were flourishing, it was rare to see one in 1,000 years. How could one appear out of thin air? Moreover, what made everyone even more terrified was that it was not the burly man who appeared on the top of Kunlun Mountain just now, but 5 people. These 5 people were all side by side with the burly man, and were obviously not weaker than the burly man. If the burly man was a celestial being, wouldn't the other 4 also be celestials? In other words, 5 celestials had come to Kunlun Mountain? When they thought of this, everyone, including the thin old man, felt a sense of absurdity. Celestials were high and mighty and rarely appeared in 1,000 years. But now, not only did another celestial being appear, but 5 of them at once. This was simply shocking. Originally, they thought that it was already rare to see 2 celestials, Su Qin and Lei Xuanzi, coexisting in one lifetime, but now 5 of them had appeared. These 5 people should not be from overseas. At this time, another myth realm martial artist whispered, if there were still celestials in the overseas martial arts world, and there were 5 of them, how could they submit to Su Qin? No matter where these 5 celestials come from, I'm afraid this world is going to change again. The thin old man barely calmed down and looked at the top of Kunlun Mountain with a trace of worry on his face. Now that the world had just stabilized for a year, there were 5 suspected celestials. This was extremely unfavorable for the rule of the Empire of Tang. It was even very likely to set off a fight between Earth immortals again. Kunlun Mountain Peak. All the irrelevant people have been chased away. The burly man glanced at the other 4 people, and a trace of contempt appeared on his face. It seems that this world has completely declined. The strongest person in the group just now is just a second-layer myth. Such martial artists are even inferior to the outer disciples of our holy land. Don't be careless. The weak young master in a scholar's robe shook his head and said, just now, that group of people mentioned the Empire of Tang. A few months ago I heard something. The Empire of Tang is not simple. There is a celestial being in charge. And this celestial of the Empire of Tang has a record of killing another celestial being. He can't be underestimated. The weak young master said with a solemn expression. Oh, there is a celestial being in the world? The burly man raised his eyebrows, and then said indifferently, even if there is a celestial being, so what? 10,000 years ago, the strongest of our holy land entered the immortal sect and brought most of the treasures and divine skills in the world with us. And after 10,000 years, some of the powerful inherited divine skills have long been lost. Even if there is a celestial being born, how can he be compared to us Holy Land disciples who have many trump cards? The burly man laughed and didn't care at all. Even among Earth immortals there were differences in strength. The Holy Land disciples in the immortal sect were definitely the strongest group. They had many divine skills passed down by the strongest. How could other Earth immortals compare? That's true. A smile appeared on the weak young master's face. All right. No need to argue. Tyne Fairy's voice was cold. She looked at the young man beside her who had been staring at the void and said, before the War God Temple appeared, it would merge into the depths of the void. Without a specific method, even the strongest cultivators might not be able to lock onto the War God Temple in the void. I want to know, why do you think you can find the War God Temple? Tyne Fairy's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. The War God Temple was a super-large spatial Dharma treasure refined by the strongest. Although it wasn't an ultimate treasure, it was more precious than some ultimate treasures. Back then, in order to refine the War God Temple, the master of the War God Temple searched the world and even spent a small mountain of space crystals. Space crystals were only born in the space storms in the depths of the void. Only the strongest had the ability to tear the space apart and search for space crystals. However, ordinary space crystals were at most the size of a fist. As for space crystals the size of a small mountain, they had only appeared a few times since ancient times. The War God Temple that was made with space crystals the size of a small mountain contained much more space than other spatial Dharma treasures. Moreover, it could accommodate living things. If the rules of the world were infused into it, it might evolve into a small world like the immortal sect. Don't worry. My secret technique was made by the master of the War God Temple. It can sense and even summon the War God Temple that is hidden in the depths of the void. However, in order to activate this secret technique to the limit, you need at least the strength of the true realm. However, if the 5 of us work together, we should be able to reach the threshold of the true realm and summon the War God Temple from the depths of the void. The young man didn't hide anything and spoke truthfully. I see. Tyne Fairy's eyes flashed. She didn't continue to ask why the young man had the secret technique left behind by the master of the War God Temple. Next, I will teach you the secret technique. After you are familiar with it, the 5 of us will work together to activate the secret technique. The young man quickly taught the secret technique to the other 4. The secret technique wasn't complicated. In fact, it was a little simple. However, if the young man didn't teach it, the other four wouldn't have been able to understand this secret technique. All right, let's start together. The young man sat down cross-legged. Tying Fairy and the other four also sat down. The Dharma power in their bodies began to slowly circulate along a special path. Buzz! Just as the five of them activated the secret technique together, they felt their minds begin to rise infinitely. In an instant, they broke through the space barrier and arrived in the depths of the void. Where is this? Tying Fairy and the others narrowed their eyes and quickly reacted. After all, they were all Earth immortals. Their primordial spirits had long merged with the vital Qi Sea. They were no stranger to the depths of the void. However, the place where their minds were at now was obviously not the vital Qi Sea, but a deeper level of the void. That is? At this moment, the burly man suddenly exclaimed. The other four instantly followed the burly man's gaze. They saw a majestic palace quietly standing in the depths of the void. The palace seemed to have merged with the space. When the space fragments that could tear everything apart came into contact with the palace, it was like a stone falling into the water. There were only a few ripples. The War God Temple. This is the legendary War God Temple. When the young man saw this scene, his eyes suddenly flashed with intense passion. The other four were shocked. The way the War God Temple existed was too terrifying. One should know that this place was in the depths of the void. It was filled with a large amount of space power. Even an ultimate treasure would be torn apart by the space fragments if it stayed here for too long. However, the War God Temple had stood here for thousands of years. Come with me. Use the secret technique to bring the War God Temple back to the human world. The young man suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and shouted in a low voice, waking the other four. At this moment, they were only using the secret technique to bring their minds to the void near the War God Temple. If they wanted to enter the War God Temple, this alone was not enough. Only when the War God Temple returned to the human world would they have a chance to enter the War God Temple. No problem. The burly man and the others looked at each other and used the secret technique again. Suddenly, the War God Temple that stood still and seemed to have existed for eternity seemed to be summoned and slowly moved toward the human world. It works. When the young man saw this, he was shocked. The scene he was most worried about was attracting the attention of the demonic dragon inside when he was guiding the War God Temple. However, now it seemed that the War God Temple had no resistance at all. It was obvious that the demonic dragon had died of old age. Otherwise, if the demonic dragon was still alive, how could the War God Temple still move? At the same time, in the depths of Thunder God Island, under the 1,000-foot-tall statue, Su Qin sat cross-legged. The power of his primordial spirit and the power of his physical body's qi and blood began to slowly return to their origin under the grinding of the territory power. Vaguely, a brand new power rose. Compared to the power of his primordial spirit or the power of his physical body, this power was much more vast and majestic. If Su Qin had not controlled it in time, most of the entire Thunder God Island would have been crushed by this power. My guess was indeed correct. If I want to enter the true realm, the only way is to use the territory power to neutralize the repulsion between my qi, blood and primordial spirit. Su Qin's mind moved as he kept controlling the primordial spirit and qi and blood in his body. However, my qi and blood power is too strong. Even if the territory power can neutralize the repulsion between my primordial spirit and myself, the speed is greatly reduced. Su Qin frowned slightly. If he was only at the Dharma body stage, he would be able to completely enter the true realm within a few years with the power of his territory power. Unfortunately, Su Qin's physical body was not an ordinary Dharma body. It was the Golden Crow divine body. Moreover, it had been tempered by the lightning power in the ancient lightning pool for a period of time. It could be said that it far surpassed ordinary Dharma bodies. How majestic was the qi and blood power produced by this physical body. Even if it could be affected by the power of the territory power, it would be as slow as a turtle. Looks like I have to cultivate my territory power. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought to himself. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head and looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Someone is touching the War God Temple? Su Qin's face was filled with surprise. Chapter 332. When the 5 people from the immortal sect used a secret technique to activate the war god temple, hidden in the depths of the void, Su Qin immediately sensed something and looked up in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Decades ago, Su Qin killed the demonic dragon on the peak of Kunlun Mountain and refined the entire war god temple, becoming the new master of the war god temple. How could any unusual movement of the war god temple be hidden from Su Qin? However, Su Qin was only at the myth realm at that time. Even if he managed to refine the war god temple, he couldn't take it away. Therefore, he left the war god temple in the depths of the void at the peak of Kunlun Mountain and planned to take it away when he reached the earth god realm. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that the war god temple would be activated before he went to Kunlun Mountain. The spatial treasure refined by the war god temple is hidden in the depths of the void. Even I, the master, couldn't take it away when I was at the myth realm. Others can forget about it. Su Qin didn't leave for Kunlun Mountain immediately. He could feel that the war god temple was slowly coming to the mortal world. Even if everything went smoothly, it would take a few hours for it to descend to the mortal world. Such a long time was enough for Su Qin to rush back. Besides, the war god temple had already been refined by Su Qin. Without Su Qin's permission, even if the war god temple appeared in the mortal world again, no one could enter. Is it an earth god? And it's not an earth god who has just entered the spirit-severing stage? Su Qin's expression was thoughtful. He believed that he had reached the peak of the myth realm. With the golden crow divine body, he could even fight an earth god. But even so, he couldn't take away the war god temple, let alone other peak mythical realm experts. Perhaps only an earth god realm expert had a chance of leading the war god temple, and this was based on the premise that they had already locked onto the specific location of the war god temple in the depths of the void, and had the relevant secret technique to activate the war god temple. Interesting. When did an earth god appear in this world? Su Qin touched his chin, his eyes still calm as he muttered to himself. Forget it. I've been in seclusion for a year. It's time to go out. Su Qin pondered for a while. Then he slowly stood up and stretched his body. Whoosh! Su Qin's internal organs began to emit a faint glow. His skin became crystal clear just like green jade. His entire body seemed to emit the sound of moonlight. His surging qi and blood left his body and soared into the sky. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles was suppressed by the terrifying qi and blood power. If other pinnacle mythics were to pass by, they might not even be able to fly. After a year of cultivation, although Su Qin was still at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, he was half a step into the true realm. In addition, during this year, Su Qin also signed in all the more than 300 sign-in locations on the Thunder God Island, and obtained countless treasures to improve himself. It could be said that even if Su Qin didn't use the hundreds of trump cards, just the strength of his physical body, qi, blood, primordial spirit realm, and other forces were enough to be on par with a true realm land immortal. I'll leave behind a primordial spirit avatar, and continue to sign in on the Thunder God Island. With the thought, Su Qin separated a large amount of primordial spirit power from his body, forming a primordial spirit avatar. A spirit-severing realm land immortal could split their primordial spirit and form a primordial spirit avatar. However, land immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing realm were unwilling to do so because it would reduce their strength. Moreover, the primordial spirit avatar would take a lot of time to recover. But Su Qin was different. After so many years of signing in, Su Qin had obtained countless divine pills and elixirs that could replenish the primordial spirit. He didn't care about the primordial spirit power at all. He would be able to recover it in less than an hour. Of course, at this time, Su Qin's primordial spirit avatar was only a pure primordial spirit avatar. Its combat strength was not even comparable to a land immortal, but it was more than enough to sign in on the Thunder God Island. It's a pity that a land immortal can only create 3 avatars at most. Now, with this primordial spirit avatar on the Thunder God Island, I've already used 2. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although the avatar he created in the myth realm used the demonic will split parasitism technique, it was still an avatar. It's time to take back the war god temple. Su Qin raised his head and looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. He took a step forward and disappeared from the Thunder God Island. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 land immortals from the immortal sects sat cross-legged. Their auras were vaguely connected to a certain location in the depths of the void. Suddenly, at this moment, the 5 land immortals suddenly opened their eyes and stared at a certain corner of the void. The next moment, rumble! A majestic and vast palace slowly appeared from the depths of the void. The War God Temple is coming out. The young man calmed down and couldn't hide his excitement. After several hours of non-stop operation of the secret technique, they finally pulled the War God Temple out from the depths of the void. This is the War God Temple. The War God Temple that so many land immortals in the Divine Ruin realm yearn for. The other 4 people's eyes were also burning. Even Tyene Fairy, who was as cold as ice, had a touch of excitement on her face at this moment. Although the War God Temple was a spatial treasure, the space contained in it was many times more than other supreme-grade spatial treasures. The value of the War God Temple alone surpassed the life treasure of an ultimate expert, not to mention the treasures left behind by the master of the War God Temple. If we bring the War God Temple back to the Holy Land, we'll definitely be rewarded by the Holy Land. With these rewards, I'm afraid it's enough for us to enter the Divine Ruins realm. The tall and muscular man's face was full of excitement. One should know that even in the immortal sects with countless powerhouses, Divine Ruins realm land immortals were extremely rare. All of them were holy lords of the various holy lands, and their means were extremely powerful. Among the 5 people from the immortal sects, even Tyene Fairy, who had the highest status and held the Tyene token left behind by an ultimate expert, only had a glimmer of hope to enter the Divine Ruins realm. As for the other 4, they might be able to become true realm land immortals after a few hundred years. As for the Divine Ruins realm, it was absolutely impossible. Divine Ruins realm land immortals had already begun to touch the power of space. Although touching the power of space and controlling the power of space and finally shattering the power of space were worlds apart, there was still a qualitative difference between them and true realm land immortals and spirit-severing realm land immortals. In order to enter the Divine Ruins realm, in addition to having enough talent and opportunity, they also had to use the Holy Land's foundation to help them touch the power of space. If the Holy Land wanted to do this without hesitation, there was only one possibility, and that was to make a great contribution to the Holy Land. This was also the reason why there were only a few Divine Ruins realm land immortals in the immortal sections. And if they brought the War God Temple back to their respective Holy Land, it would obviously be a great contribution. The War God Temple was a super-large spatial treasure refined by an ultimate expert that surpassed a life treasure. If this wasn't a great contribution, then what was? But I heard that the heavenly being from the Empire of Tang had once entered the War God Temple? At this moment, the frail young master seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, "Do you think the treasures in the War God Temple have been taken away by the Tang Guitian?" A trace of worry flashed across the frail young master's face. Even if they obtained the War God Temple, it was impossible for them to keep it. In the end, they would have to hand it over to their respective sects because they couldn't activate the War God Temple at all. However, the treasure in the War God Temple might not be the same. What if that treasure was some kind of divine scripture? After they comprehended it, they could hand it over to the Holy Land in exchange for credit. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? A supreme expert didn't hesitate to build a super-large spatial treasure, like the War God Temple, to store a divine scripture. It was definitely a shocking divine scripture. As soon as the frail young master said this, the expressions of the other 4 people changed slightly. Indeed, the frail young master's worry was not without reason. "Humph." The tall man snorted coldly. What kind of existence is the War God Temple? Even in the last Vitality Tide era, no one had ever taken away that important treasure inside, let alone now. The burly man glanced at the other 4 people and saw that they were still worried. He grinned and said, "Even if that celestial from the Empire of Tang really took away the treasure, so what? At worst, we can join forces to attack Chang'an City, suppress that celestial, and force him to hand over the treasure. Isn't that enough? How can a mere celestial from the age of Dharma's end be a match for us disciples of the Holy Land? If the 5 of us join forces, what can that Tang Guitian do to resist?" The burly man's tone was full of confidence. If it were other disciples of the Holy Land who took away the treasure, it would be a little troublesome, but the Tang Guitian, without the support of the Holy Land, and with their strength inferior to theirs, What could they do even if they got the treasure? Wouldn't they just hand it over to them? That's true. The other 4 people nodded slightly when they heard this, and the worry on their faces had obviously dissipated. And just as the 5 of them were talking, the towering and vast palace that slowly emerged from the depths of the void completely led them to the top of Kunlun Mountain. In an instant, a terrifying and direct pressure shrouded and spread out. However, the 5 people present were all Earth immortals. Although they were not used to this pressure, they could accept it. At least, their strength would not be suppressed like the Myth Realm martial artists. Let's go in together. The young man carefully looked at the War God Temple, and a smile appeared on his face. He was about to step in. The other 4 followed closely behind. Suddenly, at this moment, Tyene Fairy's face changed slightly, as if she had sensed something. She suddenly raised her head and looked in a certain direction. Under Tyene Fairy's incredulous gaze, heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, a dazzling golden sun slowly rose from the distant horizon. It was almost impossible to describe this sun with words. It seemed to reflect the sun in the sky. The light illuminated the earth, so that all objects within 100 miles could be seen. That is, the other 4 people also realized that something was wrong and looked in shock. They saw a slender and tall figure walking out of the sun. His facial features were blurry and could not be seen clearly. His eyes seemed to be faintly burning with discussion, and his chi and blood soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It was Su Qin. Chapter 333. Outside Kunlun Mountain. The old man with a thin face and many other martial artists were talking in low voices, guessing the origin of the 5 people from the immortal sect. But the next moment, the world dimmed. There was a sun shining above the sky, but at this moment, there seemed to be another sun in the world. The 2 suns stood side by side, and the terrifying aura shook the world. Is that the Tangguitian? Several legends saw the tall and slender figure walking out from the sun, and their voices trembled as they spoke. Even if the figure's face was blurred and seemed to be shrouded in fog, no martial artist on the scene dared to forget its overwhelming aura. Why did the Tangguitian suddenly come? Some of the legends swallowed their saliva in disbelief. Since the celestial being of the Tang Empire destroyed the Thunder God sect and suppressed the overseas martial arts world, he had never made a move again. Countless warriors who wanted to meet the celestial being of the Tang Empire could only wait outside Chang'an City. Some people guessed that the Tangguitian should be in seclusion and would not set foot in the mortal world for at least a few decades. After all, even a myth realm martial artist might spend a few years or even a decade in seclusion, let alone an immortal like the Tangguitian. But even so, a large number of martial artists still gathered outside Chang'an City. These martial artists were like pilgrims, waiting for Su Qin to come out of seclusion. However, these martial artists outside Kunlun Mountain never dreamed that Su Qin would suddenly appear here. It seems that the 5 celestial beings led the Tangguitian people here. The old man with a thin face forced himself to calm down and thought quickly. Although the old man with a thin face did not know the origin of the 5 people from the immortal sect, the Tangguitian people came not long after they arrived here. If there was no connection between them, how could it be possible? Just when the old man with a thin face and the other myths were in doubt, on the top of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 people from the immortal sect who were just about to enter the War God Temple all looked at Su Qin with a solemn face. Su Qin's aura was too terrifying. The terrifying power of qi and blood was almost like the sun. If it were not for the fact that the 5 people from the immortal sect were all earth immortals and disciples of the Holy Land with many means, they would have been turned into powder under the ocean-like aura. Petty tricks. The burly man among the 5 was the first to lose control. His aura began to rise, and a wave of qi surged out of his body. As a disciple of the immortal sect's Holy Land, how could he be suppressed by Su Qin for no reason? Rumble. The moment the burly man's aura erupted, it collided with Su Qin's aura. Immediately, the entire Kunlun Mountain began to shake. Even the many martial artists far away from the Kunlun Mountain felt their qi and blood solidify. Their knees trembled and they could only retreat. Boom! The burly man's face turned pale and he suddenly took a few steps back. Obviously, He was at a disadvantage in the battle with Su Qin's aura and even suffered some injuries. Seeing this scene, the weak young master next to him narrowed his eyes. He knew the strength of the burly man very well. He was at the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, and with his many means, he was not too far away from the late stage of the spirit-severing stage. But now, he was quickly defeated in the battle of aura. As expected, Su Qin stepped forward step by step and arrived at the top of Kunlun Mountain in an instant. There was an inexplicable whirlpool in the depths of his eyes as he sized up the 5 people from the immortal sect. You should be from the immortal sect, right? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he said faintly. Although the 5 of them did not say a word, Su Qin observed with the eye of truth and found that not only were the 5 of them in the Earth God immortal realm, but their auras were also abnormally stable. It was obvious that they had been in the Earth God immortal realm for a long time. Whether it was the overseas martial arts world or the other continents, even if an Earth God was born, it was impossible for them to be unknown until now. For example, Lei Xuanzi returned to Raytheon not long after he stepped into the Earth God immortal realm, and used his great magic power to fill the sea and create land. Immortal sect? The weak young master was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He cupped his hands at Su Qin and said, "May I know which immortal sect's holy land you are from?" In the opinion of the weak young master, Su Qin's aura was terrifyingly powerful, and his qi and blood were soaring. It was obvious that the cultivation method he cultivated belonged to the divine art category. It was very likely that it was the inherited divine art of the immortal sect, and this kind of cultivation method could only be found in the immortal sect. Therefore, the weak young master guessed that Su Qin should also be from the immortal sect. Although the immortal sect was a small world created by the immortal sect's holy land and was far less vast than the human world, it was still the size of more than a dozen overseas martial arts worlds, and many of them were holy lands. That's right. I also want to know which holy land nurtured such a peerless genius like you. Taiyin Fairy, who was at the side, looked at Su Qin and said slowly, "The Taiyin Holy Land had a special secret method that could roughly estimate a martial artist's bone age based on their aura. However, this secret method was easily affected by the strength of both parties. Even so, Taiyin Fairy could vaguely sense that Su Qin's real age should not be more than 500 years old. One had to know that even in the immortal sect, a 500-year-old Earth God was considered a genius, not to mention that Su Qin was not just an Earth God. From the exchange of auras with the strong man just now, Taiyin Fairy concluded that Su Qin might already be at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. A peak spirit-severing stage less than 500 years old. This was enough to be compared to the holy sons and holy daughters of the various holy lands. Which holy land? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He shook his head and said, "I'm not from the immortal sect." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 5 people from the immortal sect, including Taiyin Fairy, suddenly froze. "Are you that heavenly being from the Empire of Tang?" The weak young master quickly reacted and stared at Su Qin as he asked word by word, "I don't care if you're from the Tang Guotian or not. The fight just now doesn't count. I'm not ready yet." The strong man next to him recovered. He strode forward, raised his right hand, and smashed it fiercely at Su Qin. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The strong man's punch faintly communicated with the Sea of Vitality. In an instant, the endless power of the Sea of Vitality poured down like a flood and swept towards Su Qin. "Fellow Taoist man, you is going all out?" When the young man saw this scene, he looked at the other 3 people with a look of surprise on his face. In a fight between Earth Immortals, unless it was a real life and death battle, they would not completely release the power of the Sea of Vitality. After all, the Sea of Vitality was too vast. It was also a great burden for Earth Immortals to completely affect the Sea of Vitality. "He's a little stronger than Lei Xuanzi." Su Qin looked at the strong man's punch and commented. The strong man's punch was indeed powerful. It carried a part of the power of the Sea of Vitality. Even if this part of power was only a small part of the Sea of Vitality, it was enough to topple the sky for other creatures. However, in Su Qin's eyes, the strong man's punch was only a little stronger than Lei Xuanzi's. Su Qin stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. An invisible aura condensed and seemed to pierce through the void, quietly rushing towards the strong man. Rip! The strong man's expression suddenly changed. His right fist began to tremble, and his body kept retreating. In the end, he barely stopped and looked at Su Qin with horror. Taiyin Fairy and the others noticed that the strong man's right hand behind his back was faintly trembling. With just one blow, Man Yu, who was at the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, suffered a serious injury. One had to know that this was not the previous confrontation of aura, but the strong man was still defeated when he attacked with all his strength. Fellow Taoist, even if you are not a member of the Immortal Sect, since you know about the Immortal Sect, you must know what it means. Aren't you afraid of the sacred ground behind us? The young man looked at Su Qin with a faint trace of fear in his eyes. Su Qin defeated Man Yu with just one move. He was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. He might even have touched the true realm. Even if the young man and the others had the trump cards from their respective sacred grounds and thought that they were stronger than Man Yu, they were not willing to provoke a powerhouse like Su Qin. After all, with the strength that Su Qin had displayed, even if they joined forces and relied on various trump cards, it would be easy to defeat Su Qin. However, it would be very difficult to suppress or kill Su Qin. If Su Qin managed to escape and they entered the War God Temple, it would definitely be troublesome if the other party attacked again. Fellow Taoist is indeed powerful. Even if you are not a member of the Immortal Sect, you are qualified to explore the War God Temple with us. The weak young master squeezed out a smile and said slowly to Su Qin, "There are great opportunities in the War God Temple, and even treasures left behind by powerhouses. If you are interested, you can join forces with us to enter." The weak young master said with a bright smile. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why the four of them didn't immediately join forces to suppress Su Qin was that they were worried that Su Qin would escape. However, if Su Qin entered the War God Temple with them, wouldn't he completely lose his chance to retreat? At that time, wouldn't Su Qin still be under their control in the War God Temple? Thinking of this, the young man also said with a kind face, "That's right. Fellow Taoist, you probably don't know what the War God Temple is. It is something that even the Divine Void Stage land immortals in the last Vitality Tide era yearned for. If you get the treasures inside, you might have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse in the future." However, before the young man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Qin. "I know about the War God Temple." Su Qin smiled and looked at the majestic palace behind the 5 people from the Immortal Sect. He said casually, "I came for it this time." As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, before the 5 people from the Immortal Sect could react, he waved at the majestic War God Temple. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the 5 people from the Immortal Sect, the War God Temple, which was originally motionless and seemed to exist for eternity, suddenly shone brightly and suddenly rose up. It kept shrinking and finally turned into a stream of light that landed on Su Qin's right hand and spun. The 5 people from the Immortal Sect were dumbfounded. They spent a year searching the world to confirm the location of the War God Temple. Then they even took the risk to merge their essence spirits into the depths of the void and used a secret art to pull the War God Temple out with great difficulty. In the end, they were full of expectations and prepared to enter the War God Temple to obtain a great opportunity. In the end, the War God Temple ran to Su Qin's hands. Chapter 334. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the 5 people from the Immortal Sect watched as the War God Temple rose up and landed in Su Qin's hands obediently, allowing him to play with it. The young man was stunned on the spot. He looked at Su Qin with a gaze full of confusion. The reason why he volunteered to leave the Immortal Sect and come to the human world was not only because of the Holy Land's order, but also because of the War God Temple. He predicted that the demonic dragon in the War God Temple would not be able to last for 10,000 years. Even if it did not die of old age, it would be close to dying. At this time, if they entered the War God Temple, they would be able to suppress the demonic dragon and take the War God Temple. In fact, that was indeed the case. Decades ago, when the War God Temple appeared, the demonic dragon's strength had already fallen to the myth realm. It was because of this that he was killed by Su Qin. Otherwise, if the demonic dragon still retained the strength of an earth immortal, Su Qin would have definitely turned around and left. The young man had predicted everything, including the demonic dragon's Shoyuan, and the location of the War God Temple. However, the young man did not expect that after overcoming all difficulties and experiencing all kinds of dangers, he finally found the War God Temple. However, just as he was about to enter, the War God Temple flew into Su Qin's hands of its own accord. How could the young man accept this? You refined the War God Temple? The young man's lips moved as he stared at Su Qin and asked. Now that the War God Temple flew out of its own accord, there was no other possibility other than being refined by Su Qin. Only by refining the War God Temple and becoming its master could one control the War God Temple like it was their own arm. Refining the War God Temple? The expressions of Taiyin Fairy and the other three changed. The War God Temple and even the experts had spent a lot of money to refine a spatial Dharma treasure. The space inside was vast, and it was much more than the so-called supreme-grade spatial Dharma treasure. It was easier said than done to refine such a spatial Dharma treasure. Even their initial plan was only to temporarily take the War God Temple, bring it back to the immortal sect, and hand it over to the Holy Land. At that time they would consider how to refine it. Not bad. Su Qin revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the spinning War God's temple in his palm. Among all magic treasures, spatial magic treasures had always been the rarest. This was because only supreme experts who had mastered the power of space had the ability to refine spatial magic treasures. A few years ago, Su Qin had also received a spatial artifact, the Void Gourd, from the stargazing tower of the Imperial Palace. However, the space contained within the spatial gourd was only the size of a palace. How could it compare to the War God Hall? Su Qin sized up the War God Temple a few times, and with a thought, the War God Temple entered his body. When the 5 people from the immortal sect saw the War God Shrine disappear, their hearts sank, especially the young man. He had already regarded the War God Shrine as his possession. Now that the War God Shrine had fallen into the hands of others, one could imagine the unwillingness in his heart. Since fellow Taoist has refined the War God Shrine, you are naturally the owner of the War God Shrine. However, we worked hard to leave the immortal sect and searched the world to find the War God Shrine. If fellow Taoist takes the War God Shrine away without a word, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? When the young man said this, his eyes narrowed slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Qin. He continued, I wonder if fellow Taoist can give up his treasure and hand over the War God Shrine to us. Of course, we won't take fellow Taoist things for free. When we return to the immortal sect, we will naturally report fellow Taoist contributions to the Holy Land. The young man said slowly. Although his tone didn't fluctuate much and seemed to be discussing with Su Qin, the threat was obvious. When the other 4 heard the young man's words, their hearts skipped a beat. The young man was obviously prepared to force Su Qin to hand over the War God Shrine. He even didn't hesitate to mention the Holy Land. Realizing this, young Master Wenrua Manyu and the other 2 spread out and surrounded Su Qin. Although Su Qin had just shown the strength to defeat Manyu, one had to know that there were 5 of them. Su Qin could defeat Manyu, but how could he block the 5 of them together? An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Su Qin took away a treasure like the War God Shrine in front of them. He couldn't blame them for snatching it. Oh, you want me to hand over the War God Shrine? Su Qin looked at the young man and said calmly, what if I refuse? Refuse? The young man smiled with a murderous look. If fellow Taoist refuses, then let us join forces and experience fellow Taoist's means. As soon as these words came out, young Master Wenrua and the others' auras slowly rose. Although they hadn't completely erupted, they vaguely blocked Su Qin's path of retreat. The War God Shrine was too precious. If they could bring the War God Shrine back to the immortal sect, young Master Wenrua and the others would definitely be rewarded by the immortal sect. At that time they might have a chance to enter the Divine Ruins realm. In order to become an Earth Immortal in the Divine Ruins realm in the future, and become a powerhouse in the immortal sect, it was only possible to take back the War God Shrine. Of course, this was also because the strength Su Qin displayed was still at the spirit-severing stage. Although the value of the War God Shrine exceeded the life treasure of an ultimate expert, it was still a spatial Dharma treasure, and didn't have any offensive power. Otherwise, if Su Qin didn't refine the War God Shrine but a treasure, no matter how bold young Master Wenrua was, he wouldn't dare to make a move on Su Qin. A spirit-severing stage Earth Immortal with a treasure, even if it wasn't a life treasure, could still fight a true stage Earth Immortal, not to mention that Su Qin was at least at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. In that case, you can stay here today. Su Qin's eyes were deep as he said faintly. Although the 5 people from the Immortal sect were powerful, and any one of them was stronger than Lei Xuanzi, Su Qin was even stronger. Not to mention that after a year of hard work, he had already faintly touched the true stage. Even if he was still at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, he wasn't something that the 5 Earth Immortals could compare to. You sure talk big. The young man sneered. Then young Master Wenrua and the other 2 took a step forward together. In an instant a majestic aura soared into the sky, spreading to every corner of Kunlun Mountain, and crazily spreading in all directions. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the thin-faced old man and the other legends seemed to have sensed something and their hearts trembled. Even though they didn't see what happened on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, they could feel the boiling killing intent from the rapidly boiling aura. They're about to make a move. The Tangguotian people are about to fight with the 5 Earth Immortals. The thin-faced old man only felt that his heart was in his throat. Several Earth Immortals were fighting at the same time. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. In the thousands of years of inheritance overseas, Earth Immortals were extremely rare. A fight between Earth Immortals had never happened before, let alone 6 Earth Immortals at the same time. The other legends were also very excited to be able to witness the fight between several Earth Immortals. For legends like them, it was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can the Tangguotian people stop the 5 Celestials? The Tangguotian people are invincible in the world. The 5 Celestials shouldn't be able to do anything to the Tangguotian people. That's not necessarily true. These are 5 Celestials. When they join forces, the sky will fall and the earth will crack. How can the Tangguotian people stop them? The legends were discussing in a low voice, but most of them thought that Su Qin shouldn't be a match for the 5 Celestials. After all, the 5 Celestials joining forces was simply unimaginable and unheard of. Even if Su Qin's divine power shook the world, how could he stop them? This time, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, as the young man's aura rose, the other 4 people no longer held back. Their aura rose steadily like a vast ocean, sweeping towards Su Qin. In the depths of the void, the Yuanqi Ocean rippled, forming waves like tornadoes. With the 4 people as the center, 4 huge eyes of the storm were formed. At this moment, the Yuanqi Ocean in the depths of the void began to boil faintly. A terrifying aura followed the layers of void and came to the mortal world. However, among the 5 people from the Immortal sect, Taiyin Fairy still didn't make a move. She quietly looked at Su Qin, who was surrounded by the 4 people. Taiyin now had a very high status in the Taiyin Holy Land. To her, although the War God Temple was important, it wasn't indispensable. Even without the War God Temple, she still had the chance to enter the Divine Ruins realm. Therefore, she naturally wasn't like the young man and the other 4 who had to enter the War God Temple. And the reason why Taiyin Fairy didn't make a move was that she couldn't see through Su Qin. According to Taiyin Fairy's secret technique, Su Qin's true bone age was definitely not more than 500 years old. Such a peerless genius with unlimited potential actually came from the mortal world where the Yuanqi was silent and all the laws withered. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, what Taiyin Fairy didn't know was that Su Qin's true age wasn't even 100 years old. Although the secret technique of the Taiyin Holy Land could roughly estimate a martial artist's bone age, it was greatly affected by external factors. In addition, Su Qin's golden crow divine body innately blocked all kinds of probing, so Taiyin Fairy came to the conclusion that his bone age wasn't more than 500 years old. Just as Taiyin Fairy was silently observing Su Qin, the young man and the others obviously couldn't bear it and directly made a move. Boom! Prince Wenrui was the first to make a move. He took out a folding fan, gently opened it, and leisurely swept it towards Su Qin. A terrifying hurricane appeared. This hurricane was only a few meters in size at first, but it became bigger and bigger in midair. In the end, it turned into a storm that reached the heavens and the earth, sweeping left and right. The killer move of the Wind God Valley? Taiyin Fairy recognized this move, and her face turned slightly serious. The Wind God Valley was also one of the holy lands in the Immortal sect. It was said that the real killer move of the Wind God Valley could summon the wind of destruction and destroy everything. And at this moment Man Yu the young man and the other two also made a move. As soon as the four of them made a move, they didn't have the slightest intention of probing. They directly used their killer moves, wanting to kill Su Qin in one blow. They didn't have any modesty or retreat, leaving no way for Su Qin to retreat. Obviously, the scene of Su Qin defeating Man Yu with one finger made these people of the immortal sect feel very pressured, so they didn't hold back. Chapter 335. The joint attack of the four Earth Immortals was simply earth-shattering. The whole Kunlun mountain shook as if it couldn't withstand such a terrifying force. Even the legends hiding far away outside Kunlun Mountain felt their scalps tingle as they retreated. Too strong. The old man with a thin face once watched the battle between Su Qin and Lei Xuanzi in Chang'an City, but compared to this battle, it was simply insignificant. This is the pinnacle of the martial Tao, shaking the heavens and earth with one's own strength. Although the rest of the legends were frightened, there was a look of longing on their faces. Although a legend can control the power of heaven and earth and can fight against millions of people, but compared with the Earth Immortals who can touch the sea of vitality in the depths of the void, the gap is more than 1,000 times. It's like the gap between a baby and a grade 1 great grandmaster. The Tangguotian people are in danger. The legends looked at each other, and this thought emerged in their hearts. They have overestimated the Tangguotian people, but they also don't think that the Tangguotian people can easily block the joint attack of the four Earth Immortals. And at this moment, facing the joint attack of the four Immortal Sect people, Su Qin finally moved. Su Qin slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed it towards the weak young master. Wang! The void faintly solidified, and wisps of black wind emerged and collided with the terrifying hurricane released by the weak young master. Whoosh! The pitch-black wind was silent like a gentle spring breeze. However, as soon as it came into contact with the hurricane, the two violently melted. In just a moment, the hurricane that young Master Wenrua had unleashed collapsed. A weak black wind slowly blew towards young Master Wenrua. The weak young master's expression changed greatly, and he dodged without hesitation. The dark wind blew to a mountain in the distance. The mountain range melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was completely erased, which made people palpitate. Excessive momentum, insufficient power. Su Qin glanced at the weak young master and shook his head. When young Master Wenrua heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The killing move of the immortal sect's sacred land, Wind God Valley, had become an overbearing and insufficient power in front of Su Qin. If news of this spread to the immortal sects and the land immortals of the Wind God Valley knew about it, they would probably go all out to hunt down Su Qin. After defeating young Master Wen's killing move with the divine ability Wind Calling, Su Qin extended his right hand into the depths of the void and pulled out a strange long saber that was shaped like a sickle and curved like a full moon. Then Su Qin held the demon god's blade and slashed at the air. Rip! Heaven and earth turned pitch black. A saber radiance that looked like a crack in space flashed and slashed toward the young man. At this time the young man also pulled out a dazzling long blade, which seemed to be composed of divine light, and slashed towards Su Qin. 9 styles of the heavenly knife. Immortal sacred ground heavenly blade mountains inherited killer move. It was known as one of the most powerful killing moves in the immortal sections. Once the strongest 9th move was used, it was enough to kill a land immortal of the Divine Ruins realm. Although the young man was far from being able to use the 9th move, he had already used the 3rd move. Ordinary spirit severing stage land immortals would not dare to face this saber head-on. However, under the young man's shocked gaze, the dark blade radiance that Su Qin had casually chopped out was abruptly standing on the flaw of the 9 styles of the sky blade. Suddenly, the long blade of divine light in the young man's hand let out a mournful cry, like a poisonous snake that had been hit at its weakest point. The divine radiance was shattered layer by layer, and its aura fell to the bottom. You're not proficient in saber techniques. Learn for another 100 years. Su Qin said casually. When the young man heard this, he looked at the long saber in his hand with an extremely ugly expression. The dignified Heavenly Saber Mountain's killing move was evaluated as not proficient in saber techniques. Dong dong dong. At this time Man Yu's body suddenly expanded and turned into a 5-meter-tall giant, rushing towards Su Qin. The entire Kunlun mountain seemed to be shaking. At this moment, Man Yu's body was extremely powerful, and his terrifying qi and blood spread to every corner like an ocean. Su Qin stretched out his left hand and clenched his fist. He didn't even look at Man Yu and gently punched him. Bang! Like an ancient giant hammering the earth, Su Qin's fist quietly imprinted on Man Yu's chest. Man Yu's face suddenly turned pale, and the qi and blood that originally filled the surroundings quickly collapsed. He took a few steps back and finally sat on the ground. Man Yu suppressed his surging qi and blood and looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. Your body is cumbersome and can't withstand a single blow. Su Qin's gaze moved slightly and looked at the last person. This person was an old man with white eyebrows. At this moment his eyes were closed and he didn't seem to have made a move. But Su Qin could feel a huge amount of primordial spirit power brewing in the air. At the next moment, the primordial spirit power condensed into a black hammer shape that instantly crossed 1,000 meters and passed through layers of domains before drilling into Su Qin's forehead. Primordial Spirit Killer Move. At this moment, the old man with white eyebrows was actually using a primordial spirit killer move. After all, no matter if it was the weak young master, the robust Man Yu, or even the young man, all of them utilized killer moves that were related to the body. Even though their might was vast, it was extremely easy to block them. But primordial spirit killer moves were different. The primordial spirit was formless, and primordial spirit killer moves could easily pass through most substances in the world. To block a primordial spirit killer move, one could only use their own primordial spirit to block it, apart from using an extremely precious primordial spirit treasure to protect their primordial spirit. If you can withstand it, you will live. If you can't, you will die. Whoosh! After the illusory black hammer drilled into Su Qin's forehead, it entered his ancestral aperture. However, before the black hammer could go any further, it was shattered by the golden Buddha that was sitting in the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture. A moment later, under the old man with white eyebrows' incredulous gaze, the primordial spirit attack technique does have its merits. Su Qin raised his gaze and looked at the old man with white eyebrows, as if he was praising him. He nodded. But in the end he shook his head and said, "But it is useless against me." Primordial spirit killer moves were famous for being strange and unpredictable. Even Divine Ruin Realm land immortals would be extremely careful when encountering primordial spirit killer moves. After all, this was a killer move that ignored most defenses and only targeted the primordial spirit. Other than facing it head-on, there was no other way. However, primordial spirit killer moves that other land immortals were wary of were the least important to Su Qin. The golden Buddha in the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture, other than symbolizing the inheritance of Buddha's palm, it also had the effect of suppressing Su Qin's sea of consciousness and was immune to all primordial spirit killer moves. It's over. Outside Kunlun Mountain, many martial artists who were originally full of worry widened their eyes in disbelief. Just now, they clearly felt the monstrous power of the four land immortals joining forces, but in less than a moment, this power quickly stopped, as if it was forcibly suppressed by some existence. Compared to the martial artists outside Kunlun Mountain who were puzzled for a long time, the four land immortals from the immortal sects had huge waves of emotions in their hearts. Su Qin's palm, saber, and fist defeated the killer moves of three land immortals, and in the end, he easily withstood the primordial spirit killer move. It was as if a spring breeze was caressing his face. It was simply shocking. Especially the white-browed old man. Even a true realm land immortal might not be able to escape unscathed from his primordial spirit killer move without knowing its depth. But Su Qin actually blocked it so easily? Is this the method of the immortal sects? Su Qin looked at the four land immortals who were shocked, and there was a trace of disappointment in his tone. Ever since he learned about the immortal sects, Su Qin had a great interest in the world inside the immortal sections. After all, the world inside the immortal sects was an orthodoxy of supreme experts. Whether it was the methods or the foundation, it was far beyond the mortal world in the era of vitality. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin intended to let the four land immortals take action. He wanted to see the methods of the immortal sections. But Su Qin was disappointed in the end. Except for the white-browed old man's primordial spirit killer move that piqued Su Qin's interest, the other three people's killer moves could not enter his eyes at all. Fellow Taoists' methods are really unfathomable. In that case, we will take our leave and return to the immortal sections. The young man's eyes flickered and finally, he began to retreat carefully. Su Qin blocked their full-strength attacks with just a raise of his hand. His terrifying strength was definitely far beyond theirs. The young man even guessed that Su Qin had probably stepped into the true realm. Under such circumstances, the four of them immediately had the intention to retreat. Although they still had killer moves that they had not used, facing a land immortal who was suspected to be in the true realm, no matter how many trump cards they used, they would probably not be able to do anything to him. In that case, why should they continue to attack? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Seeing this, Su Qin chuckled, took a step forward, pointed at the sky, and said softly, "Myriad thunder attraction. Rumble." The sky instantly darkened, dark clouds covered the sky, and faint purple lightning constantly surged, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. Myriad thunder attraction was the thunder element killer move that Su Qin had obtained from signing in at Thunder God Island this year. Together with the 5 Thunder God Fist, its power was simply earth-shattering. So much 9 heavens divine thunder? Seeing this scene, Mr. Wen's scalp instantly exploded. If it was only 1 or 2 9 heavens divine thunder, he might not be afraid. If it was 10 or 29 heavens divine thunder, he could still grit his teeth and block it. But now there were more than 109 heavens divine thunder condensed under the sky. Rip. The next moment, bolt after bolt of 9 heavens divine thunder fell, and the peak of Kunlun Mountain seemed to have turned into a faint purple sea of thunder. Mr. Wen and Man Yu's faces turned pale. They quickly gathered everything and held up their domains, barely resisting the 9 heavens divine thunder. But even so, the 4 of them were still retreating. The domains that they tried their best to hold up kept shrinking under the 9 heavens divine thunder. In the end, it only covered a 3-meter radius around them. At this moment, Mr. Wen roared in a low voice, "Tyene Fairy, if you don't make a move now, when are you going to do it?" Just as Mr. Wen finished speaking, a soft sigh was heard. A woman wearing a light veil and as cold as jade slowly walked out. It was Tyene Fairy, who had been watching the battle from the side but didn't make a move. Tyene Fairy pointed out a finger, and the world suddenly filled with the power of Tyene Moonlight. The endless power of moonlight continued to surge out, quickly blocking the 9 heavens divine thunder that kept falling. Chapter 336. Tyene Fairy. She was one of the candidates for the Saintess of the Tyene Sacred Land. She had the highest status and means among the 5. If it wasn't for the Tyene token being so important that the Tyene Sacred Land didn't want to give it to other disciples, Tyene Fairy would never take the risk and come to the human world. After all, thousands of years had passed. Even the people of the Immortal sect didn't know what the human world had become. With Tyene Fairy's help and the other 4 Earth Immortals resisting, the light purple lightning that filled the sky gradually dissipated. The dark clouds disappeared, revealing the vast sky. Prince Wenrua and the other 4 heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Although the 4 of them weren't Earth Immortals at the peak of the Spirit Severing stage, they could still fight against those at the peak of the Spirit Severing stage if they worked together. However, Su Qin defeated them with a palm, a blade, and a punch in front of them. Finally, he summoned the 9th heaven divine thunder. If it wasn't for Tyene Fairy, the 4 of them would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was comparable to the saints and saintesses of the Immortal sect's sacred land. What a pity! Su Qin shook his head slightly when he saw the 5 people of the Immortal sect blocking the 10,000 thunder attraction. Although the 10,000 thunder attraction was a lightning-type killer move, the 5 people in front of him were still from the Immortal sect. They were far from being comparable to Lei Xuanzi and the other Earth Immortals who had just entered the Spirit Severing stage. Especially Tyene Fairy, whose aura was so strong that she was probably close to the peak of the Spirit Severing stage. Su Qin was powerful, but it was still difficult for him to suppress 5 Earth Immortals with one move, especially one who was close to the peak of the Spirit Severing stage. Of course, this was also the reason why Su Qin didn't use his real trump card. The 10,000 Thunder attraction was just a killer move that Su Qin had signed in at the Thunder God Island in the past year. It was far from being his trump card. How dare you stop me? Aren't you afraid of death? Su Qin looked at Taiyin Fairy. If it wasn't for Taiyin Fairy, Prince Wenrua and the other four would have been seriously injured. They are all from the Immortals sect. If they die, I won't be able to explain myself. Taiyin Fairy's tone was cold, but the serious look on her face showed that she was not as calm as she looked. In the eyes of young Master Wenrua and the others, after Taiyin Fairy made her move and blocked the 9 heavens' divine thunder, she seemed to be on par with Su Qin. However, only Taiyin Fairy herself knew what kind of price she had paid just now. Until now, Taiyin Fairy still felt her body faintly numb. Besides, even if I don't make a move, will you let me go after you kill them? Taiyin Fairy looked helpless. Since Su Qin knew about the Immortal sect, he would naturally know that there was a Taoist legacy within the Immortal sect. Under such circumstances, once Su Qin decided to attack young Master Wenrua and the rest, he would definitely not leave anyone alive to report back to the Immortal sect. In other words, if Taiyin Fairy didn't want to be hunted down by Su Qin, she could only join forces with Mr. Wenrua and the other 3 land deities. You're smart. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Indeed, he did not intend to let Taiyin Fairy off. Once he decided to make a move, he would naturally eliminate her completely. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Su Qin's eyes were calm as he took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Give it your all. If you hold back, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Taiyin Fairy's voice was clear, but there was anxiety in it. Don't worry, Taiyin Fairy. We know what to do. Young Master Wenrua and the other 3 said solemnly. The other 3 nodded as well. At their level, they naturally knew that the only way to survive was to join forces to block Su Qin. As for escaping in all directions, they would only be hunted down. Moreover, even if they escaped, what could they do? The Taiyin token had not recovered and could not protect the 5 of them as they passed through the void passage. At that time, they would still have to face Su Qin. Heavenly Blade 4th form. The long blade in the young man's hand shone with divine light again. Vaguely, a vast blade intent condensed. This blade intent was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through the 9 heavens and the netherworld. Block! Su Qin pulled out the demon god's blade and casually stood on the blade intent condensed by the young man. Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded. The young man's body trembled as he looked at Su Qin in shock. The 9 forms of the Heavenly Blade was the inherited killing move of the Heavenly Blade Mountain. With his strength, he could only use the 3rd form at most. Even so, it was enough for him to run amok in the spirit-severing stage. Just now, the young man paid the price and barely managed to use the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. The power of this form had completely surpassed the level of the spirit-severing stage. Originally, he thought that even if this blade could not do anything to Su Qin, it could at least delay him for a while. However, in the end, he was forced to retreat by Su Qin's blade. Next, Su Qin continued to attack. With a raise of his hand, the 5 people from the celestial sect were forced to retreat. If it were not for Taiyin Fairy constantly condensing the power of Taiyin Moonlight, which could barely delay Su Qin for a moment, the 4 of them would have been suppressed long ago. Even so, the situation on the field was extremely unfavorable for the 5 people from the celestial sect. Who is this person? How can such a freak be born in the world of the silent era of vitality? The white-browed old man vomited a large mouthful of blood. Among the 5 people on the field, he was the one who suffered the most injuries. The white-browed old man was good at the healing primordial spirit killer move. In terms of physical body and spiritual power, he was weaker than ordinary Earth immortals. However, Su Qin was the least afraid of primordial spirit killer moves. The golden Buddha in the depths of his ancestral aperture directly made Su Qin immune to all primordial spirit killer moves. Therefore, no matter how the white-browed old man used his primordial spirit killer move, it was like a stone falling into the sea, causing no waves when it landed on Su Qin. On the contrary, the aftermath of a casual punch from Su Qin was enough to injure the white-browed old man. The 2 were completely unequal in terms of strength. If it were not for Taiyin Fairy who could occasionally restrain Su Qin, the white-browed old man would definitely be the first to die. Die! Man Yu strode forward. His eyes were blood red, his black hair was gradually turning white, and his lustrous skin was getting dimmer. But correspondingly, Man Yu's aura was rising steadily. He quickly surpassed the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, and directly reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Obviously, Man Yu had begun to fight with his life. This method of increasing one's strength was considered a forbidden technique even in the celestial sect. Using it once would greatly damage one's origin. Su Qin chuckled. His right hand clenched into a fist, and under Man Yu's incredulous gaze, it was as if it had transcended space. Dong! Man Yu was sent flying like a stone, and heavily smashed into the ground. Man Yu vomited a large mouthful of blood, and even the remnants of his internal organs were spat out. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, there was no vitality left. Chapter 337. Man Yu's body quickly collapsed. Although Su Qin's punch seemed to have landed lightly on his body, the terrifying power instantly penetrated his entire body. Even though Man Yu's body was the strongest among the five, he couldn't stop his body from collapsing. Buzz! In the next moment, Man Yu's primordial spirit flew out of his body and looked at Su Qin in horror. Compared to the myth realm, the primordial spirit of an earth immortal was extremely condensed. Because of this, Man Yu's primordial spirit was still alive even if his body collapsed. However, unlike the white-browed old man, Man Yu's abilities mostly came from his body. At this moment he had lost his body, which was equivalent to being crippled. Although he wasn't completely powerless, he obviously couldn't intervene in the battle between earth immortals. How can your body be so strong? Man Yu stared at Su Qin. He couldn't understand. He was good at physical strength. Even a true realm earth immortal might not be able to destroy his body in a short time, let alone Su Qin with just one punch. You talk too much. Su Qin's eyes seemed to be burning with the power of the sun. The power of the golden flames directly crossed thousands of meters and enveloped Man Yu's primordial spirit. Golden eyes of the great sun. This fire elemental divine power was once again displayed in front of the world. Not good. Man Yu's primordial spirit was terrified. He hurriedly retreated and unleashed a surge of primordial spirit power. But all of this was useless. The golden flames instantly enveloped him. Man Yu's primordial spirit suddenly let out a shrill scream. Then, his primordial spirit body was burned into nothingness by the golden flames. What? Young Master One and the others watched as Man Yu's primordial spirit was completely destroyed, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. Everything just happened too quickly. In their eyes it was just Su Qin punching Man Yu's chest. Then Man Yu's body quickly collapsed. Then they saw Su Qin's eyes spurt out golden flames and burn Man Yu's Yuan spirit to ashes. By the time Taiyin Fairy reacted, Man Yu's primordial spirit had already been enveloped by the golden flames. It was already too late. Yu Man died. The white-browed old man felt his scalp go numb. Man Yu had the strongest fleshly body among the five of them. Even Man Yu couldn't withstand a single punch from Su Qin, let alone him. The white-browed old man was very clear about his own strength. He was skilled in primordial spirit killer moves, but his physical body was really weak. Although his physical body was replenished by the primordial chi ocean when he entered the land immortal realm and became a conjured body, it was still the weakest among conjured bodies. Not to mention Su Qin's gold crow divine body, even Lei Xuanzi, who had just become an earth immortal, was inferior. At this moment, after Su Qin killed Man Yu with the great sun golden pupil, his figure slowly disappeared into the distance, leaving behind only a phantom. Not good. Seeing this scene, the remaining four immortal sect disciples' expressions changed drastically. Even Taiyin Fairy didn't want to take Su Qin's punch head-on. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Su Qin's figure appeared again, he was already within 100 meters of the young man. His target is me. The young man's scalp went numb as he burned his blood without hesitation, trying to distance himself from Su Qin. In the young man's opinion, as long as he dodged Su Qin's punch, he should be able to save his life. However, the next moment, under the young man's incredulous gaze, Su Qin raised his right hand again and pulled out the demon god's blade from the depths of the void. His face was slightly solemn as he gently slashed down. The sky and the earth turned into a pitch-black ocean. A long and narrow black gap appeared in the space. The pitch-black blade aura seemed to be able to cut the world apart as it shot out in an instant. Crack. The young man was stunned. Suddenly, a line of blood appeared on his forehead. This line of blood. At first, it was only a line of blood, but it quickly spread down, passing through his nose, lips, neck, and chest. In the end, he was actually cut in half from the middle. A sharp and majestic blade chi gushed out from this line of blood. You held back just now? The young man's eyes shone with disbelief. During the battle just now, Su Qin had also slashed out the demon god's blade. However, although the demon god's blade was extremely sharp and could even cut open the Skyblade 9 styles of the Skyblade of the Skyblade Mountain. However, compared to the blade aura that easily cut the young man's body in half, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In a flash, the young man wanted to control his essence soul and escape from his body like the burly Manu. Unfortunately, at this moment, an aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell appeared. Under this aura, the young man's essence soul was quickly eroded, and his thoughts kept falling into darkness. The disciples of the Skyblade Mountain also died. The most powerful aspect of the demon god's blade was that other than its sharpness, it was also strange and insidious. The aura of hell contained in it could restrain all essence soul power. I was just playing with you just now. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The demon god's blade was a treasure that Su Qin had signed in from the cave world. It was suspected to be related to a certain demon god in the depths of the world. Like a divine ability, its power would increase exponentially as Su Qin's strength increased. Now that Su Qin was already at the peak of the spirit-severing stage and was half a step into the true realm, coupled with the terrifying chi and blood of the Golden Crow divine body, once he slashed out the demon god's blade, it would be enough to kill most of the spirit-severing stage land immortals. Of course, the demon god's blade was not without flaws. That was, the blade light of the demon god's blade could be dodged. This was also the reason why Su Qin only slashed out the demon god's blade when he was within 100 meters of the young man. Firstly, it was because the young man didn't think that the demon god's blade could pose a threat to him. Secondly, it was difficult for the other party to dodge at such a short distance. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin turned his hand and slashed at the weak young master. The pitch-black blade light almost cut through the space and appeared in front of the weak young master in an instant. When young master Wenrua saw this blade, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His body seemed to have turned into a wisp of invisible wind, and he instantly hid a few miles away. Looking at Su Qin's blade that easily cut off a mountain peak, he was terrified. Fortunately, my wind god valley is good at extreme speed. Otherwise, I'm afraid my body and soul would have been destroyed. The weak young master swallowed his saliva and for a moment, he wanted to retreat. Su Qin was too terrifying. In just a short period of time, 2 of the 5 Earth Immortals who came from the immortal sects had fallen and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. If it were anyone else, they would have run as far as possible. The blade light of the demon god's blade is too slow after all. Su Qin was not surprised when he saw the weak young master escape. After seeing the strange sharpness of the demon god's blade, no Earth Immortal would choose to take the attack of the demon god's blade head-on. Isn't the Tangguitian too strong? Outside Kunlun Mountain, the thin old man and other martial artists had just mustered up the courage to approach the mountain peak when they saw this scene. They only felt their whole body trembling. Originally, in their opinion, no matter how invincible the Tangguitian was, when the 5 Earth Immortals joined forces, they could only save their lives at most. As for fighting or even defeating them, it was impossible. How could the Tangguitian fight against the 5 Earth Immortals? What could they use to defeat them? But what was the truth? In front of Su Qin, the 5 Earth Immortals could not even delay and 2 of them had fallen. Killing Earth Immortals like killing dogs. What kind of means was this? What kind of ability was this? Not only did these mythical martial artists not dare to imagine it, even the thin old man who thought he had seen a lot of things could not imagine it. Rip. Su Qin casually held the hilt of the demon god's blade with his right hand, and then kept it in the system's storage. He looked at the remaining 3 immortal sects again. Not bad. You can dodge this attack. I underestimated you just now. Su Qin's gaze fell on the weak young master and said lightly. In the beginning, the wind god Valley's destructive wind that the weak young master used, in Su Qin's eyes, had become an evaluation of excessive momentum but insufficient power. But now it seemed that the weak young master's means were indeed good. At least in terms of escaping speed, he was better than the young man. The weak young master said bitterly. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. The dignified immortal sect's sacred ground, Wind God Valley, was reduced to running for his life, fellow Taoist. Just as Su Qin was about to continue attacking, Taiyin Fairy finally spoke again. Taiyin Fairy stared at Su Qin and asked tentatively, "The golden flames released from your eyes just now should be some kind of divine ability, right? You know about divine abilities?" Su Qin stopped and looked at Taiyin Fairy with some interest. Ever since he stepped into the martial Tao, Su Qin had heard of divine abilities. For example, in the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin read Buddhist scriptures and found Buddhist divine abilities such as heavenly ear ability and divine feet ability. But whether it was Buddhist divine abilities or other divine abilities, they only existed in myths and legends. No one had really seen divine abilities. Even in the overseas martial Tao world it was the same. And Su Qin only obtained some divine abilities when he signed in. But now it seemed that Taiyin Fairy seemed to know about divine abilities. Otherwise, she would definitely not think that Su Qin's golden eyes of the sun was a divine ability. I once read in the ancient books of the Taiyin Holy Land that the supreme powerhouses of the void-breaking realm will master a divine ability when they transcend heaven and earth. In addition, the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses will also inherit these divine abilities through bloodline inheritance. Speaking of this, Taiyin Fairy paused for a while and said in a low voice, "Could it be that fellow Taoist is a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse?" Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, only the supreme powerhouses and the direct descendants of the supreme powerhouses could master divine abilities. In Taiyin Fairy's opinion, although Su Qin's strength was terrifying, he was still far from being a supreme powerhouse. If Su Qin was a supreme powerhouse of the void-breaking realm, she was afraid that a thought would be enough to turn them, the Earth Immortals, into ashes. A supreme powerhouse could even break space, let alone Earth Immortals like them. Since Su Qin wasn't a supreme powerhouse, but he had divine abilities, then he could only be a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. I see. Su Qin's face was thoughtful, and he finally shook his head and said, "I'm not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse. All of his divine abilities were obtained through signing in through the system. Even the golden eye of the great sun, a fire element offensive divine ability that originated from the picture of the great sun, belonged to the system. After all, even the picture of the great sun was a reward from the system. Not a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse?" Taiyin Fairy was silent. Even if Taiyin Fairy racked her brains, she couldn't imagine that there was such an incredible creation as the system in this world. It was possible to obtain divine abilities just by signing in. Okay, now go to hell. Su Qin was too lazy to continue talking. His gaze turned slightly and looked at the weak Prince One. At this moment, the weak Prince One had already retreated dozens of miles away, and was almost out of the range of Kunlun Mountain. Not good. I've been discovered. The weak Prince One immediately began to retreat. He directly turned into a breeze and disappeared in an instant. Buzz! Su Qin's mind moved. A small sword formed completely from the power of the primordial spirit floated out. It was the Heart Sword technique. The Heart Sword technique was a primordial spirit killer move that Su Qin obtained from signing in on the Myriad Worlds Island. It could condense the power of the primordial spirit into the shape of a sword and destroy everything. The next moment, an illusory miniature sword crossed dozens of miles and landed on the weak Prince Wind's body. The Heart Sword technique was a primordial spirit killer move. Most of the defenses in countless worlds directly destroyed the weak Prince Wind's primordial spirit. And without the support of the primordial spirit, the weak Prince Wind's body fell to the ground. Although his heartbeat was still beating and his blood was still flowing like the sea, without the control of the primordial spirit, no matter how strong his body was, he was like a walking corpse. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than the primordial spirit? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The power of the primordial spirit was invisible and intangible. It could ignore most of the obstacles in the world. How could the speed of the physical body compare to it? And you guys. After killing the weak Prince 1, Su Qin raised his right hand again and slapped towards Taiyin Fairy and the white-browed old man. Taiyin Moonlight Power. A bright moon mark flashed in the depths of Taiyin Fairy's forehead. Then, the Taiyin Moonlight Power within dozens of miles began to boil. Whoosh! Compared to Taiyin Fairy's resistance, the white-browed old man was much more straightforward. His primordial spirit escaped from his body without hesitation and quickly flashed into the distance. After seeing Su Qin kill 3 Earth Immortals, the white-browed old man didn't dare to continue fighting. He directly abandoned his body and escaped with his primordial spirit. After all, his lineage focused on cultivating the primordial spirit. For the white-browed old man, as long as his primordial spirit could escape, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. As for losing his body, even a pinnacle legend could be reborn with the primordial spirit, let alone an Earth Immortal. The speed of the primordial spirit was so fast that it almost instantly lost track of the white-browed old man. You can't escape. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and memorized the white-browed old man's aura. The Eye of Truth could see through all the aura in the world. As long as the white-browed old man didn't leave this world, even if he escaped to the end of the world, Su Qin could still locate him. In just a short while, 3 of the 5 Earth Immortals from the immortal sex died and 1 escaped. Only the pale-faced Taiyin Fairy was left. Almost all of them were wiped out. Chapter 338. Kunlun Mountain was known as the home of the gods, the ancestor of all mountains. The immortal fruit in Su Qin's hand, the peach of immortality, was obtained from signing in here. And now this famous mountain was already dyed red with blood. 3 Earth Immortals from the immortal sex were killed by Su Qin. Even the white-browed elder only managed to escape with his primordial spirit. As for his physical body, it was directly shattered by Su Qin with a slap. The body of the Earth Immortal had been replenished by the power of the Sea of Vitality. Every drop of blood contained a huge amount of energy, but now it was constantly sprinkled on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Terrifying killing intent filled almost every inch of the air. You're the only one left. Su Qin's gaze turned slightly as he looked at Taiyin Fairy and said indifferently. Although the white-browed elder's primordial spirit escaped, to be precise, he didn't really die. However, his aura had already been completely locked onto by Su Qin. Even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that the immortal sex and the other sacred grounds will come after you in the future? Taiyin Fairy calmed herself down and forced herself to calm down. So be it. Why are you so cautious? Su Qin's gaze was calm as he said indifferently. According to Su Qin's guess, there must be a huge gap between the immortal sex and the mortal world. If the Earth Immortals in the mortal world wanted to enter the immortal sex, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If the people of the immortal sex wanted to return to the mortal world, it would be equally difficult. Otherwise, why had the people of the immortal sex never stepped into the mortal world for more than 10,000 years? Only today did they send a few spirit-severing stage Earth Immortals to the mortal world to test it out? As long as Taiyin Fairy and the other 4 died, the experts in the immortal sex would definitely be shocked and not dare to act rashly. Of course, this was only Su Qin's speculation. His current realm was at the peak of the spirit-severing stage, half a step into the true realm. Even if the experts in the immortal sex were furious and entered the mortal world en masse, it would still take time. By then, Su Qin would probably be a true realm Earth Immortal. The strength of the true realm, coupled with countless trump cards and methods, Su Qin would probably be able to fight against an ordinary divine ruin stage Earth Immortal. This kind of strength, even in the immortal sex, was only below the strongest. As for the immortals, more than 10,000 years had passed. Su Qin was starting to wonder if there were any supreme experts who could shatter the void in the immortal sex. After all, even Shou Yuan, who was a supreme expert, could not surpass 10,000 years. The immortal gate was merely a small world with an incomplete great Tao. It was almost impossible for a divine ruin realm land immortal to truly step into the realm of supreme experts. Besides, take 10,000 steps back. There really was a supreme expert overseeing the immortal sect. Furthermore, this supreme expert disregarded everything and returned to the mortal world to seek revenge on Su Qin. Su Qin was not afraid at all. Now that he had obtained the War God Temple, Su Qin could just move the entire Empire of Tang into the vast space in the War God Temple, and then escape to the cave world with the War God Temple, and wait until he stepped into the void-shattering realm in the future before returning. Su Qin has the Demon Buddha Golden Body, which can completely transform his aura into that of the demon race. This way, he can avoid the perception of the demon gods in the depths of the cave world. For him, the cave world was not only not dangerous but also a sign location. However, entering the cave world was tantamount to courting death. No matter how much the aura of the supreme expert was restrained, it would definitely alarm the demon gods in the depths of the world. At that time, the supreme expert would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Therefore, as long as the supreme expert was not a fool, he would definitely not enter the cave world. Do you know why I attacked you last? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face as he looked at Taiyin Fairy. Among the 5 people from the immortal sects, Taiyin Fairy was definitely the strongest. Even if she was still not Su Qin's opponent, she could still barely contain part of Su Qin's strength. Logically speaking, if Su Qin made a move, he would definitely kill Taiyin Fairy immediately. Once Taiyin Fairy fell, the other 4 would no longer have any ability to resist. What do you mean? When Taiyin Fairy heard this, her expression changed slightly. There are remnants of the power of space in your body. I think that must be your last trump card. If I attack you directly, it is very likely that I will activate the power of space in your body and let you escape, or be trapped by the power of space, Su Qin said lightly. Even with Su Qin's current strength, he could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with the power of space. In any case, this was a power that only the supreme expert could hope to master. It could shatter and shatter everything. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, the more it was so, even if the existence below the supreme expert had a treasure related to the power of space, it was very difficult for them to actively activate it. They could only passively protect themselves. Therefore, Su Qin did not attack Taiyin Fairy. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would activate the trump card in Taiyin Fairy's body. And with every sentence Su Qin said, Taiyin Fairy's expression changed a little. The expression that had just settled down changed wildly again. The power of space is a power that the supreme expert can master. Only a few treasures such as supreme treasures can bear the power of space, but how precious are supreme treasures? How could the sacred ground behind you let you bring a supreme treasure to the human world? Let me guess. Your trump card is not a supreme treasure, but it was left behind by the supreme expert. And the 5 of you were able to come to the human world this time because of that trump card? As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, Taiyin Fairy could no longer maintain her cold image. She could not help but ask, "How did you know?" At this moment, Taiyin Fairy's heart was in turmoil. Su Qin was right. The reason why Taiyin Fairy still dared to stop Su Qin after seeing his terrifying strength was because of the Taiyin token in her body. The Taiyin token was left behind by the supreme expert of the Taiyin sacred ground. It was even made of space crystal. Although it was not a supreme treasure, it could actively emit the power of space to protect Taiyin Fairy when she was in danger. Of course, other than actively emitting the power of space to protect, the Taiyin token also had various other magical uses. When Taiyin Fairy and the other 4 people from the Celestial Sect passed through the void passage between the Celestial Sect and the human world, they used the Taiyin token. With Taiyin Fairy's strength, she would definitely die if she entered the void passage. She would be torn to pieces by the power of space that was everywhere in the passage. It was because of this that the Taiyin token was activated and actively released the power of space to resist. In the fight just now, Taiyin Fairy had attacked many times in hopes that Su Qin would have the intention to kill her. Once that happened, the Taiyin token would also be activated. At that time, under the power of space, even a supreme expert of the Divine Ruins realm would be seriously injured if they were not careful. But unfortunately, Su Qin did not really attack her from the beginning to the end. It was as if he had seen through everything. Fellow cultivator, Taiyin admires your profound knowledge. Since that is the case, Taiyin Fairy will not waste your time. I will take my leave first. Taiyin Fairy did not dare to continue staying. This was because she knew that since Su Qin took the initiative to tell her everything, he must have a way to deal with her trump card. Then she thought of Su Qin's seemingly magical King Tong. Thinking of this, Taiyin Fairy's heart moved. Suddenly, an extremely exquisite token appeared in front of her. Although this token was floating in the air, it was as if it did not exist in the world. It was misty, illusory, and real. Chapter 339. The lunar token was only half the size of a palm. It was very delicate, but at this moment, it exuded an aura that could shake the void. Although the Taiyin Fairy couldn't activate the space power in the lunar token, she could activate the other functions of the lunar token through the secret method of the Taiyin Holy Land. Although these functions were nothing compared to the real space power, the Taiyin Fairy had no other choice at this moment. Su Qin was too scary. With just a few sentences, he had revealed her trump card clearly. If she continued to stay here, the Taiyin Fairy might not even have the confidence to escape. I am the source of the space power that I felt. Su Qin's spirit shook slightly, and he was obviously more cautious. No matter how confident Su Qin was, how could he be careless when facing the space power that only the strongest could control? It's weaker than the Thunder God Clock, but the space power inside is very active. Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and observed the lunar token that was half the size of a palm. As a treasure, the Thunder God Clock could naturally bear the space power. However, the Thunder God Clock had been silent for too long, at least more than 10,000 years. After such a long time, even if it was a treasure, the space power inside it would gradually die down. However, the lunar token in front of him was different. Su Qin could clearly feel that the space power in this delicate token was constantly circulating, faintly protecting the Taiyin Fairy. Once the Taiyin Fairy's life was in danger, the space power in the lunar token would explode. Now, run! Just as Su Qin was sizing up the lunar token, the Taiyin Fairy bit the tip of her tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the lunar token. Suddenly, the Taiyin token emitted a hazy brilliance. Under the illumination of this hazy brilliance, the space under Taiyin Fairy's feet was pulled closer and closer. She took a step forward. Even without using any means, she appeared a few miles away. This wasn't an illusion caused by excessive speed. It was real. The space where the Taiyin Fairy was being pulled closer. It was equivalent to an ordinary step of the Taiyin Fairy, and a few miles of distance of other living creatures. This difference in space was enough to make the scalp of an ordinary god statue go numb. This was another use of the lunar token, so close yet so far. This wondrous use was not to directly stimulate the power of space, but to use the power of space to influence the void, changing the distance of space in a small area. This was Taiyin Fairy's limit. With her strength and realm, she was unable to activate the space power in the Taiyin token. She could only use the space power indirectly by using the secret technique of the Holy Land. Is it just a reduction in spatial distance? Su Qin watched quietly as Taiyin Fairy fled 10 miles away. Before a smile appeared on Taiyin Fairy's face, he slowly extended his right hand and softly uttered 2 words. Pure Land on the palm. All of a sudden, a glazed Buddha palm enveloped heaven and earth, and an aura that suppressed all things pervaded the air. Numerous golden adumbra flowers bloomed in all directions. Each flower was a world, and each leaf was a universe. Layers of pure lands were formed, and they were boundless. It was the second style of the Buddha's palm that Su Qin had comprehended after entering the Earth God stage. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 styles. The first style, the unique and righteous, was a pure offensive palm. With this palm, Su Qin could unleash a blow comparable to an Earth God in the myth stage. Although it was only comparable in power, it was already incredible. The Buddha's palm was not the Vairocana picture. After the Vairocana picture was completed, the golden crow divine body was naturally derived. It could allow Su Qin to challenge an Earth God. However, in order to cultivate the Vairocana picture to the small mastery, Su Qin had paid an unknown amount of martial arts resources. In the end, he even used up a fire element source. However, the Buddha's palm did not need these. Moreover, the Buddha's palm would increase in power as Su Qin's strength and realm continued to increase. As for the second style of the Buddha's palm, it was the Pure Land on the palm. This style was not an offensive palm, but a suppressive palm. Could suppress a space, In the end, when the palm landed, the entire world would be suppressed. Of course, Suqin was only in the spirit-severing realm. Even so, the Pure Land on the palm could easily cut off the space within 100 miles. If there was an ultimate expert here, he would be shocked to find that Suqin's palm had already begun to step into space. Moreover, he did not borrow the influence of space but directly cut off space. Clang! Taiyin Fairy used the Taiyin token and instantly appeared dozens of miles away. However, in the next moment, Taiyin Fairy suddenly screamed and her body suddenly retreated as if she had bumped into something. She used the power of the Taiyin token to close the distance between them. She was originally relying on the entire space as a springboard. Now that the space within 100 miles had been cut off by Suqin's Pure Land on the palm, the Taiyin token naturally lost its effect. This is the power of space? Taiyin Fairy's pupils suddenly shrank. She turned her head to look at Suqin, who was slowly walking over. Panic appeared on her face. You are indeed related to an ultimate expert. Taiyin Fairy looked at Suqin in despair. At this moment she was trapped in a space. Unless she could break the space, she could not escape at all. As for breaking the space, that was a method that only a true ultimate expert could use. How could Taiyin Fairy dare to hope for it? An ultimate expert? Suqin did not comment. The Buddha's palm was known as the Buddha's personal disciple. Suqin had learned the Buddha's palm, which was equivalent to half a disciple of the Buddha. However, the Buddha was not as simple as an ultimate expert. Even in the depths of the cave world, those incredible demon gods were far from being comparable to the Buddha. I'll give you two choices. Suqin looked at Taiyin Fairy, neither happy nor sad. It was as if he had transformed into a real Buddha, overlooking all living beings. Hand over the token. Suqin said lightly. You want the Taiyin token? Taiyin Fairy's expression changed slightly. Although the space she was in was completely suppressed at this moment, Taiyin Fairy's heart was not completely desperate. If she could completely stimulate the power of space in the Taiyin token, there was still hope for her to escape this space. Suqin wanted her to hand over the token, which was tantamount to cutting off her last hope. What was even more unacceptable to Taiyin Fairy was that Suqin only asked her to hand over the token. As for whether he would spare her life or other things, he did not say anything. In other words, even if Taiyin Fairy handed over the Taiyin token, she might still be killed by Suqin. What's the second choice? Taiyin Fairy couldn't help but ask. Your current hope is nothing more than counting on the power of space in this token to perish together with me. Suqin's face showed a mocking smile. Once Suqin made a move on Taiyin Fairy, he would stimulate the real power of space in the Taiyin token. Although Suqin did not think that the power of space in a mere token could kill him, he might suffer some injuries. Suqin's eyes were deep as he continued, but I won't make a move on you. Instead, I'll suppress and seal you. More than 900 years ago, Arhat of the Shaolin Temple used the Pure Land in the palm to suppress the Devil Buddha for 900 years. Now, Suqin's strength was far beyond that of Arhat, and his understanding of the Pure Land in the palm was far beyond that of Arhat. Once he really chose to suppress and seal Taiyin Fairy, it would take at least 10,000 years. Suppressing and sealing Taiyin Fairy did not threaten her life, and the Taiyin token would not be activated passively. Suppress and seal. Taiyin Fairy's face turned pale. Obviously, she knew what Suqin meant. If it was other experts, or even origin-returning Divine Ruins Realm Earth Immortals, Taiyin Fairy did not think that the other party could completely suppress her. After all, in a few decades or hundreds of years at most, the Holy Lands in the Immortal Sect would return to the mortal world. At that time, the experts of the Taiyin Holy Land would definitely use secret techniques to locate her. However, Taiyin Fairy had seen Suqin's means, suppressing a space with a raise of his hand. If Taiyin Fairy had not confirmed that Suqin's aura was extremely young, less than 500 years old, she would have thought that Suqin was a body that was taken over by a supreme expert. But even so, if Suqin really chose to suppress and seal her, he would definitely choose to seal her with the power of space. Under the isolation of the power of space, no matter how hard the Taiyin Holy Land tried to sense her location, they would not be able to find anything. You only have 10 seconds, Suqin said softly when he saw Taiyin Fairy's struggling expression. Maintaining the isolation of the Pure Land in the palm with a radius of 100 miles also put a lot of pressure on Suqin. Almost every moment, a large amount of spiritual power was consumed. If he continued to maintain this, Su Qin's spiritual power would be exhausted in a few months. After 9 seconds, Taiyin Fairy finally sighed softly. She bowed to Su Qin and said, "I am willing to hand over the Taiyin token." After Taiyin Fairy finished speaking, she pushed the Taiyin token that was floating in front of her to Su Qin. If Taiyin Fairy were to spend the rest of her time in Shouyuan in the seal and be trapped in one place for hundreds of years without being able to move, she might as well die completely. That was why Taiyin Fairy chose to hand over the Taiyin token. The worst result would be Su Qin killing her directly. Su Qin glanced at the Taiyin token. With a thought, he kept it in the Temple of War. The Temple of War and even the super-large space Dharma treasure refined by the experts. Although it was not an ultimate treasure, it was more precious than an ordinary life ultimate treasure. After putting the Taiyin token in it, no matter what tricks were left on it, it would be foolproof. After Taiyin Fairy handed over the Taiyin token, she was completely relaxed. She lowered her head and waited for Su Qin's judgment. Su Qin had never said that as long as she handed over the Taiyin token, he would spare her life. The space has returned to normal? Not long after Taiyin Fairy handed over the Taiyin token, she felt the faint pressure from the surroundings disappear. The heaven's essence qi began to surge in again. Su Qin's mind merged into the Temple of War. After looking at the Taiyin token a few more times, his gaze fell on Taiyin Fairy again. Su Qin did not kill Taiyin Fairy immediately. Firstly, it was because she took the initiative to hand over the Taiyin token, which saved him a lot of trouble. Secondly, Su Qin needed information about the Immortal Sect. All along, Su Qin had learned about the existence of the Immortal Sect from many high sects and special forces like the Heaven's Secret Sect. However, how could these forces know more about the Immortal Sect than Taiyin Fairy, who came from the Immortal Sect? Chapter 340. The Immortal Gate was a small world created at the end of the previous Vitality Tide era, by the joint efforts of various supreme experts to break through the void. Now that thousands of years had passed, even if Su Qin didn't think that there were still powerhouses in the Immortal Sect, he wouldn't underestimate the Immortal Sect. One must know that the Immortal Sect wasn't something that the great sects overseas could compare to. Even the great sects like the Witchcraft Sect and the Thunder God Sect, which seemed to have been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had countless resources, were nothing in the previous era of the Vitality Tide. Otherwise, they would have followed the other holy lands and entered the immortal sects. Why would they still stay in the mortal world and suffer the influence of the Vitality Tide? Therefore, Su Qin was still quite afraid of the Immortal Sect. Although he still had a way out, he could take the Empire of Tang into the War God Temple and then bring them all into the cave world, but it was best not to use this way of retreat. After all, for Su Qin, the cave world was a treasure land, but in the eyes of mortals like the Emperor of Tang, the cave world was an out-and-out purgatory. Therefore, Su Qin planned to get information about the Immortal Sect from Taiyin Fairy first, and then prepare to face the Immortal Sect. Su Qin wasn't afraid of the Immortal Sect, but he wouldn't underestimate them either. He was always prepared to make foolproof plans. Just as Su Qin was thinking, Taiyin Fairy, who was standing respectfully with her head lowered, not far from Su Qin, was uneasy. Although Taiyin Fairy could clearly feel that the space had returned to normal and the Vitality Tide was pouring in again, with her strength, as long as she wanted, even without the Taiyin token, she could escape hundreds or thousands of miles in a short time. But Taiyin Fairy didn't dare to move at all. What kind of joke was this? With the Taiyin token, a treasure left behind by a powerhouse, Taiyin Fairy had become Su Qin's possession, not to mention now that she had lost the Taiyin token. Just as Taiyin Fairy was waiting for Su Qin's judgment with trepidation, a wisp of primordial spirit power emerged from Su Qin's eyes, and then quietly entered Taiyin Fairy's body, and then poured into the ancestral aperture between her eyebrows. Taiyin Fairy noticed this. Instead of being shocked, she was delighted. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this wisp of primordial spirit power was a terrifying restriction. As long as she moved slightly, this wisp of primordial spirit power would explode. At that time, the primordial spirit in Taiyin Fairy's sea of consciousness would be completely destroyed. She would not even have the chance to take over her body. However, Tying Fairy heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Because the more Su Qin left a mark on her body, the more it proved that he had no intention of killing her. Otherwise, with Su Qin's strength, he could directly slap her into meat paste. Why would he do something so superfluous? Greetings, Master. Tying Fairy immediately bowed respectfully to Su Qin. When one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If Tying Fairy wanted to live, she had to show her submission. As for the dignity of a land immortal, at this moment Tying Fairy had already determined that Su Qin was related to a supreme expert. Even if he was not taken over by a supreme expert, he must be a direct descendant or something. Otherwise, how could he have supernatural powers and control the power of space? And acknowledging a direct descendant of a supreme expert as her master was not a shameful thing. In the many holy lands in the Immortal Sect, countless disciples were extremely eager for this opportunity. All right. Tell me how you came to the human world. Su Qin's eyes were calm. He glanced at Tying Fairy and asked lightly, Master. Tying Fairy replied without hesitation. The 5 of us came to the human world through the void passage under the protection of the Tying token. I see. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. This was similar to Su Qin's speculation. There were restrictions if the living beings in the Immortal Sect wanted to enter the human world. However, compared to the land immortals in the human world who entered the Immortal Sect, there were methods left behind by the supreme experts in the Immortal Sect that could safely come to the human world. Even so, this method could not be used without any scruples. For example, the Tying token that Tying Fairy took the initiative to hand over contained the power of space. Even if it was not comparable to a supreme treasure, it was probably not too far away. Even in the Immortal Sect, it was a rare treasure. Next, Su Qin asked about other things in the Immortal Sect. Tying Fairy answered all of them without any intention of hiding anything. Tying Fairy even took the initiative to tell him all of the questions that involved the secrets of the Immortal Sect. According to Tying Fairy, although the small world in the Immortal Sect could not be compared to the human world, it was still vast. It was the size of dozens of overseas martial arts worlds. In addition, the vitality in the Immortal Sect was rich and spiritual vigor was everywhere. It was not inferior to the peak of the previous vitality tide. If it were not for the gradual dissipation of the laws of the Great Path, the few holy lands in the Immortal Sect would not have thought of returning to the human world. Now there are 6 holy lands in the world of the Immortal Sect. These 6 holy lands are the orthodoxies of the supreme experts. Together they rule the entire world of the Immortal Sect. Tying Fairy said respectfully. 6 holy lands? Su Qin repeated in a low voice. Then he asked with interest, what's the strength of the strongest in these 6 holy lands? The strongest? Tying Fairy hesitated. She seemed to be organizing her words. I don't know about the other holy lands, but the strongest in my Tying holy lands should be at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. The Land Immortal Realm was divided into 3 levels: Spirit Severing, Origin Returning, and Divine Ruin. Among them, the land immortals in the Divine Ruin Realm had already begun to come into contact with the power of space. Of course, even the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm could not forcefully shatter the void like the supreme experts. However, a small number of those at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm could borrow the power of space. For example, they could use the Tying token to close the distance of space. Tying Fairy hesitated for a while and said carefully, Master, actually, the strongest in the world of the Immortal Sect are not those at the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm. The peak of the Divine Ruin Realm is not the strongest. Su Qin raised his eyebrows. Although there was still an insurmountable gap between the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm and the supreme experts at the Shattering Void Realm, it was undeniable that the peak of the Divine Ruin Realm was already the end of the Earth Immortal Realm. The only thing left was to be able to take that step, shatter the void, and become the supreme expert that stood above everything. Could it be that there are still supreme experts in the Immortal Sect? Su Qin looked at Tying Fairy and said slowly, Supreme experts? Tying Fairy was slightly stunned. Soon after, she kept shaking her head and said, Supreme experts are only 5,000 years old, Shun. Since the end of the last origin Qi tide, more than 10,000 years have passed. There is no supreme expert that can live until now. Although supreme experts could shatter the void like living beings who created the world, there was still a limit to Shou Yuan's life. There was no need to doubt this point. Even if supreme experts could maintain their physical body, their primordial spirit would gradually deteriorate. And the limit for supreme experts' primordial spirit to deteriorate was 5,000 years. In other words, the limit for supreme experts like Shou Yuan was 5,000 years. In addition, the great Tao laws in the small world of the immortal sect were incomplete. For more than 10,000 years, there was no divine ruin realm expert who could take that step and shatter the void. Then who is stronger than the peak of the divine ruin realm? Su Qin asked directly. Taiyin Fairy carefully glanced at Su Qin and said solemnly, "The bloodline descendants left behind by supreme experts." From Taiyin Fairy's point of view, Su Qin was at least a bloodline descendant left behind by a supreme expert. Moreover, he was a direct descendant. The realm of supreme experts is far beyond our imagination. According to the ancient records of our Taiyin Holy Land, supreme experts can pass down some of their abilities to their descendants through bloodline inheritance. Taiyin Fairy paused for a while before continuing, and the descendants of supreme experts have a very small chance of inheriting some abilities of supreme experts, such as some kind of divine ability. Taiyin Fairy's tone was astonished. Obviously, this kind of inheritance method was extremely unbelievable. This kind of descendant doesn't refer to the son of a supreme expert. Instead, among the descendants who have the bloodline inheritance of the supreme expert, there will occasionally be a descendant whose bloodline awakens and inherits some ability of the supreme expert. This kind of descendant will become the true bloodline descendant of the supreme expert. Taiyin Fairy explained. Once a descendant who had awakened the bloodline of a supreme expert cultivated to the divine ruin realm, relying on his powerful bloodline power, he would be able to surpass those old antiques who were at the peak of the divine ruin realm. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the descendant of the supreme expert could perfectly control the corresponding life treasure left behind by the supreme expert. One must know that even the various holy lands were unable to completely activate the life treasure left behind by the supreme expert. However, the descendants of the supreme expert could. Just based on this point, it was enough to crush all those at the peak of the divine ruin realm. I see. Su Qin nodded slightly. To a certain extent, he was also considered a descendant of the supreme fire-type divine beast, the three-legged golden crow. Moreover, compared to the descendants of the supreme expert, Su Qin was more thorough. The descendants of the other supreme experts could only inherit some ability of the supreme expert, and it would be greatly reduced. However, Su Qin could inherit all the innate abilities of the three-legged golden crow. Moreover, once the picture of the great sun was completed, Su Qin would be equivalent to a baby of the three-legged golden crow. After half an hour, Su Qin roughly understood some information about the Celestial Gate, then brought Taiyin Fairy and left Kunlun Mountain. After Su Qin disappeared, the legends outside Kunlun Mountain looked at each other, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had seen with their own eyes that Taiyin Fairy, who was like a fairy, was respectful to Su Qin like a servant. One must know that Taiyin Fairy was a high and mighty earth immortal. The legends could only feel their hands and feet trembling, unable to control themselves. What kind of method was this to use an earth immortal as a servant? What kind of courage was this? Everyone thought that the Tanggutan people were only better than ordinary earth immortals, but now the Tanggutan people were fighting 1 against 5, and he even took an earth immortal as a servant. The thin old man's face was full of emotion. It was easy to defeat an earth immortal, but it was very difficult to kill an earth immortal. As for taking an earth immortal as a servant, it was even more difficult. If they didn't realize the gap between heaven and earth, no earth immortal would be willing to be a servant of others. Even in the heyday of the previous vitality tide, an existence like the Tanggutan people was enough to dominate a region and suppress all living things. The thin old man sighed deeply in his heart. He looked in the direction where Su Qin left, and an inexplicable look of awe appeared on his face. Check in at the beginning of the game. Address opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm full text reading address, /read/155154 opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm TXT download address, opening sign-in. Buddha's Palm mobile reading address, /read/155154 for the convenience of reading next time. You can click on the collect button below to record this time. Bloodline Descendant. Read the record. You can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like opening sign-in, Buddha's palm full-text reading address, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Oh. Chapter 341. After Su Qin left Kunlun Mountain with Taiyin Ferry, he did not return to Chang'an City. Instead, he went to the depths of the overseas martial arts world, to an island shrouded in misty clouds. 3,000 illusions? Su Qin put his hands behind his back and looked at the island in front of him quietly. There were 9 forbidden lands in the overseas martial arts world. It was said that they were related to the previous vitality tide. Even Earth Immortals did not dare to set foot in the 9 forbidden lands. Lei Xuanzi of Raytheon was trapped in one of the 9 forbidden lands, the Thunder Valley, for hundreds of years. However, Lei Xuanzi was very lucky. Not only did he not die in the Thunder Valley, but he also made use of the harsh environment in the Thunder Valley to successfully break through and enter the Earth Immortal realm. Of course, Lei Xuanzi's survival did not mean that there were no dangers in the 9 forbidden lands. On the contrary, the 9 forbidden lands overseas were extremely dangerous and could severely injure Earth Immortals. The island in front of him was one of the 9 forbidden lands overseas, called the 3,000 Illusions. This forbidden land was very special. It was shrouded in layers of inexplicable spiritual power that could make people sink. Even Earth Immortals would be in danger if they dared to set foot on this island. In the history of the overseas martial arts world, there was an Earth Immortal who wanted to see the secrets of the 3,000 Illusions, but he never walked out of the island. 3,000 Illusions? When Taiyin Ferry saw the misty island, her pretty face suddenly changed as if she had thought of something. You know about the 3,000 Illusions? Su Qin glanced at Taiyin Ferry and asked casually. The reason he had come to this forbidden land was naturally because this was where the origin soul of the white-browed old man had disappeared in the end. Among the 5 people from the Immortal sect, Mr. Wenrua and the burly Man Yu had completely died in the hands of Su Qin. Taiyin Ferry was left behind by Su Qin to inquire about the Immortal sect. As for the white-browed elder, he knew that things were not going well. He directly abandoned his physical body and escaped with his primordial spirit. However, what the white-browed old man didn't expect was that even though he had abandoned his body, he still couldn't escape from Su Qin's lock. The only thing that exceeded Su Qin's expectations was that through the eye of truth, he discovered that the white-browed old man's last breath was here. After that, the white-browed old man's aura completely disappeared. It was as if this forbidden ground could cut off everything. Even the aura could not be sensed. Master, in the ancient records of our Taiyin Holy Land, these 3,000 illusory realms were left behind by a supreme expert who was proficient in primordial spirit killer moves. There are a total of 3,000 illusory realms, and whoever can pass these 3,000 illusory realms can become that supreme expert's personal disciple, Taiyin Ferry said uneasily. Even the strongest were not omniscient and omnipotent. Everyone had their own strengths. Among them, experts who were proficient in primordial spirit killer moves were the most terrifying. Primordial spirit killer moves were formless and formless. Just a glance could cause your primordial spirit to collapse. It was extremely bizarre. Even when you die, you won't know how you died. Oh, Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had the Buddha bead golden body in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows and could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, a supreme expert who was proficient in primordial spirit killer moves was worthy of Su Qin's respect. One had to know that to become a supreme expert, the first thing one had to do was to break through the void and control the power of space. To break through the void with the power of fire? With the power of earth? With the power of lightning? There was a glimmer of hope. But to break through the void with the power of primordial spirit, the power of primordial spirit was formless and could easily blend into the depths of the void. To break through the void with the power of primordial spirit was definitely 10 times more difficult than other paths. However, in the previous Vitality Tide era, even at its peak, no living being had passed these 3,000 illusory realms. Taiyin Ferry shook her head and continued, and once you choose to pass the 3,000 illusory realms, to turn back, you have to pass through the current illusory realm. Taiyin Ferry's meaning was easy to understand. For example, when Suchin started to pass the 3,000 illusory realms and reached the 10th illusory realm, if he wanted to turn back, he had to pass through this 10th illusory realm. If he couldn't pass through it, he would be trapped in this 10th illusory realm until he died of old age. So that's how it is. Suchin nodded slightly. Tyene Fairy's understanding of the 3,000 illusory realms was obviously far above those of the overseas great sections. At least she knew that this forbidden area was the dojo of a supreme expert, and once one completely passed through the 3,000 illusory realms, they could directly become the direct disciple of that supreme expert. Do you know the abyss? Suchin kept looking at the forbidden area in front of him with the eye of truth and asked casually. The so-called abyss was also one of the 9 forbidden areas in the overseas sea, and it was ranked first. It was said that it was connected to the underground cave world. Forbidden area abyss? Tyene Fairy's expression stiffened, revealing a trace of fear. Master, if I remember correctly, the forbidden area abyss was the battlefield of the final battle between the human world and the cave world during the last vitality tide. Tyene Fairy's expression was extremely solemn, and she said in a deep voice, the forbidden area abyss is extremely dangerous. Even if it's a land immortal of the divine ruins realm, once he enters the abyss without permission, he will most likely die. More than 10,000 years ago, countless martial artists of the human race and the demon race of the cave world fought bloody battles at the entrance of the abyss. Countless land immortals fell, and even the supreme experts of the void-shattering realm once spilled their blood there. In the end, a certain demon god of the cave world even set his eyes on the abyss. Since then, the abyss has become a forbidden area in the human world. The supreme experts have issued decrees that no living beings are allowed to approach the abyss. Tyene Fairy's voice was also trembling. Even though more than 10,000 years had passed, Tyene Fairy had learned about the horror of the abyss from ancient books. If the 3,000 illusory realms were a forbidden area with the meaning of guiding the descendants, then the abyss was a place of death. The cave world. The depths of Suchin's eyes faintly stirred up waves. Although in Suchin's eyes the cave world was just a place to sign in, for other living beings in the human world and even the supreme experts, the cave world was like purgatory. Thinking of this, Suchin looked at the 3,000 illusory realms again. No matter how dangerous the abyss was, what Suchin needed to do now was to completely eliminate the root of the problem and crush the primordial spirit of the white-browed old man. After a while, Suchin took a step forward and appeared on the island of the 3,000 illusory realms. Although this island could suppress the aura, since Suchin was sure that the primordial spirit of the white-browed old man had entered the 3,000 illusory realms, he could just follow him directly. Master. When Tyene Fairy saw Suchin step into the 3,000 illusory realms, her expression changed slightly. In the end, she hesitated for a while, but still followed. At this moment, her life was completely in the hands of Suchin. Even if Suchin entered the forbidden abyss, she had to bite the bullet and follow him. Besides, the first 100 illusory realms of the 3,000 illusory realms were not very dangerous for the land immortals. Rumble. As soon as Suchin stepped onto the island of the 3,000 illusory realms, he noticed that the clouds began to churn, turning into illusions that appeared in front of him. There were peerless beauties, heaven-defying divine skills, supreme treasures, and so on. It was as long as Suchin wanted to, he could sit on all of these and easily become the supreme expert who dominated everything. Break. Suchin's eyes were still as calm as water. These illusions couldn't confuse him at all. As the power of his primordial spirit surged, all of them were turned into ashes. As expected. After entering the island, I felt the aura. Suchin's eyes lit up as he looked into the depths of the island. Outside the island, Suchin couldn't feel the white-browed old man's aura, but after stepping onto the island, he noticed the white-browed old man's aura. He's probably in the 98th illusory realm. Suchin estimated for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Master. At this moment, Tyene Fairy followed behind Suchin. She had also experienced the first illusory realm and successfully passed through it. Next, Suchin continued to pass through illusory realms one after another. As he kept going deeper, the illusory realms that Suchin encountered became more and more realistic. Some of the illusory realms were even an illusory world, and Su Qin became a living being in the illusory world. He had to break through the illusory world to pass through it. At the same time, in the 100th illusory realm, this illusory realm had evolved into a dynasty in the mortal world. In the imperial capital of the dynasty, the white-browed old man sat on the throne with a relaxed expression. This is only the 100th illusory realm, and it already gives me such a realistic feeling. How terrifying are the illusory realms after this? The white-browed old man stroked his beard and thought to himself, how terrifying is the supreme expert who left behind this island of 3,000 illusory realms. Although the sacred land he was in also had high achievements in the primordial spirit lineage, it was nothing compared to the 3,000 illusory realms. With my primordial spirit realm, it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass through the first 100 illusory realms, but after the 100th level, I'll have to be careful. The white-browed old man's expression turned serious. If he was in his prime, he could at least pass through the 150th level of the illusory realm, or even the 200th level of the illusory realm. But now, the white-browed old man was only left with his primordial spirit. And without the nourishment of his physical body, the white-browed old man who was only left with his primordial spirit would definitely be weaker. Under such circumstances, the white-browed old man was naturally unwilling to pass through the illusory realms beyond the 100th level. However, that Tanguitian probably didn't expect that I would come here. A hint of pride appeared on the white-browed old man's face. After he abandoned his physical body and escaped from Kunlun Mountain with his primordial spirit, he immediately found this place according to the ancient records of the sacred land and entered without hesitation. Even if that Tanguitian knew, so what? Would he dare to come here? The more the white-browed old man thought about it, the safer he felt. I'll hide in this illusory realm for decades or even centuries. After my immortal sex invade the human world, I'll find the Tanguitian to take revenge. A hint of gloom flashed across the white-browed old man's face. Although most of his means were on his primordial spirit, it was not a small price to pay to give up his physical body that he had cultivated for hundreds of years. Just as the white-browed old man was fantasizing about how to take revenge on Su Qin, rumble. The human dynasty created by the 100th level of the illusory realm was constantly shaking. What's happening? The white-browed old man was shocked. He quickly flew up and looked at the sky. However, the white-browed old man saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw layers of illusory realms being torn apart. A slender, tall figure was strolling through the layers of illusory realms and descending into the 100th level of the illusory realm. The Tanguitian. The white-browed old man was stunned and filled with horror when he saw the slender, tall figure. Chapter 342. The 9 Great Forbidden Lands. The 100th level of the 3,000 illusions. The white-browed old man's essence soul looked at Su Qin, who had broken through the layers of illusions and arrived at the 100th level with unstoppable power. How did you get here so quickly? The white-browed old man couldn't believe it. The reason why he got to the 100th level so quickly was that he had read the information about the 3,000 illusions left behind by his sacred land. He knew how to break through the first 100 levels of illusions as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if the first 100 levels of the 3,000 illusions were not dangerous to Earth immortals, ordinary Earth immortals would need to spend decades to figure it out. Even if there was no danger, it didn't mean that one could get through it quickly. The layers of illusions in the 3,000 illusions required a lot of time to comprehend before one could get out. But now? The old man with white eyebrows watched Su Qin step through the layers of illusions as if there was no one there. He even tore a big hole in the 100th layer of the illusions and came here with great strength. It was simply shocking. I finally found you. Su Qin saw the stunned white-browed old man and didn't attack immediately. Since he was here, it meant that the white-browed old man had nowhere to go. Therefore, after Su Qin glanced at the white-browed old man, he turned to look at the human dynasty created by the 100th level of illusions with interest. It's a god. A god has come to the world. Countless people of the human dynasty created by the illusions looked at Su Qin standing in the sky with fanaticism. A large number of them even knelt down and kept kowtowing. Although these people were created by the illusions and were not real living beings, they didn't know their own nature. The illusions gave them all their memories and experiences, so these people already had spiritual intelligence. The supreme expert who left behind the 3,000 illusions in this forbidden land is really unimaginable in terms of essence soul. Even Su Qin was quite emotional at this moment. This was only the 100th level of the illusion, and there were already such lifelike creatures in the illusion. If it was the later levels, the 1,000th, 2,000th, and even the 3,000th, wouldn't it be no different from the real world? What a pity. No matter how realistic it is, it's still an illusion. In the depths of Su Qin's pupils, an indescribable whirlpool was spinning. He gently raised his right hand, then waved his sleeve. In an instant, the entire illusory realm was torn apart, and the vast human kingdom collapsed in an instant. Countless illusory creatures turned into nothingness. Master! At this moment, Taiyin Fairy's figure appeared behind Su Qin, staggering in her steps. If Taiyin Fairy were to challenge the 3,000 illusion arrays alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach the 100th level so quickly. However, Taiyin Fairy was following behind Su Qin. Along the way, Su Qin broke through the layers of illusions. Taiyin Fairy took advantage of this opportunity to carefully follow behind Su Qin through the gaps between the illusions. Even so, when Taiyin Fairy entered the 100th level of the illusion, she was instantly trapped. If Su Qin hadn't broken the 100th level of the illusion with a wave of his hand, Taiyin Fairy would probably still be thinking about how to break through the array. When the white-browed elder heard how Taiyin Fairy addressed Su Qin, his pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe it. Taiyin Fairy, what did you just say? One had to know that Taiyin Fairy was the saintess-to-be of the Taiyin Holy Land. Her status was only below the Saint Lord and the Grand Elders of the Holy Land. The reason why Taiyin Fairy came to the human world with them this time was mainly because the Taiyin token was too important. The Taiyin Holy Land didn't feel at ease to give this treasure to other disciples. However, what the white-browed elder didn't expect was that Taiyin Fairy would actually let Su Qin be her master at this moment. She was willing to become a servant? Taiyin Fairy glanced at the white-browed elder coldly. She didn't even bother to explain. The white-browed elder's primordial spirit had escaped too early. He only knew that Su Qin was powerful and could defeat 5 spirit-severing realm earth deities. He might have already entered the true realm. Although true realm earth deities were terrifying, there were still experts of this level in many holy lands within the immortal sect. Taiyin Fairy's status as the saintess-to-be was even higher than ordinary true realm earth deities. This was also the reason why the white-browed elder found it unbelievable. However, what the white-browed elder didn't know was that after he escaped from Kunlun Mountain with his primordial spirit, Su Qin used the second style of the Buddha's palm to cut off the void. This directly made Taiyin Fairy believe that Su Qin was a direct descendant of a supreme expert. In fact, if the white-browed elder knew about this, he wouldn't be too surprised that Taiyin Fairy had recognized Su Qin as her master. Within the immortal sect, there were many descendants of supreme experts. However, there were only a few direct descendants who could awaken their bloodline and inherit some of the supreme expert's abilities. As for any direct descendant of a supreme expert, as long as there was enough time, they would be able to stand at the top of the immortal sect sooner or later. Even an old monster at the peak of the divine ruin realm would have to bow down to them. Master, do you need me to do it? Taiyin Fairy didn't plead for mercy for the white-browed elder. Instead, she took the initiative to kill the white-browed elder. Taiyin Fairy's words made the white-browed elder's expression change drastically. At this moment, he also realized that he was in danger. He quickly bowed to Su Qin and begged for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I'm also willing to submit to you. No need. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The white-browed elder was only left with his primordial spirit body. If he really accepted him, Su Qin would have to find a suitable body for him. This was too troublesome. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, a huge sun was faintly burning in the depths of his eyes. Then bright golden flames filled Su Qin's eyes. In the end, they spurted out and directly enveloped the white-browed elder. In less than a moment, as the white-browed elder wailed, his primordial spirit body was completely burned. This is a divine power. It's definitely a divine power. Taiyin Fairy, who was next to him, clearly felt the horror of the golden flames. Her body trembled, and there was only one thought left in her mind. If it was before, when Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun to burn the burly man's primordial spirit, Tyene Fairy was only guessing and wasn't very sure. But now, after Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun again, Tyene Fairy was very sure that Su Qin used the golden eyes of the sun at such a close distance. No matter what move or killing move it was, when it was used, it would inevitably need to mobilize one's true essence or the power of the primordial spirit. However, Su Qin's golden flames just now ignited out of thin air. Before that, Tyene Fairy couldn't feel any fluctuations of the primordial spirit. And the only thing that could do this was a divine ability. Legend had it that divine power wasn't a killing move. It was more like a kind of talent that could be mastered by the spirit. It didn't need the primordial spirit to be used. In a flash, Tyene Fairy's thoughts fluctuated, and she became more and more respectful. Generally speaking, even the direct bloodline descendants of the strongest could only inherit a certain ability of the strongest. But so far, Su Qin has shown more than one kind of secret art. First, this was a divine power that obviously belonged to the fire element. Second, it was a means of controlling the partition of space. Su Qin naturally didn't know what Tyene Fairy was thinking. After he killed the white-browed elder's primordial spirit, he once again looked into the depths of the 3,000 illusory realms. Now, he was already in the 100th level of the illusory realm. If he continued to go deeper, he would be in the illusory realms beyond the 100th level. Master. The power of the illusory realms in the 3,000 illusory realms increases every 100 levels. But with Master's ability, the first 2,000 levels shouldn't be a problem. You even have a chance to pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm, Tyene Fairy said respectfully. Pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm? Su Qin shook his head slightly. The horror of the 3,000 illusory realms was definitely far beyond Tyene Fairy's imagination. Even if Su Qin used the Eye of Truth to observe, he could only see through the 1,000th level of the illusory realm. As for the illusory realms beyond the 1,000th level, even the Eye of Truth couldn't see through them. This was very terrifying. The Eye of Truth could observe the chi movement of heaven and earth. Even the illusory realms were no exception. But now the Eye of Truth had lost its effect. Of course, this was because Su Qin's strength was too weak. He was only in the spirit-severing realm and couldn't unleash the true power of the Eye of Truth. But even so, it showed how terrifying the 1,000th level of the illusory realm was. Su Qin had a cautious personality and wouldn't put himself in danger. Even if he had the Buddha golden body in the depths of his ancestral aperture, and could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, this could only ensure that Su Qin wouldn't die under primordial spirit killer moves. If a certain illusory realm after the 1,000th level didn't have any lethality and only trapped Su Qin for a few hundred years, this would be a heavy loss for Su Qin. Being trapped in one place for a few hundred years was equivalent to making Su Qin unable to sign in everywhere. Although Su Qin left 2 incarnations outside, how could the strength of the incarnations compare to Su Qin's original body? Some places with rich Dao accumulation were extremely dangerous. No matter how many incarnations there were, they couldn't enter. Therefore, after sensing the possible danger after the 1,000th level of the illusory realm, Su Qin didn't plan to continue. Not to mention whether he could pass through the 3,000th level of the illusory realm. Even if he really passed through it, he would only obtain the inheritance of a certain supreme expert. And for Su Qin, this was what he didn't lack the most. However, this 3,000 illusory realm is after the 9 great forbidden lands. It was famous even in the previous Vitality Tide era. There must be a lot of Dao accumulation, enough for me to sign in. Su Qin's heart suddenly palpitated. Although he didn't plan to continue because there would be danger later, he could still sign in before this place. Thinking of this, Su Qin looked around again. After confirming that there was no danger, he said in his heart, "System, sign in here." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the primordial spirit killer move, Abyss of Darkness. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Qin's ears. Primordial spirit killer move? Abyss of Darkness? In a trance, Su Qin felt as if he was in a vast world, and in the center of the world stood a white-haired man in white. His eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a vast world in the depths of his pupils. Even Su Qin felt his primordial spirit begin to tremble the moment he looked at the white-haired man in white. Chapter 343. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "So this is Abyss of Darkness?" Abyss of Darkness was an extremely terrifying primordial spirit killer move. Primordial spirit killer moves were formless and intangible. They were known for being strange and unpredictable. Abyss of Darkness was even more so. For example, when Su Qin used Abyss of Darkness to look at the enemy's consciousness would fall into darkness and lose the ability to resist. If the primordial spirit's level was too low, the enemy's primordial spirit might directly disintegrate. Of course, the higher the opponent's level, the stronger the primordial spirit, and the stronger the resistance. With this primordial spirit killer move, I can save a lot of trouble in the future. Su Qin smiled in satisfaction. If Lei Xuanzi appeared in front of him now, Su Qin only needed to use the primordial spirit killer move, Abyss of Darkness, to look at Lei Xuanzi, and the other party would fall into darkness. Su Qin did not even need to make a move, because Lei Xuanzi had just become an earth immortal and was at the initial stage of the spirit severing stage. His primordial spirit was far inferior to Su Qin, who was at the peak of the spirit severing stage. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the primordial spirit killer move, Abyss of Darkness, was that it was not only useful against experts below Su Qin's level. Even if they were at the same level as Su Qin, or even stronger than Su Qin, this killer move could restrict part of the enemy's consciousness. "Master, are you alright?" At this moment, Taiyin Fairy looked at Su Qin cautiously. After Su Qin killed the white-browed old man's primordial spirit with the great sun-golden pupil, he had been standing there. Taiyin Fairy thought that Su Qin had discovered something and raised her head to look at Su Qin. However, Taiyin Fairy's gaze met with Su Qin's eyes. That instant, Taiyin Fairy only felt that she had seen a dark and deep world. This world seemed to be filled with a fatal attraction to her. Taiyin Fairy could not help but sink into it. "Come back." Just as Taiyin Fairy's consciousness was completely submerged, she heard a voice that sounded like a thunderclap. Taiyin Fairy was immediately pulled out from the dark abyss. What happened to me?" Cold sweat kept appearing on Taiyin Fairy's smooth forehead. Although Taiyin Fairy didn't know what had happened, she realized that if it wasn't for that voice, her consciousness would have been completely obliterated. "Master." That pair of deep eyes suddenly appeared in Taiyin Fairy's mind. She couldn't help but shiver. "It seems that I have underestimated this primordial spirit killer move." Su Qin observed Taiyin Fairy's reaction and pondered. Originally, Su Qin thought that this primordial spirit killer move was a great killer move to deal with group attacks. Even if he was surrounded by a group of land immortals, as long as he used this killer move, no matter how many land immortals there were, they would be defeated. But Taiyin Fairy, although Taiyin Fairy's strength hadn't reached the peak of the spirit severing stage, she was very close. Even Taiyin Fairy couldn't withstand the dark abyss. In the end, if Su Qin didn't hold back in time, her primordial spirit would have collapsed. One could imagine the power of this killer move. Of course, this might be because Taiyin Fairy didn't guard against Su Qin at all. But no matter what, he was able to silently subdue a land immortal who was close to the peak of the spirit severing stage. But no matter what, the power of this primordial spirit killer move had already surprised Su Qin. This primordial spirit killer move should be the ultimate skill of the owner of the 3,000 illusions. Su Qin touched his chin and gasped. He still remembered that when the system instilled this primordial spirit killer move, Su Qin's mind faintly entered a vast illusory world. And in the middle of the world stood a white-clothed, white-haired man, a supreme expert of the primordial spirit lineage. Su Qin sighed in his heart. He stopped thinking about it and continued to familiarize himself with the dark abyss. Next, Su Qin continued to stay in the 3,000 illusions for a few more days. He even went deep into the 1,000th level of the 3,000 illusions and tried to continue signing in. After all, the primordial spirit killer move, Dark Abyss, had given Su Qin an advantage. With such a powerful killer move, even if there were another 100 of them, Su Qin wouldn't mind. However, to Su Qin's disappointment, it seemed that the Dark Abyss that he had signed in had exhausted the Dao accumulation on the island. "I might have to pass through the 3,000 illusions and enter the deepest core of the island before I can continue to sign in." Su Qin stood on the 1,000th level of the illusion and thought silently in his heart. Su Qin had signed in for decades. Of course, he knew that even in the same place, There were only a few places where he could sign in. For example, the Shaolin Temple covered an area of dozens of miles, but the places where Su Qin signed in were only the Scripture Pavilion and the Bodhi Court. And this 3000 Illusions Island was probably the same. Su Qin's first sign-in was equivalent to signing in all the Dao accumulation on the periphery of the island. The remaining Dao accumulation was hidden deeper. If Su Qin wanted to continue signing in, he would have to go deeper into the 3000 illusions. To me, the primordial spirit killer move is just an additional method. It's not necessary. There's no need to take the risk of going deeper into the 3000 illusions. Su Qin thought for a while and gave up on the idea of going deeper into the 3000 illusions. If Su Qin was trapped in a certain illusion for hundreds of years because of this, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses? Although the primordial spirit killer move was strange and unpredictable, and could kill people without leaving a trace, Su Qin didn't have to use it. The killer move, Dark Abyss, was enough for Su Qin. I'll come in and take a look when I become a supreme expert in the future. Su Qin made up his mind. And just as Su Qin was pondering, Taiyin Fairy, who had been following behind Su Qin, felt her heart trembling. This is the 1000th layer of the illusion. Taiyin Fairy looked around and swallowed her saliva. Even in the previous Vitality Tide era, only Earth immortals at the peak of the true realm had a chance of reaching the 1000th layer of the illusion. As for those below the true realm, they would stop at 400 or 500 layers at most. Could it be that Master Strength is at the peak of the true realm? Taiyin Fairy couldn't help but think. The true realm and the peak of the true realm were two completely different concepts. Originally, Taiyin Fairy thought that Su Qin was at most at the true realm, but she didn't expect him to be at the peak of the true realm. Even in the many holy lands of the immortal sects, the peak of the true realm was second only to the Holy Lord and a few Grand Supremes. It was enough to look down on a region. If Su Qin knew what Taiyin Fairy was thinking, he would probably smile indifferently. The reason why Su Qin could easily pass the 1000th layer of the illusion was not because he had the strength of the peak of the true realm, but because he used the Eye of Truth to observe and ignore all primordial spirit killer moves. The Eye of Truth observed the flaws in each layer of the illusion, but Su Qin relied on the primordial spirit killer move to force his way through. It was because of these two methods that Su Qin could reach the 1000th layer of the illusion in just a few days. However, this was also Su Qin's limit. If he went any deeper, even if Su Qin could ignore all primordial spirit killer moves, he might be trapped in a certain layer of the illusion. Of course, although Su Qin was not at the peak of the true realm in Su Qin's eyes, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the peak of the true realm. As long as Su Qin stepped into the true realm, he could use countless methods and trump cards to fight against the peak of the true realm. Alright, let's go back. Su Qin glanced at Taiyin Fairy and directly turned to leave the 3000 Illusion Island. Now that the white-browed elder's primordial spirit had fallen, and Su Qin had obtained the primordial spirit killer move, Abyss of Darkness, from signing in on the 3000 Illusion Island, he had gained a lot and naturally should return. Just as Su Qin brought Taiyin Fairy back to Chang'an City. Inside the immortal sect, clouds and mist, extremely dense primordial qi and spiritual vigor filled the air. On a divine mountain that looked like a heavenly saber, more than 10 figures sat cross-legged. The life fire of the disciple that my heavenly saber mountain sent into the human world has extinguished. The heavenly saber mountain master was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore a gray robe, but the saber aura between his brows seemed to be able to cut the world apart. As one of the 6 sacred grounds of the immortal sect, Heavenly Saber Mountain was an orthodoxy left behind by a supreme expert. Not only did they have the supreme expert's life treasure, but they also had more than one overlord of the divine ruin realm. His life fire extinguished? The elders of Heavenly Saber Mountain looked at each other. In their opinion, after more than 10,000 years of primordial qi in the human world, it had probably declined to the extreme and could not produce any experts. The disciple they sent was a mid-stage spirit severing stage earth immortal. Logically speaking, even if he could not dominate the human world, at least he should not have died. How are the disciples of the other sacred grounds? A Heavenly Saber Mountain elder on the left thought for a while and asked. Other than the disciple of Taiyin's sacred ground, the life fire of all the disciples of the other sacred grounds has extinguished, the Heavenly Saber Mountain master said indifferently. To a sacred ground like Heavenly Saber Mountain, the death of an Earth Immortal disciple was a little painful, but it was not unacceptable. However, what the Heavenly Saber Mountain Master cared about was what the human world was like now. What happened? Why did their disciple die? The disciple of Taiyin Sacred Ground had the Taiyin token and activated it to save his life. It's understandable, but the other disciples, the Heavenly Saber Mountain Elders, were puzzled. It seems that something big has happened in the human world. After a long while, the Heavenly Saber Mountain Master said slowly, "I'll discuss this with the other sacred grounds and see if we should use that treasure." The Heavenly Saber Mountain Master's eyes flashed. That treasure? The expressions of the Heavenly Saber Mountain Elders changed slightly, but they did not refute. Almost all the disciples sent by the other sacred grounds to the human world had died. This made the other sacred grounds feel uneasy. Even if they had to pay a certain price, they had to understand the current situation in the human world. At the same time, Suqin and Taiyin Ferry finally returned to Chang, and city after several hours of traveling. Familiarize yourself with it first. Suqin left Taiyin Ferry in the East Palace and asked the old man Feiyu to introduce some of the rules of the palace to Taiyin Ferry. Then, he returned to the Black Majestic Underground Hall. Since the War God Temple is back, Suqin sat cross-legged and raised his right hand. A majestic palace hovered above his hand. Next, it's time to cultivate the War God Catalog. Suqin's expression changed. His mind quickly sank into the 49 void relief sculptures. Chapter 344. War God Catalog. Bits and pieces of information about the War God Catalog quickly appeared in Suqin's mind. The supreme expert who created the War God Temple, Ho Yuan, accidentally obtained 49 void relief sculptures when he was traveling in the void outside the realm. As for these 49 relief sculptures, they were the Battle God Catalog. However, the War God Catalog was too obscure and difficult to understand. Even someone as powerful as Ho Yuan found it difficult to comprehend it. However, he sensed that the void relief sculptures weren't simple. They might represent some powerful and unknown inheritance. Hence, he specially preserved the void relief sculptures and placed them in the War God Temple. They would appear every few thousand years so that countless geniuses in the future could comprehend the 49 void relief sculptures together. This was also the origin of the War God Temple. Unfortunately, after such a long time, coupled with the fact that the War God Temple was hidden in the depths of the void and had experienced several void storms, the 49 void relief sculptures inside were severely damaged, and there were even fractures under such circumstances, not to mention the War God Catalog being obscure and difficult to understand. Even a normal divine art would be difficult to cultivate. If Suqin hadn't signed in at the War God Temple and directly obtained the complete War God Catalog, this incredible inheritance would have been lost. The War God Catalog isn't a divine art manual, nor is it an essence soul killer move. Suqin carefully comprehended the War God Catalog. This inheritance that even supreme experts couldn't comprehend was as easy as flipping his palm for Suqin after the system instilled it into him. It's an ultimate technique for cultivating a domain, Suqin muttered to himself. The so-called domain was a special domain formed by a martial artist continuously compressing the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary peak mythical legends had the ability to condense a domain. However, if one wanted to cultivate the War God Catalog, they had to at least raise their domain to the phenomenal stage. As for the phenomenal stage, only after becoming an Earth Immortal could one have a chance of reaching it. In other words, this War God Catalog was an ultimate technique that only Earth Immortals could cultivate. After entering the Earth Immortal realm, my miniature domain naturally evolved into a phenomenal stage domain after being replenished by the Sea of Essence Qi. I reached the bottom line of cultivating the War God Catalog. Suqin's curiosity grew. According to the information left behind by the supreme expert Ho Yuan, this Battle God Catalog had never appeared in the mortal world before. It was an item from the outer realm and was extremely mysterious. Suqin didn't suspect that this secret technique had been left behind by some powerful figure. Since the system gave him this secret technique, it meant that it wouldn't harm him at all. Suqin just needed to cultivate it without worry. Through the War God Catalog, I can transform my domain into the War God domain. And the war god domain is above all domains in the world. Su Qin slowly comprehended the war god catalog, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. This divine battle catalog is enough for Hou Yuan, a supreme expert, to forge the divine battle hall at a great cost just to preserve it. Could it be that it's only enough to cultivate the divine battle domain? Su Qin muttered to himself. A supreme expert could even shatter space with a raise of his hand, let alone a domain. No matter how powerful the war god domain was, could it be stronger than the omnipresent space? Since that was the case, why was the supreme expert Hou Yuan so obsessed with the battle god catalog? Let's start cultivating. Su Qin thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Although he had a deep understanding of the battle god catalog through the system's infusion, he couldn't determine the true upper limit of the battle god domain due to the lack of comparison. However, cultivating the battle god domain isn't something that can be done with hard work. It also requires space crystals. Su Qin frowned. Space crystals were the main material for refining spatial magic treasures. They existed in the layers of the void, and only supreme experts had a chance of obtaining them. This war god temple was refined by the supreme expert, Hou Yuan, using a space crystal the size of a small mountain. Although I've refined this war god temple, I can't destroy it, let alone extract the space crystals inside. Su Qin's gaze turned and looked at the majestic palace that was constantly bobbing up and down in his palm. Do I have to make a trip to the immortal sect? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. There were orthodoxies left behind by supreme experts in the immortal sect. These orthodoxies must have hidden space crystals left behind by supreme experts. After all, space crystals weren't too precious to the supreme experts. They just needed to break through space in the market and collect them in the depths of the void. However, although Su Qin was certain that there were space crystals in the immortal sect, those space crystals weren't something that Su Qin could take away. Suddenly, Su Qin's heart stirred and a small dark yellow gourd appeared in front of him. This small gourd floated in the void and spun, faintly emitting the aura of space. Void gourd. It was the spatial magic treasure that Su Qin signed in at the stargazing tower in the palace. The space contained in this void gourd was the size of a hall. Although it was still far from being comparable to the battle god catalog, it was still considered a top-grade spatial magic treasure. Although Su Qin couldn't destroy the battle god temple, he didn't take this palm-sized void gourd seriously. Now that I have the battle god temple, I won't be lacking spatial magic treasures for a long time in the future. I won't need this void gourd either, so I might as well take out the space crystals inside to cultivate the battle god catalog. Su Qin raised his right hand, held the demon god's blade, and stood gently on the void gourd. Block! The void gourd vibrated continuously and actually blocked Su Qin's blade. Block, block, block. However, as Su Qin continued to slash, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the void gourd. And within these cracks, sparkling light spots floated out. Su Qin looked at these light dots, as if he was looking at one space after another. These are the space crystals? Su Qin was shocked. These sparkling and translucent light spots were naturally not complete space crystals. They were just fragments of space crystals, but for Su Qin it was enough. Battle God Domain. Su Qin took a deep breath and slowly transformed the domain according to the Battle God catalog. Buzz. Just as Su Qin was immersed in cultivating the Battle God domain, Su Qin's phenomenal success stage domain actually expanded on its own. However, Su Qin's phenomenal success stage domain didn't directly cover a radius of a few hundred miles. Instead, it condensed within 100 meters around him. One after another, the space crystal fragments continued to pour into Su Qin's domain. As the space crystal fragments merged, Su Qin's domain became deeper and deeper. It bloomed with layers of light, and there seemed to be a world condensing inside. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the vast land was slowly condensing. Countless auras kept appearing, increasing in number, making this world more and more real. If other Earth immortals saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Creating a world. This was a heaven-defying technique that only supreme experts who had broken through the void could use. Moreover, even supreme experts had to break through the void and borrow the power from the depths of the void to create a world. Even so, supreme experts could only create a space. They had to draw in a large amount of essence chi, spiritual vigor, a nomological Tao from the human world to gradually take shape. However, Su Qin was able to create a world in his own domain. Although the current world was extremely illusory and couldn't even compare to the layers of illusions on the 3,000 illusion islands, since there was a beginning, as long as Su Qin continued, there would be a day when he would evolve a real world in his own domain. So this is the battle god domain. After a long time, Su Qin opened his eyes with a hint of shock on his face. In the process of cultivating the war god catalog, how could Su Qin not know the changes in his domain? Creating a world with his own strength. This was a scene that many martial artists dreamed of. Even those earth immortals at the peak of the divine ruin realm were far from being able to do it. This was already stepping into the true authority of an immortal god. It's a pity that I don't have enough space crystals. Su Qin was overwhelmed with emotions, but in the end, he shook his head slightly. The cultivation of the battle god catalog not only requires a large amount of space crystals, but it also consumes my physical body's qi, blood, and dermic powers. Su Qin sat cross-legged and carefully recalled the changes in his body during the cultivation. If the end of the cultivation of the battle god catalog is to create a world within one's own domain, then the formation of a world not only requires sufficient space but also boundless energy. Su Qin thought silently. In just a short moment he had already consumed 10% of his qi and blood. This was under the premise that the Golden Crow divine body was rich in qi and blood. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary spirit severing stage earth immortal, his qi and blood would have been drained long ago. Looks like I have to prepare enough divine pills and spirit liquids to replenish my qi and blood when I cultivate the battle god catalog next time, Su Qin thought. However, my current domain is more than 10 times stronger than before. Su Qin felt his domain and a smile appeared on his face. Even for Su Qin, making the domain evolve into a complete world was an unattainable goal. Not to mention the huge need for space crystals, just the supply of qi, blood, and dermic powers was enough to give Su Qin a headache. From a certain point of view, it was even more difficult than the Great Sun portrait. However, at this moment the changes in his domain were real. It was an improvement that Su Qin could feel immediately. In terms of mastery of heaven and earth, it's 10 times stronger than an ordinary phenomenal domain. Even if I encounter a true realm earth immortal, he will be suppressed by my domain immediately and can only unleash 60% of his strength. Su Qin nodded slightly, extremely satisfied. One had to know that in a battle between earth immortals, the increase or decrease of one's strength was enough to affect the outcome of the battle, let alone being suppressed by 40%. Other than that, if I use my domain to envelop myself, I will completely conceal all my aura. This is a bit like the supreme expert. All dharma vanishes, karma does not touch. Su Qin thought to himself. Although his current domain had only slightly evolved the shadow of a world, which was thousands of miles away from the real world, even if it was only the shadow of a world, it made Su Qin feel as if he was in another dimension. Whether it was scanning with the power of the primordial spirit or covering with the domain, none of them could detect Su Qin at all. This was because under the cover of his own domain, to be precise, Su Qin was no longer in the human world. Whether it was the power of the primordial spirit or the domain, they could only envelop the space of the human world. For Su Qin, who was no longer in the human world, there was naturally nothing they could do. In a flash, Su Qin's thoughts spun rapidly and he was in a good mood. This method was simply crushing all the aura concealment secret techniques in the world. One had to know that even the strongest aura concealment secret technique could only conceal one's own aura. However, one was still there and had not disappeared. There was still the possibility of being discovered. However, if Su Qin used the war god domain to conceal himself, it was equivalent to being completely independent of this space. Of course, if Su Qin made a move, he would naturally be able to escape from this state and return to the human world. Even so, this was an extremely incredible method. It's very difficult for the war god catalog to improve in a short period of time. Next, it's time to break through and enter the true realm. After Su Qin felt the changes in his body again, his mind slowly calmed down and he prepared to completely enter the true realm. In fact, long before Su Qin left Thunder God Island and went to Kunlun Mountain, he was already at the peak of the spirit-severing realm and was half a step into the true realm. Now, after the accumulation of experience on the 3,000 fantasy islands, stepping into the true realm was as simple as eating and drinking. Just as Su Qin was about to break through and enter the true realm, the Earth Immortal Realm, after Taiyin Fairy walked around the palace, she returned to the East Palace and stood quietly outside the Right Spring Square, waiting for Su Qin to summon her. How should I address you, Fairy? The old man, Fei Yu, and the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoyi sect asked tentatively. Although Taiyin Fairy's aura was restrained, the old man, Fei Yu, could still feel the aura that surpassed the myth realm that Taiyin Fairy unintentionally revealed. You can call me Taiyin, Taiyin Fairy said. Every generation of saintess-to-be in the Taiyin Holy Land, no matter what their previous name was, after becoming a saintess-to-be, they would all be called Taiyin. We're all working for Master. You don't have to treat me as an outsider, Taiyin Fairy said softly. She didn't care about her identity. Since she recognized Su Qin as her master, Taiyin Fairy completely let go of the arrogance in her heart. Taiyin, what a strange name. Yan Hai, who was beside her, blinked and muttered softly. Among the many large sects overseas, none of them had anything to do with Taiyin. Even among the many powerhouses born in the past 1,000 years, none of them had a name or title similar to Taiyin. The Lao Dao cultivator from the Tai sect suddenly narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. He immediately cupped his hands at Taiyin Fairy and said, "You've just arrived at the palace, so you must need some time to rest. We'll take our leave now." After saying that, the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoyi sect forcefully pulled Yan Hai, who was curious and wanted to ask more, and quickly left the East Palace. Outside the East Palace, Yan Hai looked at the Lao Dao cultivator with a puzzled expression. "Masters Jr., why are you pulling me?" Seeing the strange expression on the Lao Dao cultivator's face, Yan Hai immediately reacted and glanced at the East Palace. "Masters Jr., is that Taiyin not simple?" "It's more than simple." The old man, Fei Yu, gulped. There was still a trace of fear and uneasiness on his face. "Is she really not simple?" Yan Hai's expression became serious. The old man, Fei Yu, was a pinnacle legend and had followed Su Qin for a long time. To be able to make him so frightened, it was obvious that the woman named Taiyin had a great background. You guessed it too. The Lao Dao cultivator saw the old man's expression and smiled bitterly. As the Lao Dao cultivator spoke, his tone was filled with disbelief and incredulity. The old man, Fei Yu, shook his head and finally said, "I'm afraid that Master's strength is not only unparalleled in history, but also able to compete with that place." After listening for a long time, Yan Hai finally couldn't help but ask, "Masters Jr., what are you talking about?" The Lao Dao cultivator glanced at Yan Hai. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Have you heard of the Immortal Sect?" Chapter 345. Immortal Sect? When Yan Hai heard these two words, he was at a loss at first, but then his expression suddenly changed as if he had thought of something. As a disciple of the Daoyi sect, even if Yan Hai didn't know the specific information about the Immortal Sect, he had read the ancient books passed down from the last Vitality Tide era and had more or less seen the words Immortal Sect. The woman named Taiyin just now, is she related to the Immortal Sect? Yan Hai reacted very quickly and immediately thought of Taiyin Fairy. He couldn't help but ask. More than related? The old man Fei Yu smiled bitterly. His expression was still full of shock. In the last Vitality Tide era, there was a strong person named Taiyin, who passed down a sacred ground called the Sacred Ground of Taiyin. Since then, every prospective saintess in the sacred ground was named Taiyin. The old man Fei Yu said slowly. Even if thousands of years had passed, the legends about the strong were still recorded in the ancient books of the major sections. Among them, the strong Taiyin was even more dazzling. If it wasn't for the strong Taiyin at the end, the final result of the battle between the human world and the cave world might not have been the winner. Taiyin's sacred ground? Yan Hai was still immersed in shock, while Ruanqing next to him was confused and said, "You mean Master kidnapped the prospective saintess of the Taiyin sacred ground?" Ruanqing was just a rogue cultivator overseas, so he naturally didn't know the status of the Immortal Sect and what kind of existence the Taiyin sacred ground was. He just simply said the important information in the old man Fei Yu's words. As soon as Ruanqing finished speaking, the old man Fei Yu and the Lao Dao were silent. Their thoughts were similar to Ruanqing's. But they didn't dare to say it as casually as Ruanqing. That was the Taiyin sacred ground, a sacred ground that dominated the Vitality Tide era. How noble was the prospective saintess! It was far beyond the ordinary land immortals, but now? The prospective saintess of the Taiyin sacred ground, who was expected to become a real saintess or even a sacred lord in the future, had actually become Su Qin's servant? If this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even the entire immortal sect would be shaken. Could it be that we got the wrong person? Just the same name? Yanhai finally struggled out of his shock and asked tentatively. Although the two words Great Moon were incomparably heavy, it was one of the most dazzling existences in the previous Vitality Tide era. However, there were millions of living beings in the world and it was only a name. It was very likely that there would be someone with the same name. Same name? If she were an ordinary person, it would be possible. But that woman just now, even if she had been restraining her aura, she could still suppress us with a raise of her hand. Obviously, she has far surpassed the pinnacle of the myth realm. I'm afraid that she has stepped into the earth immortal realm like you, my lord. An earth god stage martial artist who has never appeared before, also known as Taiyin? How can this be a coincidence? The old man Fei Yu shook his head and said, if it was just an ordinary person, or even a legend, they might use the name Taiyin without authorization because of their ignorance. But the existence at the level of earth immortals, which one of them was a fool? How could he not know what the word Great Een meant? No matter how bold an earth immortal was, he wouldn't dare to do this to an omnipotent expert. This was not only because of the huge gap in strength, but also because of the respect for the seniors who walked at the end of the martial Tao. If it weren't for the omnipotent expert Taiyin and other omnipotent experts resisting the invasion of the cave world back then, the entire human world would have been reduced to the devil race's back garden at this moment. My lord's means are really comparable to an immortal god. After a long time, the old man Fei Yu sighed softly. He was shocked and felt that submitting to Su Qin was the best decision he had made in his life. At the same time, inside the immortal gate, in a palace that floated under the firmament, 6 figures were sitting cross-legged. These 6 figures just sitting there faintly made the void stop. A terrifying sense of oppression shrouded the world. Ordinary earth immortals who had just entered the spirit-severing stage wouldn't even dare to think of resisting in front of these 6 figures. We disciples of the Holy Land have inexplicably fallen in the human world. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. A man in a green robe said slowly. With every word he spoke, a gentle breeze blew slowly in the void. In a trance, it was as if a destructive wind was brewing. This man in green was the Valley Master of the Wind God Valley, one of the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sects. He was an earth immortal at the peak of the Wind God ruins. Of course, we must investigate thoroughly. But how should we investigate thoroughly? Now that the situation in the human world is unclear, and our disciples have inexplicably died, do we continue to send disciples to the human world? The sacred master of the great beginning holy land said in a booming voice. Among the 6 great holy lands of the immortal sects, the great beginning holy land specialized in the physical body. Every earth immortal of the great beginning holy land had an extremely powerful physical body, surpassing the dharma body of an ordinary earth immortal. That's right. Under the circumstances where the situation in the human world is unclear, we shouldn't continue to send disciples, the sacred master of Taiyin said slowly. Although the life fire of Taiyin Fairy was still burning and Taiyin Fairy was not dead, the Taiyin token of the Taiyin Holy Land was lost in the human world. In a way, the Taiyin Holy Land had suffered the greatest loss. The value of the Taiyin token was incomparable to that of an earth immortal at the divine ruin stage. I suggest that we use the Eye of the Demon God to observe the human world, the mountain master of the Skyblade Mountain said at this moment. The so-called Eye of the Demon God was not the real Eye of the Demon God. It was a treasure that was refined by the supreme powerhouses tens of thousands of years ago, by imitating the opening of the demon god's eyes. In the previous era of the Vitality Tide, when the countless demons of the cave world were about to be defeated, a certain demon god in the depths of the world suddenly opened his eyes, and his terrifying gaze swept across everything. Countless human powerhouses fell, and even the strongest powerhouses were seriously injured. After the supreme powerhouses escaped into the immortal sect, They refined an eye-type treasure according to the terrifying gaze of a certain demon god from the depths of the cave world, and named it the Eye of the Demon God. The Eye of the Demon God was not a supreme treasure. It did not have any offensive ability, but through the Eye of the Demon God, one could see everything in the world, even the cave world. Of course, even the supreme powerhouses were not willing to use the Eye of the Demon God to spy on the cave world. The demon god in the depths of the cave world was inconceivable. If they were to attract the attention of the demon god again because of spying, who could bear the consequences? Use the Eye of the Demon God? The sacred lord of the primeval sacred land frowned slightly. The Eye of the Demon God was refined by the supreme powerhouses, so it was jointly owned by the 6 sacred lands. As long as one of the sacred lands did not agree, the Eye of the Demon God could not be used. After all, the Eye of the Demon God was too terrifying. Under the Eye of the Demon God, there were basically no secrets in the world. No sacred lord was willing to see all the trump cards of their sacred land exposed to the Eye of the Demon God. It's just used to see the situation in the human world, the master of the Skyblade Mountain said calmly. What he meant was that he would not use the Eye of the Demon God to spy on the secrets of the primeval sacred land. The Eye of the Demon God is not something that can be used at will. To awaken the Eye of the Demon God, one needs to consume a lot of vitality and a lot of space power, the sacred land of the primeval sacred land said, shaking his head. Although the space power was everywhere, only the supreme powerhouses could master it. Before the supreme powerhouses died of old age, they would seal some space power and leave it in the sacred land to serve as a foundation. After all, whether it was to awaken the life treasure or to use some other treasures, space power was needed. The other sacred lords also looked hesitant. Although there was still a lot of space power in their sacred land, it was a special power that only the supreme powerhouses could master. Before the next supreme powerhouse was born, every bit of space use was a little bit less. If we don't use the Eye of the Demon God, do we have to hide in the immortal sect forever? The master of the Skyblade Mountain sneered. The vitality in the outside world is beginning to recover. If we don't go out, we will most likely miss the critical point of the recovery. You should know very well what we will miss by then. Moreover, we can't take that step out of the immortal sect. As long as we walk out of the immortal sect and feel the great Tao of the real world, we can break through the void and become a supreme powerhouse. The master of the Skyblade Mountain said slowly. As soon as he said that, the faces of the sacred lords changed. Although the small world of the immortal sect was created by the supreme powerhouses, it could not be compared to a great world like the human world. The sacred lords present were all earth immortals at the peak of the divine ruin realm. To them, their only goal was to improve. Then let's use the Eye of the Demon God, the Grandine sacred lord said slowly after pondering for a long time. This time, even the primeval sacred lord did not object. It was obvious that he agreed. Using the Eye of the Demon God would consume space power. However, if they did not use the Eye of the Demon God, their space power would be used up sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. The real solution was to give birth to another supreme powerhouse. However, to give birth to another supreme powerhouse, there would only be a glimmer of hope if they returned to the human world. In that case, then let's begin. The master of the Skyblade Mountain looked excited. He took out a token with only a single corner. This incomplete token was extremely mysterious. It floated quietly in the air and emitted an indescribable aura. The other 5 holy lords glanced at each other, and also took out a token with only a single corner. As soon as the 6 tokens appeared, they seemed to sense something and quickly gathered together to form a complete token. Rumble. The moment this hexagonal token appeared, a series of rumbles came from above the palace. A vortex began to appear at the highest point and a huge eye appeared in the vortex. Eye of the Demon God. When the 6 sacred lords saw this huge eye, they were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, this huge eye was still tightly shut as if it had not opened yet. Let's work together to activate the Eye of the Demon God. The 6 sacred lords moved their minds and endless primordial chi and spiritual vigor surged toward the huge eye. Other than that, the 6 sacred lords raised their right hands and released traces of space power toward the huge eye. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.